Hi everyone, my name is Kat from Qatar Export.
My name is Xavier Alexander.
Uwajeneza.
I'm Luiza Pellicer.
Fernández.
Verônica.
Butler.
My name is Karl Wienhold.
Today I want to talk about some of the key principles that I carry through pretty much everything I do in content online.
Today I will talk a little bit about the topic of reimagining Canaphora.
And it led me to my next kind of point and question to myself, which is where is India in the story?
The construction of quality across the commodity chain in colonial Kenya.
I mean, before that, like my experience with coffee was just, my grandmother at home, the Folgers, the Cafe Bustelo, the Taster's Choice.
How does one's proximity to what we might call origin shape one's experiences as a consumer?
Unquestionably, the specialty coffee community must collectively transition towards a more transparent supply chain.
Have you ever heard someone say, I don't like coffees from a specific origin?
Hi, I'm Steve Maloney. I'm the founder of the Barista League, and welcome to High Density 2023. When we first started talking about producing a coffee conference way back in 2019, we were really out to solve some problems that we saw with other industry educational events at that time. We wanted to create an event that was accessible, meaning totally free and available online for anyone that had an internet connection. No paywalls, no flights to buy, no weird access codes, and designed to be watched whenever it suits you, regardless of your time zone. After having been to so many educational events and workshops over the years, we wanted to produce content that was meaningful, accessible, and practical. In our dream conference, you left every session knowing exactly why that speaker was the right speaker to deliver that talk, and you left understanding what you could do with this new piece of information or inspiration. Lastly, we wanted to create a platform for speakers that had so much to say, but you maybe hadn't heard of yet. And we wanted to be able to invite speakers from all around the world in a way that we would never be able to have done if we were producing this in a real physical space. This year, we invited Luiza to join our team as the creative producer, and we challenged her to produce a conference for today's industry, something that she felt really needed to be addressed or said. We are so proud to present this year's conference, and I think it's the best one we've ever done, and one step closer to that conference that we dreamed up back in 2019.
Hello everyone, my name is Luiza Pellicer, and for most of my time, I am the co-owner of a company called Mikael. Mikael is a coffee farm in South Minas, Brazil. But we not only produce and process our own coffee, we also export it, import it into the UK, and we sell it here ourselves. Today I'm speaking with you from our offices in London. Well, apart from my work with Mikael, I'm also the creative producer for High Density 2023. During this whole year working alongside the Barista League for this conference, we developed many friendships, and we were lucky enough to find awesome people to contribute to this project. So before talking to you about the theme of the conference and the sessions we're going to have, I wanted to take a minute to thank everyone at the Barista League for this great year working together, and also thank the speakers for the incredible work they did in their own sessions and for contributing to the general theme and cohesive conference we managed to put together. So, the theme we prepared for High Density 2023 is not just origin. We want to celebrate the unique cultures, challenges, expertise, and people that get ignored when we lump so many things into one box, defined by the production of one crop. Every day we use the word origin to not only describe where coffee comes from, but to encompass a whole country, its industry, people, and place in the coffee supply chain. We use origin to describe Indonesia, Kenya, Colombia, Hawaii. We use it to define more than 70 coffee-producing countries and their people under this fake unified structure, historically used to push apart those who consume coffee from those who grow it. The word origin reduces a third of the globe with all its complexities into a single concept or entity. Where we should cherish the differences, it only offers uniformity. So, throughout the next 8 hours, we wanted to highlight the diversity of knowledge that comes from what we call origin. You will watch sessions from awesome professionals from all parts of the coffee supply chain. From researchers to producers, roasters, baristas, coffee shop owners, exporters, importers, a bit of everything. And they will be speaking with you from countries in Latin America, Asia, Europe, North America, and Africa. The sessions will cover topics on coffee economics, coffee science, coffee history, coffee gentrification, different coffee species, coffee sourcing, the coffee industry in different countries, anthropological aspects of coffee, and technical aspects of coffee as well. So, take your notebooks out and prepare yourselves for 8 hours of coffee knowledge. We will have our speakers available in the chat during their sessions, and I'll be available too to answer questions and discuss the topics. I can't wait to chat to you all in a minute. I hope you enjoy your time here with us today as much as we enjoyed preparing it all for you. Speak soon. Bye!
Indonesia's coffee culture has evolved significantly. What started off from the simple ngopi culture, which means to hang out, into a more serious focus on specialty coffee.
Ngopi you itu belum tentu ngopi, tapi bisa aja jadinya minum teh atau makan nasi kuning bareng atau makan bubur bisa kan. Nah cuman bahasa kopi itu udah seperti artinya kita berkumpul dengan teman atau dengan orang yang penting bagi kita, lalu ya mengobrolkan hal seperti itu.
Gua sendiri aslinya dari Pontianak dan gua belajar dan tahu budaya ngopi di Pontianak tuh gila banget. Di semua tempat punya kedai kopi, apalagi kopi tiam, dan memang budaya ngopi tuh di semua tempat lah, pasti semua orang ngopi gitu. Kayak ngopi dan teh, tapi menurut gua kopi sesuatu yang menjadi kebutuhan primer ya, salah satu kebutuhan primer gitu. Kalau lu nggak ngopi kayak aneh aja rasanya gitu. Tapi dari dulu kan kita tahu kopi itu pahit. Kalau kopinya asam berarti kopinya basi. Ya secara nggak langsung kayak gitu kan ya. Dan kopi itu harus pakai susu atau pakai gula gitu.
Indonesia, because we're a producing country, the culture of drinking coffee has been around for a long time. From what I see, it has shifted from basically consuming whatever's left from the exports into actually looking for better quality coffee. I think that's also partly because of international coffee chains going into Indonesia and sort of raise the awareness for at least what appears to be a better quality coffee. But that sort of start the conversation and spark the interest in better quality coffee and eventually specialty coffee and traceable coffee and I guess responsible coffee. And because of that, and because we have the size and we have the produce, the consumption rate is increasing really, really rapidly and it's becoming really big. I don't see any other market, especially coffee producing country, that have coffee chain stores, local coffee chain stores that have 900 stores or 800 stores, or even independent coffee shops that started as independent specialty coffee shop and then ended up having 20, 15 different specialty coffee branches.
Uniknya lagi Indonesia itu terdiri dari berbagai suku, bahasa, dan kebudayaan tentunya. Nah, kebudayaan ini dan bahasa ini yang sangat mempengaruhi bagaimana cara seorang petani memproses kopi itu sendiri. Sesuai adat di sana yang sudah turun-menurun lah. Selain itu juga topografi di Indonesia cukup beragam ya. Ada ketinggiannya yang sampai 1.800 seperti di Papua, Bali sekitar 1.200, Jawa Barat 1.400, 1.600, dan Sumatera juga sekitar 1.600-1.800, otomatis dipengaruhi oleh kelembapan, curah hujan dan lain-lain. Akhirnya tiap daerah kopi Indonesia itu mempunyai ciri khas yang berbeda. Dan itu bagi saya yang sangat menarik dari kopi Indonesia itu, walaupun sama-sama Indonesian coffee, tapi kita nggak bisa mention it's just Indonesian coffee karena tiap daerahnya itu significantly different.
Kopi Indonesia unik karena satu udah jelas kita punya terroir dan iklim yang berbeda dari negara lain. Jadi menurut gua dengan unsur hara yang berbeda, dengan iklim yang berbeda, dan kita berada di garis ekuator, kita punya karakteristik yang memang lebih berbeda dalam artian karakter yang dihasilkan kopi Indonesia memang berbeda dari kopi-kopi yang biasa kita temuin dari Ethiopia atau dari Kolombia atau dari negara lain. Dengan karakteristik ini yang pasti kita rasakan, kopi Indonesia cenderung punya mouthfeel yang lebih tebal, terus rata-rata selalu manis. Dan ya pembedanya itu sih dibandingin kopi-kopi lain yang biasanya mouthfeel lebih tipis gitu. Dengan varietas-varietas lokal kita memang memberikan karakter dan spektrum yang memang berbeda gitu. Seperti yang kita tahu, misalnya kita punya umumnya di Sumatera dan di Sulawesi kita punya notes yang lebih bold, spice, coklat gitu. Sedangkan di negara-negara lain mungkin mereka lebih tropical fruit. Dan oleh sebab itu mungkin dari dulu kita lebih dikenal kopi Indonesia tuh sebagai kopi yang memang lebih bold gitu dan lebih heavy dan orang suka pakai untuk milk base rata-rata. Dan memang ya itulah salah satu keunikan kopi Indonesia. Karena dari dulu orang cuma tahu kopi Indonesia tuh pahit, kopi Indonesia tuh tebel. Mereka nggak tahu kopi Indonesia tuh fruity. Mereka nggak tahu kopi Indonesia tuh ada yang floral. Mereka nggak tahu kopi Indonesia tuh ada yang mouthfeel-nya bisa juicy, sirupy banget. Mereka nggak tahu. Tapi setelah mereka coba dan mereka tahu, akhirnya ya mata mereka terbuka. Dan akhirnya beberapa pelanggan kita di luar bisa rutin memang berpuluh-puluh kilo import kopi dari kita gitu.
This shift is evident in the dedication of farmers towards emphasizing quality and not just quantity, and roasters and cafe owners towards showcasing the best of Indonesia's beans, as the coffee industry in Indonesia stands out for its unique regional origins, showcasing diverse coffee varietals in different areas. What sets Indonesia apart is its rich biodiversity, including the origins within origins concept, which then contributes to the uniqueness and richness of Indonesian coffee.
I think because of our size and because of our diversity, any type of coffee has a market in Indonesia. You have a more mature market that really prefers bitterness and bold flavors and very low acidity, and that's where Robusta comes in and slot in. And then you have a younger market that likes acidity but also don't really like bitterness, they like sweet stuff, so that's where the es kopi susu comes in.
Konsumsi kopi di Bandung sendiri sih saya yakin masih meningkat dan akan meningkat terus ke depannya. Apalagi dengan adanya produk es kopi susu ya, itu sebagai pintu untuk orang mulai ngopi gitu.
And then you also have people who have traveled overseas or they aspire to adopt the specialty coffee lifestyle from overseas, and then they would look for specialty coffee. So these little pockets and little niche target markets help sort of make the coffee industry thrive in Indonesia. So you really have a market for everybody, not just to export the coffee, but even domestically. There's a lot of absorption from the domestic market for different types of coffee.
Buat sekarang yang kita lihat, pelanggan juga semakin kritis, semakin ikut terbuka juga pemikirannya soal kopi, dan ya mereka nggak menganggap kalau kopi itu cuma pahit doang.
Orang-orang yang datang kemari sebenarnya mostly orang-orang tuh cari kopi lokal sebenarnya. Setiap daerah pasti punya kopi kan. Nah itu tugas kita sekarang gimana caranya menyebarkan hasil kerja keras dari masyarakat di daerah tersebut, khususnya petani dan prosesor di daerah tersebut, supaya ya kopi mereka, nama mereka bisa dikenal oleh orang-orang di luar. Dan ya melalui hal tersebut juga nggak menutup kemungkinan buat orang belajar lebih tentang, oh setelah gue coba kopi lokal, gue juga pengen coba kopi di luar loh, rasanya seperti apa gitu. Bahkan kebanyakan setelah mereka coba kopi luar, menurut mereka kopi Indonesia lebih enak. Ya mereka jadi terus minum kopi Indonesia, jadi itu sangat-sangat baik buat ya perkembangan industri kita di Indonesia sih.
In the case of Indonesia, especially, there's a better appreciation of what we've been doing for hundreds of years, things like wet hull coffee. There's a demand for better wet hull coffee. You don't really see that in, I think, other producing countries, for example. And then obviously you have a lot of different experimental processes that might be the same with other countries, but also could be different from other producing countries. In my personal experience, in our companies, we have an almost equal volume of export and domestic consumption. In our limited experience and our limited scope, at the moment, at least in the domestic market, we sell a lot more of the lower grade coffees. But that's in terms of volume, because you will always sell more of the lower grade coffee. But then also there's this massive demand, especially in bigger cities, for the specialty coffee as well. So people who are looking into really specific taste profile or different experimental process or coffee with better stories or better traceability, or because it's been used in a competition or something like that. But then as the economy improves and as more and more coffee chains open, especially like the Es Kopi Susu chains, I think that sort of democratized the industry, democratized coffee, so people can at least get into the habit of drinking coffee, and that coffee is still infinitely better than whatever coffee that they were drinking that comes out of a either freeze-dried or spray-dried instant coffee packet. So I guess the awareness of drinking better coffee started, and it becomes more affordable. And also that sort of piqued their interest into drinking specialty coffee as well, because I think coffee is something that you always upgrade. You don't really downgrade your coffee. So once they started drinking better Indonesian coffee, they look for better Indonesian coffees. And being a producing country, they have access to this specialty coffee at a lower price as well, because you don't have to import the coffees, or maybe the farm is in your city, or the farm is only an hour away. And I feel like every player or every type of coffee store in Indonesia play that role. The specialty coffee people have their role, and then the big chain, the Es Kopi Susu chain, also play their role in introducing coffee to the mass market.
Untuk mendapatkan bahan kopi itu sangat mudah. Banyak gunung sekali kan di Jawa Barat yang menghasilkan kopi, apalagi makin sekarang gitu, dan itu sangat keuntungan bagi kita. Mudah untuk mencari origin, mudah untuk mengurus logistiknya juga. Paling tantangannya itu dari kopi Jawa Barat itu ya cuaca sangat berpengaruh. Kalau curah hujan lagi buruk, apalagi proses kopinya sekarang banyak yang natural dan honey, taste profilnya melenceng tuh dari panen tahun lalu karena tingkat hujan yang berbeda itu. Tapi tantangan itu juga mulai di-overcome oleh beberapa prosesor yang modern yang menggunakan inokulen untuk memfermentasikan cherry kopinya sendiri, membuat rasa kopi lebih konsisten dari tahun ke tahun karena bakterinya dipilih.
Ya, dengan Miki sekarang dia punya platform yang lebih besar, ya dia bisa melakukan hal-hal seperti bekerja sama dengan para petani, prosesor, buat mikroba sendiri, terus udah bisa silang mikroba lokal dengan kopi di luar gitu. Menurut gue itu salah satu terobosan baru lah untuk industri ini ya, dan menurut gue kayak ya luar biasa sih sebenarnya.
Additionally, Indonesia's abundant rainforests position the nation as a vital player in the global coffee industry.
The real scientific answer is two things: water and soil. So reforestation has a direct correlation with aquifer depth, which is essentially the fresh water reserves that is filtered through the roots and the soil, stored healthily underground for other kinds of uses, which actually, as more deforestation happens, our access to fresh water is slowly depleting. And the second thing is actually soil health, which is actually probably more important for coffee taste and coffee production. Without proper vegetation on top of the soil, there is no decomposition of leaves, no biodiversity in terms of animals, no bird poop, no animal poop, no fancy concoction of ecology that exists on top of the soil. And without that, then your soil is slowly degrading. And as you plant coffee, actually what people don't know is you're slowly actually taking nutrition from the soil. And without any regeneration of that, in 50, 70 years, your coffee is going to be pale and it's not going to taste like anything. So it's crucial, even though you are planting elsewhere, soil is a global thing, right? Ecosystem is a global thing. You replenish in one part, you're also actually sustaining other parts of the world. So that would be the scientific answer for you.
We really see a huge potential in making our coffee sources even more independent, right, than what you're already trying to do. There's a lot of correlation in bringing independence back to the smallholders, putting the power back in their hands. Like what we do with restoration, it's very similar to what you're doing. And we see so much potential in empowering the small but the many, instead of empowering the giant corporates that you buy. Like it's like, it takes a village, right? Like it takes everyone to join in the movement. And I think we hope to see more of that, at least in the work that we both do. We hope to see a lot more power going into the small guys, because, you know, we are not one without the many, and vice versa. We have to think about, actually this is pretty cool. Wow, look at the cat. It's so pretty, actually.
My hope is that we can keep producing the volume that we need, but also try to improve the quality in a way that is sustainable and also works for us. I say that because, especially as a competitor or as somebody who owns an coffee exporting business, a lot of the times we are tempted to just follow whatever's on trend and whatever works elsewhere. Say, oh, Panamanian geisha has been doing well in a competition, or Colombian sidra, or the way, say, Colombian coffee farmers process their coffee. That might work for them, but that might not work for us, because we have different climate, we have different topography, we have different culture, we have different resources. So the challenge is to be able to sort of boil these trends and boil these good things that are happening outside, and then apply it to what we can do in Indonesia. And a lot of the times the answer is not to just copy and paste, but you really have to re-engineer and refigure things out, and really just try to find a solution that works here. Because then we are a country with rich resources, and we have this thriving coffee industry as well, like coffee consumption industry, not just producing. So we can try things out pretty quickly, because then we can just send a trial batch to, say, a cafe 20 kilometers away, rather than sending it all over the world and try to get feedback. This feedback chain loop can happen very quickly. So we can trial and error pretty quickly and really try to pin down a solution for us. And from there, then you can sort of bring it up to the world and share your knowledge to people.
What do I hope for the coffee industry, like both in Indonesia and actually globally? One thing unique about the coffee industry that I noticed is they care a tremendous amount about traceability, unlike any other industry. Yet every industry that exists in the world is actually applied that same principle, yet they don't really follow it.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna shade any companies, but like, for example, electronics. Do you know where your minerals are coming from? Actually, there's a huge question and debate right now in the environmental space that a lot of your minerals are coming from illegal labor and all these kinds of stuff. But coffee takes that into account. They take into account how much fertilizer the farmers are using, how much care they're putting into their fields, etc., etc. And this is evident not only in Indonesia, very evident in Indonesia actually, but also around the world. And now even with Chapter Coffee, like taking the next step of even replenishing the lands that they have extracted and replenishing it elsewhere, it just shows the commitment of the industry, that they are taking into account end to end, and this is something that's produced to you by the people of the earth, and we want to show everything along the way. And my hope is that the coffee industry will continue to double down on this, actually, because they are a perfect example for what every other industry should be like. And just by coincidence, or maybe not by coincidence, the coffee industry tends to have a taste of storytelling as well. Maybe because they do care about this stuff, so they want to tell it in a very proper way, and so this is something that should be the pride of the coffee industry and be an example for what other industries should be like. I think that's my hope, right? I would say coffee is something that people enjoy to drink. If you really focus on that point of the coffee experience, then it is actually in your best interest to maintain the integrity of the earth, because without it, you are slowly losing it. So there's a statistic that said that oranges today is only 1/7 of the nutritional value as it was 60 years ago. And for me, that made absolute sense, because the amount of degradation on soil that monoculture, like planting just one species in a very heavily capitalistic exploitative way, does to the soil, it makes sense. The soil loses its nutritional value, it's not replenished, there's nothing supporting the ecosystem. And so whether you're selling coffee at a low cost or a premium type of coffee, the taste and the experience need to be maintained, and this is why it's important actually. I would say that's probably what's important. It may not be evident in the next 10 years, but it's gonna creep up on us. Right? Here in Indonesia, being part of nature, being such a diverse coffee community, it's very, very important that we push the boundary and go beyond climate action and what we call nature action. Why nature action is because when you take care of nature, you automatically take care of the climate as well. And not only taking care of the climate, but you're also actually taking care of the cup of coffee in the future. It's necessary for us to take the steps to take care of the nature, to ensure not only of our safety, but also the safety of our produces, including coffee and everything else we consume on a daily basis. You know, nature action includes climate action, but nature action is action for, you know, our lives. You know, we are part of nature.
To put into one line, if you want to keep drinking good coffee, invest in nature.
I think maybe the message is for my fellow Indonesian coffee people. I think we're in a very unique position where we are blessed with the uniqueness of being able to produce coffee and consume coffee at the same time. And oftentimes we tend to look outwards rather than inwards. And if we can spend more time looking inwards and within or among ourselves, then we can sort of incubate ideas and try different ideas and trial and error different ideas and try to actually offer something to the world. In Chapter, we have this saying that we want to bring things from Indonesia to the world, and that comes from, I think, at least in my personal experience, of us being colonized by other nations for so long that we always feel like the outer world or the other countries are so much better than us, and we always have to follow what people are doing at the moment. But we actually have something to offer as well. And if we can figure things out here using our resources and limitations, then we can actually offer something else to the world, to the global north.
The vast rainforest resources can be leveraged to sustain the coffee industry and play a significant role in global sustainability efforts, positioning Indonesia as a key driver in the coffee industry for years to come.
Oat milk.
Sure be gloomy. 'Cause the little cat's wish is only a dish of
Oat milk.
wah, wah, wah.
Hello, my name is Emer. I am the communications manager at the Barista League and I'm based in Glasgow in Scotland. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about our goal to produce sustainable events. At the Barista League, we aim to produce events which have a lasting impact in every way apart from environmentally. We believe that unsustainable practices come from laziness or a lack of time, and we're committed to putting in the time, energy and money into making sure that our events are as sustainable as possible. All of our events are single-use free, so if you've been to one of our events recently, you've probably used one of our custom designed less waste, better taste reusable cups. Our team actually has to wash and dry every single one of these cups by hand after every event, but it's definitely worth it because the alternative is hundreds of paper or plastic cups going to landfill unnecessarily. The end goal is to minimise our carbon footprint with each event until eventually achieving the end goal of leaving a net neutral or positive effect on the environment.
Hi, my name is Rahul Reddy. I'm founder at Subko, specialty coffee roasters, craft bakehouse, and now Subko Cacao as well. I'm currently based in Bombay, Mumbai, India, and today I'm just going to tell you a little bit about what we do as a specialty coffee and sort of craft food and beverage venture based out of India, which is in fact a producing nation that a lot of folks in the coffee space are either unfamiliar with or I think lack contemporary and relevant context upon. So it's been really interesting being a part of this paradigm shift that's actually occurring in the Indian coffee and specialty coffee in fact and sort of craft food and business segment. So a little bit about myself. My family's all from the south of India, a city called Hyderabad, which is quite storied for its gastronomy. A lot of crossroads and the canals of Indian gastronomic history happen in Hyderabad. I grew up actually for the most part in California, in the US. So that's where my folks are, and that's sort of the home base. For about a decade or so, I was sort of between New York and London. So these two cities served as my sort of principal professional milieus before I found myself in specialty coffee out here in India. So I was working in the tech sector for a little while on the sort of marketing and business development and brand building side. I then transitioned into the social sector in some sense. I was working between New York and London and ultimately the Philippines as well as part of that journey. In addition to doing a master's in development economics, where I specialized in South Asia. And that's sort of how I found myself beginning this journey in coffee. So I'd had the privilege of, living in cities like Los Angeles, Paris, London, and New York. And I noticed this interesting phenomenon where specialty coffee shops were this magical place for many reasons. One, just I fell in love with the sort of black gold, or liquid black gold, or whatever you want to call it. Its complexity, its nuances, the variables and the variability. But what I realized from a more macro perspective, and how this links back to South Asia and sort of what we're doing here in India, was that specialty coffee shops had become this sort of magical place where advanced economies, where they were typically based, traditionally at least, and lesser developed economies, the global south, where the coffee essentially entirely grows. Specialty coffee shops became this meeting point for the two. And it's not frequently, if at all, that you find another segment or sector where there's this very overt linkage being made, with the best of intentions as well, with the idea of stating that something like traceability from a concept point of view deserved a sort of premium to be paid. And I thought that was an interesting phenomenon that was occurring. And then it led me to my next kind of point and question to myself, which is, where is India in the story? So I remembered as a kid that, we were living in India for about 3 years when I was a kid. And I remember we went on a few sort of, excursions outside of the city of Bangalore, which is now sort of India's Silicon Valley, so to speak. And there would be this beautiful coffee region, a coffee growing region outside of that city. And, I wasn't obviously aware of the sort of market forces, the sort of volume of coffee that was being cultivated there, or anything like that at the time. But I figured, so India does have coffee growing. I remember that. What is the story? Where is that today? And I thought, well, maybe the country just grows a very small volume of coffee, and there's a small growing region, and maybe that's sort of potential scenario one. Scenario two, okay, the volume isn't a problem. It's quality. It's maybe the elevation is too low. Maybe there's just bad genetics at play, etc. And so essentially, what I discovered in that journey was that none of that was really true. In fact, depending on the survey and the data you look at, India is anywhere between the 5th and 7th largest producer of the agricultural coffee crop in the world. And ultimately, it was really kind of shocking to me that there was no cognizance of this fact on a global level, and even in the segments of the coffee, importing world where folks are aware that Indian coffee is available in the market, the use cases for it ended up becoming, blenders. Robusta, of course, has been celebrated for a little while as it pertains to India as well as Vietnam. So interestingly, Asia has started to play an interesting role in the sort of Robusta future in some sense, where climate change factors may force coffee consumption towards the Robusta species, but that's a separate topic. I just think it's interesting that Asia would be inherently leading that wave, as and when and if that happens, with India and Vietnam sort of neck and neck there. So what occurred to me was that none of those were really an issue, and that we did have some reasonable elevation on our coffee plantations. Yeah, it's true that not all varietals that are celebrated in other countries exist in sort of pure form. A lot of hybridization of varietals have occurred in India, but volume is definitely not a problem. So post-harvest processing became something that I started thinking a lot about, and it turned out that that was definitely a challenge, and something that had become very nascent in from a focus point of view for a planter or farmer. So that was one area where I was very curious to understand, could we build a consumer brand, direct to consumer, that would essentially redefine, reimagine, and in fact redesign India and India's contribution, in fact, Asia's contribution, with India at like the heart of it for us, as we call it, Subko, because it's short for subcontinent, the Indian subcontinent being the South Asian region, the basin, so to speak, on the map. How do we not focus maybe narrowly on, the idea of Indian coffee alone, but actually look at it as, Asian and South Asian coffee? Of course, Southeast Asia becomes a bit of an extension of this, but our focus so far has been India. And in that effort to redefine, reimagine, reinvent, there was a few principles that had to kind of come into the picture. One was that we decided we would be, interested in participating in the entire value chain, which meant we wanted 100% direct trade relationships to the most granular level with any planter we worked with, and that we would constrain ourselves to not import coffee from anywhere and work only with Indian coffee. But the idea here was to keep this very stringent goal of only procuring 85 plus point coffee on the SCA scale, Specialty Coffee Association. So we tried to kind of start Subko with this goal of not saying, hey, let's offer specialty coffee to people in India that was produced locally here, but actually offer sort of this idea of super specialty, coffees that are, happen to be scoring whatever it may be, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, even 90 points. And that's where the sort of challenges, lied, because the challenges were on all sides of the value chain. So one was, assuring that we could find a handful of, partners on the farm level who were invested in this journey to push quality up from the post-harvest processing point of view. Of course, that added a certain amount of expense to the processing, and we then had to figure out, okay, how do we justify such expenses in a market where, specialty coffee was just emerging and cementing itself as something that a certain, grouping of urbanites in tier one, as they call it, heavily urbanized cities such as Delhi, Bangalore, Mumbai, a couple of others, Hyderabad, Chennai, had started to kind of be willing to invest money in. And we said, okay, is the country going to be ready for sort of what we were terming as sort of a super specialty offering? And I wasn't sure, but the idea was essentially to give that a shot. And what we did is we basically focused a lot on taking a real big risk and saying that the coffees we wanted to be known for were essentially natural processed coffees, honey processed coffees. So we wanted to kind of start our journey by taking on what I felt was the direction of the global sort of super specialty palette, which was moving towards funkier coffee, boozier coffee, coffee that tasted a bit like winey and was more fruit forward and essentially more acids coming through in the flavor profile. And this was definitely a very, very risky thing to do in a market like India, where coffee had just become a little bit more mainstream. A couple of great brands had come before us who had, tried their hand at creating a specialty cafe offering. And so it was all great progress. But for us, it was a real risk to kind of say that this is the kind of coffee we'd feature on filter, on espresso, and on retail. And so the second part of that journey, after deciding and defining the parameters for how we would procure the coffee in terms of what processing methodology, how traceable the farm would be, building that direct trade relationship, was essentially to focus on a reimagination and a redesign. So for me, I became this kind of quite obsessive person when it came to the design logic behind the coffee and how it would be presented to folks through packaging form, the digital content and digital mediums that we would showcase it. So for me, we decided very early on to actually construct a kind of a creative studio in-house, where we would kind of control the design future of the brand very, very, very carefully. And I felt this was critical in helping the audience, ultimately the consumer, the direct-to-consumer audience, understand that there was a paradigm shift being propagated by this brand at origin, for origin, with planters at origin, roasting it in origin, and still doing it at a global standard, in essence, for a global audience. So this was the kind of conundrum that I faced and we faced as a team. And we wanted to also combine all of this. So the design logic became a huge focus on indigenous design, looking at typography, indigenous languages of the South Asia region. How could we make those into interesting, beautiful design experiences? And we even thought about at that point that every plantation or every kind of regional sourcing project we did could command like a different design logic and a different design thinking exercise. So that's why you'll see in our packaging today, we have a huge variety of unique experiences that we've constructed. Same thing through our digital content stream. And we wanted to do all of this, interestingly, by also moving the needle on another sector, which my partner Daniel brought on board for Subko, which is bread. So in a similar vein to coffee, of course, bread's been consumed in more of a commercial sense in India for a long time. I mean, you've got your supermarket white bread here, product of British colonization, etc., and globalization as well. But the idea of craft bread, craft baking, sourdough, viennoiserie, essentially, croissants, laminated doughs, was certainly not a uber common or mainstream product line that existed in India much when we started. There's a few players there, but we wanted to really create something at a super high sort of global quality standard, again, using indigenous ingredients. So creating a sourdough loaf from 100% Indian wheat, but having it be this beautiful crumb, perfectly immaculately shaped, something that people would never expect, and then presenting this in the cafe format, paired with, let's say, a world-class funky boozy pour-over. So that kind of started as the concept. So we actually started off from day one as a specialty coffee roastery and a craft bakehouse, and we figured if we could do this and if we could kind of redefine and reimagine these two categories simultaneously underneath that South Asian design logic, risky as it may have been, and utilize indigenous agriculture from this part of the world to construct that global paradigm and globally viable quality standard and experience, then maybe we would be onto something. So that's how we did it, and that's how we started. And recently we added a very interesting segment, sort of vertical to our business, which is we call it Subko Cacao. So we took the exact same principles and logic that we took with coffee and applied it to Indian cacao farms. So it turns out there are cacao farms in India, which most people, way less people than even coffee, are aware of. So cacao grows in fact in at least 4 states in India in reasonable volume. India is certainly not a large producer of cacao the way it is coffee. You have to look towards, Ghana, Ivory Coast, etc. for volume. But I think there's a beautiful opportunity for cacao to have a renaissance as an agricultural commodity. Typically, it's been the cacao that grows is kind of co-opted and purchased by large commercial brands that are making commercial chocolate. And again, in a similar way to coffee, post-harvest processing became one of the linchpins and sticking points to creating what we would want it to be, world-class, clean, complex, beautiful chocolate products using 100% indigenous produce. And then going through a design language exercise, visual design exercise rather, around how this kind of set and line of craft cacao products would look like, feel like, be experienced, how would they intersect with coffee. could we be a brand that created, a concept, perhaps not, I hesitate to use the word first, but a fairly novel concept to have specialty coffee and craft cacao, the entire value chain, the entire supply chain, the entire traceability index, all the design logic, all the innovation on flavor when it comes to chocolate, all be kind of constructed in-house by us and do it, at relative, growing scale, and keep, all of this, again, linked back to the subcontinent and do it on a global level. So these are the principles that have driven Subko to kind of build the way it's attempting to build at origin. And, one day, if we have an opportunity to showcase these products and these experiences outside of India, that would be an additional sort of honor and aspiration for us. And if that day comes, we feel and aspire to be ready for that from day one, while also holding on to our mission, our values, our philosophy of the brand being built, the supply chain being built, the experiences being built here at origin first. So that's a little bit about Subko. Thanks for listening to my ramble.
Hi everyone, my name is Karl Wienhold. I've been working with coffee for about 10 years, most of the time living in Colombia and around other parts of Latin America. I organized a group of small coffee farmers there, trying to do something a little bit different with the coffee supply chain. I left that role about 2 years ago and I've been working on research ever since, trying to understand the role of power in the coffee value chain. So I wanted to give you all a brief overview, a kind of foundation of the concepts that I've been working with. A lot of discussions I had over the years, and kind of the starting point of this research has been the distribution of income among actors along the coffee value chain, especially the share of consumer prices that are earned by farmers. This share has been shrinking for a while. In most of the conversations I have about this with people, the argument I hear most often is that it's really no one's fault, it's just the market. We're talking with folks with a bit less dogmatic point of view. It ends up something like, well, it's not their fault, and it's not their fault. It's definitely not my fault. It's structural. I wouldn't disagree with that, but I find myself asking, what does that even mean? And why does this enable us to end the conversation and kind of throw our hands up in the air and say, well, it's not us, it just is. And sometimes in these kind of conversations, the idea of power is brought up. Recently, I was hosting this kind of webinar where the argument was made that farmers have low power, which is problematic, but the market's efficient. This statement is obviously contradictory, so I figured we need a bit more clarification when it comes to the fundamentals of these concepts. Power has many dimensions, there are many actors involved, there are a lot of concepts and ways we can think about this. So I'm going to offer only one, and it's not even going to be a complete one, because the topic is too broad, there are too many ways to approach it, but let's give it a try. So first, it's important to remember that power exists between. We can't say that exporters are powerful, traders are powerful. This needs context. So in this case, let's visualize the supply chain like we have here on the slide. This can be the most common representation that I often see, which is producer, exporter, which is sometimes a co-op, importer, roaster, and retailer. Of course, in reality, it's much more complex. There are a lot more actors involved. In real life, how the jobs that need to be done are split up between individuals and companies is diverse. It doesn't matter for our purposes right now. The important thing is to know that power happens between these nodes. The graphical representations are often like the one on the previous slide, but it's important to remember also that there's a diversity of size and capacity between the different actors. It's not necessarily that they're all the same size. They go from small to large, they go from large to small. There can be a wide diversity. So in the traditional representation and the kind of actors that we normally think of, it might be a very small producer, a larger exporter, a much larger importer if they're one of the multinational traders. Then sometimes roasters are a bit smaller, sometimes they're even much larger than the importers. And then to retailers, which could be the very concentrated supermarket chains, that could be like corner shops or independent coffee shops. We can change our terminology to a value chain when we start to take into account the context, that this one linear series of actors that transact with one another do not exist in a vacuum. At each one of these nodes, at each one of these actor archetypes, there is also a diversity of sizes and many other people doing the same thing in a lot of the cases. So we need to understand them. As we will see a bit later, these alternatives are very important to the conceptualization of power. There is competition, alternatives, a dynamic interaction between these individual actors, and of course, power among them. Going back to the simple visualization, we can see that it is only between these actors where power is exerted, where we can try to know whether it is there or not, because power is relative. Relative power is a characteristic of the social relations that make up value chains, economies, and societies. And the result of relative power at these points of exchange where transactions occur are the terms of exchange. This includes, of course, the price level, also how risk is distributed, payment terms, decision authority as to whether the transaction does or doesn't happen, the definition and measurements of quality attributes. This is all to say that it goes beyond just price level itself. So zooming in here, when a transaction occurs, we have a value for value exchange. But then who decides this value equivalency? Someone is probably offering currency, the other is offering coffee of some kind. But how do we decide what amount of what type of coffee is worth what amount of what type of currency? These are the terms that are being negotiated. Also very important is when this does and doesn't happen. Who has the power to decide when it should happen or should not happen? This value for value exchange is easy to understand, that this is the type of coffee, this is what kind it is, how much of it, and this is the price. So is that the value? Is that a good valuation? Is that a good price or a bad price? But also very important to keep in mind is when it happens. If we're saying that this is a 85 point mild Arabica coffee, and the price is $3 per pound, for example. Okay, there's your value for value equivalency. But if the buyer can make a phone call and get that value for the value they're offering at any moment, whenever they want, any amount they want, but a producer or the representative cannot get that all the time, actually can very rarely get that. This is a very important dimension of the terms of trade that the seller is able to access based on the relative power that they have. So getting into the types of power, let's start with market power. This is what we're referring to most often when they talk about a monopoly and monopsony. So monopoly is one single seller who is able to control the price of the good they're selling because there's no one else to get it from. Monopsony is of course the opposite of that. So it's one single buyer who can control the price that they pay. They're the price maker because there are no alternatives. When there are more than one, but still few, we can call this an oligopoly or oligopsony, but well, how many, if there are four, what is that called? I don't know. I think the terminology is a bit less important. What we're talking about here is market concentration. So how concentrated is one side of an exchange versus the concentration on the other side of an exchange? In this graphic here, we can see a very concentrated market on the left with only 4 actors making up the entirety, and on the right is one that is much more fragmented. The way market power is exerted is by withholding the amount that the buyer or seller is willing to buy or sell in order to influence the overall market price. So if we're talking about a market that's in equilibrium, supply equals demand, not that that's reasonable, but for the sake of argument, if that were the case, if one of these 4 buyers were to cut their purchase in half, that would imply that there's a big oversupply being offered by the producers, and presumably the price would fall. So even if these buyers are able to buy all of the coffee and sell it at a profit, it may still be in their best interest not to do so, to be able to put downward pressure on the price, to be able to get it for a lower price, and to be able to make more profit for each one that they do sell. This is a way they can maximize their profits in some cases. Having high market power is more likely when one side of the equation is more concentrated, when the alignment of their mutual interest overcomes the competition between them. It's more likely when they're less diverse and their interests are more visible to one another, whereas those with low market power are likely to be more fragmented, more dispersed, less aware of each other and in greater competition with one another. Market power is the reason why antitrust laws exist in some places. A very simple but also very nuanced type of power is bargaining power. This is also influenced by the market structure or the relative concentration. Bargaining power is direct, coercive power, the direct negotiation of the terms of exchange. And it's derived from a case where A needs B more than B needs A. It's the relative power to walk away, the relative cost of no deal and the capacity to absorb that cost. The relative size of the actors on both sides of an exchange often has an implication for the bargaining power, because the one with greater capacity is more likely to have more options and more power to walk away. But that's not always the case. For example, as we can see in the graphic, many of them are quite big, but there are also many of them, whereas the small one is all alone. So it's small, but it's scarce. There are not many substitutes. Whereas on the right side of the dotted line here, we can see a more clear example of power asymmetry. So the large one is the only option for all the small ones, whereas this large one has many options. They can choose from any one of these small ones. Bargaining power also has everything to do with alternatives. So within the dotted line here, we see the same graphic where there's one large, say it's a coffee buyer, and many small, let's say these are coffee producers. So the buyer has many options and has great power in this exchange, because it can substitute any one of them for any other ones. However, this power is undermined when there are options. If these farmers hypothetically have other alternatives than just selling coffee, maybe no deal is not that costly for them. If they also have corn, they also work construction, they have fish they can sell, and they offer tourism on their farms, they can divert resources away from coffee toward any one of those activities. This gives them the power to say no to a bad deal. And when enough people say no to a bad deal, more than likely they're all going to get a better deal. But this question of alternatives is also often quite asymmetrical, because coffee farmers out in the countryside may not have many real alternatives, especially given that coffee is a tree crop and they can't just take it out and put in wheat or corn, and there's probably not a very dynamic job market if they were to seek off-farm labor. Whereas for coffee roasters, for example, they might have different options of alternative livelihoods. Very important in the question of bargaining power is also fungibility or fetishization. How unique is each individual product? How commoditized is it? So on the left side, we can see the same graphic, one large buyer and many small sellers. The large buyer has great power over the sellers. But on the right side, we can see by the colors that these are not all the same, that this orange buyer only wants orange coffee. So they only have two very small sources of this. They don't have all that many substitutes or options anymore because of all the other small individuals there are not the type of coffee that they can use. This is the basic idea of branding in all products, and including things like origin standards and denomination of origin certification and things like this. And it's quite typical in coffee, where farmers traditionally contribute to massive blends, and farmers are totally alienated from the product that they're contributing to. They sell a fetishized commodity, and roasters buy this generic commodity, but it eventually becomes a branded product and is sold to consumers as something that's unique and you can't get anywhere else. And this brings us back to the linear series along the supply chain. The best situation you can be in is looking upstream to your suppliers and having a lot of power over them when you're buying, and then downstream to your customers and having a lot of power over them when you're selling. Buying something that's commoditized or fetishized and selling something that's differentiated and unique is an excellent position to be in from a power perspective. Continuing with the idea of substitutes is the question of accessibility. So perhaps there are many different options for the product that you need or people that you can sell it to, but not all of them are easily accessible. Let's take this one step further, thinking about the concept of urgency. Relative urgency is a strong source of bargaining power. This is the cost of no deal today. So all things held constant, if one party needs a deal today and the other one doesn't care if they get a deal today, next week, or next month, the one with more urgency is going to have relatively less power. Where does urgency come from? This could be a number of things in coffee. This is most commonly an issue of perishability and of cash flow. So if your product is going to go bad by next week, well, you can't wait until next week to have a deal. Or if you can't afford to make your payroll or pay some bills next week, then you need a deal today. As a seller, the question becomes, how many buyers can you access within the shelf life of your product? It also depends on the cadence of these things. How long does it take to get a response? If you're sending samples to the other side of the world, it's going to take some time for them to get there, and then how long do you have to wait for feedback, for a decision? The product or your cash flow may not be able to wait that long. In our graphic here, let's say this very small seller is a coffee farmer. And if they're harvesting and selling fresh cherry, they probably have just one day to get it. So in that 1 day shelf life, there may be very few or even only one buyer that they're able to access in that much time. If this farmer has dry parchment coffee that's good for several weeks, they can expand this radius and most likely access a variety of different buyers, compare the offers of one of them, and ideally get a better deal because they're aware of one another, whereas the cherry buyer may know that they're the only one in town and the farmer has to take any deal, or they'll get no deal at all because the cherry is going to be gone bad by tomorrow. Or say they have green coffee with a shelf life of several months. They can expand this radius even further and very likely access many more buyers and have much more options as to who to sell to, reducing the concentration of the buyer market and improving their power position. And the very important aspect of bargaining power is the access to resources, support, and information that's needed in order to succeed doing whatever activity you're doing. This access to resources and support can also be a way to dominate those who have less of it. These resources can be monopolized. For example, a very common one is the concentration of access to finance that we've witnessed in the last few decades. It's part of a larger process of financialization in general, in which capital has been diverted from productive uses towards speculative and financial uses. That's another big topic for another day. But when working capital, to be able to move coffee around, becomes more available to the more powerful actors and less available to the less powerful actors, that ability to do business, the ability to wait, the ability for small actors to keep existing is diminished. And the relative power of the small actors that do not have access to finance, especially producers who generally have the least access, get into a much weaker bargaining position. We can look at this like the graphic here, that you start at the same place and you're ending up at the same place, but one has a very fast car and the other one only has this bicycle. And aside from access to finance, there are many other things, infrastructure that's needed to do whatever job you're trying to do, access to an education system, social services, the relative interest rates that are available to one type of actor or another in one country versus another, government support and subsidies, legal system and contract enforcement. Another topic that's way too big to cover here is the colonially inherited division of labor, the distribution of wealth and land and political influence. And another resource whose importance I can't stress enough is information and the ability to access information. This has very wide implications, this includes the instruments and infrastructure needed to access information, like government reports, paid market reports, being able to purchase a water activity meter. Financial and competitive information asymmetries between buyers and sellers are fundamental to the bargaining position. For example, as a buyer, knowing how much it cost the seller to produce that item. For the seller to know how much the buyer is going to be able to sell it onward for. Knowing what the other buyers are paying and knowing what other sellers are offering. Information about coffee quality is really fundamental and getting well-deserved attention these days, I think. And coming down to how to measure quality, what even constitutes quality and who gets to say what it is or isn't, and whether this is even mutually verifiable. And many of the resources we discussed here are often inherited, such as legal system or education system. Those on the side who have it might say, well, it's not my fault I have it. What am I supposed to do? Forget things I learned in school. No, it's not the fault of anyone who is on the good side of it, but it's still unequal and unfair. One can choose whether to leverage their differential access or monopolization of these resources in order to get better terms of trade at the expense of the other side. It's also very important to remember that using these resources and benefiting from a superior power position may be a passive activity. Outcomes that favor the powerful may be so ingrained that they are experienced by default. By doing nothing at all and failing to even mention these factors we're talking about here, one might be exerting power and getting the better of those on the other side. The last factor I want to mention contributing to bargaining power asymmetry is coordination, or the consensus, dispersion, and homogeneity of the interests of the different actors on either side of a transaction. This is a bit more abstract than the others, but I think it's important. So bargaining power has to do with alternatives. If you know a lot about the alternatives, and the alternatives that your counterpart has, then you have an advantage. When those on either side of a transaction understand each other's interests, and when those on the same side of the transaction understand what all the other ones are looking for, and they act on that knowledge in order for all of them to get the better of the other side. This is collusion when it's done explicitly. But consensus like this can be reached implicitly if all of those on one side understand each other's interests, needs, and incentives. They can realize that they all benefit when they act in unison versus the other side. And this kind of consensus is supported by all kinds of social factors, culture, language, location. For example, awareness of the others, maybe knowing them personally or having been colleagues in the past. But I think it's important to take a look here at these maps we have, where we show on the left side where producers are. This is like almost everywhere in the world. Whereas the top 7 traders in the world are located on the dots in the map on the right side, not too far away from each other. So think about the ability of these organizations and individuals working in these organizations to understand the priorities, needs, and resources of one another when one is located on one side of Lake Geneva versus the other. And then think about the same ability to empathize and understand one another if we're talking about a smallholder producer in Indonesia versus another one somewhere in Peru. And this point also goes back to the relative concentration of the market. On the producer side, I've seen estimates anywhere from 12 to 24 million. And like I mentioned, about 70% of the world's coffee traded by these companies right here in this area of Europe. Not a source of power, but another dimension that I think it's worth mentioning is the constitutive property of power. This is also called diffuse or demonstrative in some literature, and this is the situation in which the outcomes of unequal power are secured by powerful members of a group, and this influences the type of outcomes that are achievable for even the smaller ones. So here on the left side we have 3 really big, let's say these are buyers, and on the right side we have many sellers. They're all very small. So if this one very large buyer is able to get the sellers to agree to some standard terms that they're always getting, they become institutionalized. This is what everyone comes to expect. And then even these very small buyers can expect the same type of terms because they're now standard in the industry. For example, the multinational trading companies buy coffee based on the New York C price. That's what they always do, that's how it works. So now, even small ones can buy coffee based on the same institution of pricing because it's been established by the large ones as the norm. In some parts of the coffee consuming world now, big roasters have imports that finance their inventory and give them certain standard payment terms. And because this has become standard, it gives small roasters the ability to take advantage of these same terms. And this brings us into the idea of institutions. So in addition to the direct coercive power that exists between buyer and seller, and then in presence of market power, we have the institutional context. And there are formal institutions, so laws and regulations such as trade tariffs, export licenses, minimum wage standards, things like this. And we also have informal institutions or cognitive institutions. These are norms and standards. They include things like I just mentioned, considering the New York C price as the basis for negotiation of physical coffee. Using the SCA cupping form and protocol as the way to gauge cup quality. There's nothing inherent that says that these are the legitimate standards. These informal institutions only exist because there is a consensus that they should keep existing, that they should be the standard. So in addition to the social relations that result in the terms of exchange negotiated between a buyer and the seller, the institutional context is another factor that some people believe is relevant. And this brings up another interesting concept that's a bit out on the fringes. This is something I'm working on right now. And this is recognizing of actors' ability to exert power over one another indirectly by influencing these institutions that they and all of the other actors in the market are subject to. I think this is quite clever because instead of just coercively getting a good deal from your counterpart in one exchange, if you're able to influence the institutions that dictate the context that everyone is subject to, you can make sure that your counterpart cannot get a better deal anywhere else. This concept as a way to tip the scales, if you will, is kind of like changing the rules that everyone is playing by. So we've seen a bunch of ways that power can come to exist, but how do we measure whether there is or is not power? Unfortunately, there is no tried and true way. Power is a social phenomenon, so there is no unit of measure. Power is also countervailing. There might be many sources of power, all opposing each other. And this is why I often mention power asymmetry versus power itself. What's important is the net of the different types of power that each actor has, which gives one an advantage over the other. So in order to recognize power, the best we can do is look for the conditions that facilitate it. Then we can look for the unequal nature of the outcomes that could have been caused by unequal power and try to eliminate other possibilities. This is not an easy task. There is no standard methodology, but some techniques do exist. So let's have a look at an example. This is the example that I look at most often in my research here, And it's one that's commonly brought up because it's quite crucial to the livelihood and well-being of everyone. That's their monetary income. It's also a very easily measurable reflection of power between actors. And we can see how over time income distribution has changed. So in this graphic here, we can see the black line at the top is the price change in retail coffee bags. And the 3 lines at the bottom are the change in prices of the different types of green coffee. So in real prices from 1995 to 2021, the C price, which is supposedly representative of mild Arabica green coffee, has decreased by 32%. That's taking the average of the beginning 5 years of that series compared with the average of the final 5 years of the series. Retail prices have also decreased, but only by 7%, so the difference there is what's important. The trade value of mild Arabica coffee has decreased by 17%, while non-mild coffee, so Robusta and hard or natural Arabica, has decreased by 44%. And the distribution of income between the actors is a bit more complicated quantitatively, and I didn't want to get too deep into it here, but we can see from other published literature that in the 1940s, according to John Talbot, 32% of the consumer prices went back to producing countries, whereas by his estimate also from 1997 to 2001, an average of only 15% went back, so less than half. Another paper from 2017 showed that only about 10% of consumer prices are making their way back to producing countries. So in any case, there is this discrepancy. Let's look at the potential explanations in terms of power. This gets into a lot of the industry discourse about sustainability and fairness, and I think it's really important to look at these different layers to see what should be addressed. What is the problem versus what is the symptom? So on the very surface, we have farmer poverty. When farmers are suffering, in all likelihood, many of them probably just want to stop suffering. But it's important to understand why this is happening. By peeling back a layer, we can see that there's also a falling income share. So it's not that coffee is getting cheaper for everyone necessarily, although it is a bit, but the share of the consumer price that farmers are earning is also shrinking. So let's fix that. But maybe we should look a little bit further still. Why are farmers earning a decreasing share of consumer prices? Perhaps this is being caused by a power asymmetry. Those with more power are absorbing a greater share of the total income. And then going one layer further back, we can try to understand the sources of power. And how we're interpreting these situations has everything to do with the kind of activities that are worth doing to try to address them. And if we think about these things in this way, there are situations where addressing the symptom without addressing the root problem could effectively be a way of preserving the problem itself or making it even worse. Such as if we just try to redistribute a bit of the income that's being initially distributed in a very unequal way and overlooking the vast power asymmetry that's behind this, we are allowing that power dynamic to continue to exist and potentially to reproduce itself. So now that we've looked at power in all these different ways, does it even exist? Here there's a theoretical debate. And I know for all of you doers out there, there's nothing more boring than these academic discussions about theories and paradigms, but if you just bear with me for a moment, I think this will prove to be pretty important. So I've tried to outline super basically 3 basic theoretical camps. And there's a lot of complexity and diversity, and these theoretical positions are not well characterized, so I know if any of my colleagues or professors are watching, you'll be quite annoyed, but I promise when my papers come out, they will be theoretically robust. So in any case, from a neoliberal point of view, no, there is no power. There's only market forces, and the market is efficient. The market takes care of everything, but this assumes that there's perfect competition, there's perfect information, actors are perfectly rational, among others. According to this perspective, any interference into the pure natural workings of the free market will only make it less efficient and eventually make everything worse. This may sound obviously unreasonable, but many of these quote-unquote common sense assumptions that are widely held today are only valid according to this theory given the assumptions I just mentioned. Second, from a non-orthodox perspective, let's say this is more institutionalist but still somewhat neoclassical. Yes, the markets are generally efficient most of the time. Sometimes they need a little bit of adjustment when there's what they call a market failure, a deviation from perfect efficiency. Also, deviating from the neoclassical and neoliberal perspective is the institutional perspective, recognizing the importance of institutions like the ones we just mentioned, such as access to resources, formal regulations, and informal industry norms. And then on the other extreme, on the right side here, from what I'll call a heterodox perspective, yes, power does exist. This one is difficult to define because it will include the Marxist perspective as well as quite a lot more. But on this side, basically, social relations determine market outcomes. These are inevitably unequal because in real life, power is never perfectly balanced, competition is never perfectly even, and information is never perfectly and evenly known and processed and implemented. This just isn't reasonable in the real world. So from this perspective, power is most fundamental in determining market outcomes. So the next question, thinking about our example of the distribution of consumer prices among the actors of the coffee value chain, why could producers be earning a lower share today than 10 or 20 or 30 years ago? So from the neoliberal perspective, it's market forces, of course, because that's the only thing that matters. There's only supply and demand. The only reason that producers' income would be reduced is if there's an oversupply, because the price tells us how much needs to be produced. The remedy would be to cut production, to reduce supply such that the price rises back to the new equilibrium. From our institutionalist perspective, why producers earn a lower share of consumer prices than before? Well, because of the institutions, the rules of the game that affect the terms of exchange in addition to market forces. And the remedy, in addition to cutting production, change the rules of the game in that they're responsible for determining the winner. And from what I'm calling a heterodox perspective for now, power asymmetry is the reason for diverging rates of accumulation, the reason why producers earn a smaller share than before of consumer prices. Because powerful actors can negotiate in order to increase their own rate of accumulation. And the remedy to this situation is to redistribute power. Just for fun, let's think about from each of these perspectives, what would one do to maintain the status quo? To not change anything, to ensure an increasingly unequal distribution of income. From a neoliberal perspective, what we would want to do is maintain and increase coffee production so that supply increases and price has to decrease. Invest in new technology and techniques to increase yield and plant new fields of coffee. We could also research new techniques in order to increase the supply and the quality of coffee. Increasing the quality of some coffee will increase the supply of that type of coffee. If right now it's quite differentiated and expensive to get your hands on, make it so that anyone can make as much as they want, well then the supply of that goes up and the price or the price differential then goes down. From an institutionalist perspective, how to maintain the status quo? Well, remain within the political paradigm. The World Trade Organization, the IMF, World Bank, global financial system, etc. Leave alone the power and incentives of agents over these institutions. And finally, from a heterodox perspective, recognizing the importance of power in determining the terms of exchange, what would you do to maintain the status quo? You could buy off the most capable. Those who are best positioned to change the status quo, just take them out of it. Importantly, you could redistribute income just enough to avoid the system collapsing. If producer income is so low that they're risking leaving the market, uprooting coffee and planting something else, or leaving altogether, this would reduce supply and cause prices to go up, probably redistribute bargaining power to some degree when farmers are less fragmented, when many of them leave. So in order to maintain the status quo of this highly unequal distribution, you can redistribute just a little bit, but just enough so that they don't go anywhere. Especially when this kind of distribution is what they call in-kind. So offering different resources, things that buyers would like farmers to be spending their money on. In this way, they can control their behavior. These redistribution programs can take many forms, like charities, voluntary price premiums, these tip your farmer type schemes. These have an important impact in the power dynamics because these establish a social and moral hierarchy between those who are able to offer voluntarily this assistance and those who are in need of assistance. This induces gratitude because the buyer who's buying the way they are, because that's just how it works, that's how the system is, that's the market, but are voluntarily giving something back to me that they don't have to. This is very nice. This is also effective because the givers retain the power to take this away, to stop giving back these premiums or tips if they ever have to or want to. And in this way, are able to control the behavior of those dependent on them even more. And of course, this kind of assistance is only needed because the initial distribution was so asymmetrical to begin with. Lastly, let's have a look at the ways that power and income can be redistributed. Now, there are many ways of looking at this, but I'm just going to try to outline a few ideas, breaking these up into three main ideas. 1, resign. 2, alter institutions. And 3, organize. So the ways we can redistribute have everything to do with the reason the current distribution exists in the first place. The first way to redistribute income is to simply resign. If we're taking the neoliberal perspective, that low prices can be due only to oversupply, then this is the only explanation. So there are too many coffee farmers, some of them that just need to go do something else. So let's take this big chunk we can see here out, and then prices will rise again if that's what everyone needs. This is of course not something I'm suggesting from a social perspective, but this would be the neoliberal solution. The resignation of some farmers could also be a way to redistribute income as well as market power, if there is market power coming from the extreme concentration of buyers and fragmentation of farmers. This is another idea I've heard suggested by people that I consider to be on the neoliberal side. But the idea is basically to reverse the situation of concentration and fragmentation that we saw near the beginning of the presentation, causing a different wheel like the one we see in the graphic below. If coffee farmers would just stop being so small, then the relative concentration wouldn't be so vast. I've also heard this in terms of the fact that, well, coffee's cheap because coffee's cheap. So if you're not making enough profit for the amount of coffee you're making, well, you just need to make more coffee. To do that, you might need to have more land. Of course, this is like saying, well, if you don't like your pay cut, you should just work overtime. If we are of the persuasion that institutions do matter, are a relevant factor in determining the terms of exchange that come from these transactions, then by altering the institutions, we can alter the terms of exchange that would result. If the scales are tipped in the direction of one party, we can tip them back in the other way. But changing institutions is a political process based on the relative power of the agents involved in them. So does the majority want to change? If it does, is it able to coordinate the political process to make that happen? The other way institutions change is when the system breaks down. If these systems of institutions are inherently unsustainable, they will eventually burn out. The positive feedback loop of extraction will run out of material to extract and will collapse. It will be replaced by something else. Lastly, what I think is most interesting to talk about here is the idea of organizing in order to profoundly redistribute power. Referring back to one of our initial graphics, the one very large buyer against a sea of very small sellers, if we put all of these small sellers together, they are not so small. And if they are able to coordinate and work in unison, they may be able to rebalance this equation of bargaining power in their own favor. Organizing and coordinating among small, powerless actors may allow them to affect the institutions that they're all subject to improve their position of bargaining power, and to eliminate asymmetrical market power. This can be done by undermining many of the sources of bargaining power we mentioned earlier, in the same way that many small sellers without many options of buyers are in a poor position, because that buyer can choose to withhold purchasing from them and simply go to another one. If they're able to coordinate together, they can threaten to withhold their own coffee and say that we are not taking a bad deal, we require a good deal, or you're not getting any coffee. If there are enough of them that come to a consensus and agree that no, these informal institutions are not acceptable, we're not going to refer to them anymore, they're able to resist and create alternatives to these institutions that are necessary for their exploitation. When there's differential access to resources and information, by coming together, they may be able to collectively access those resources and eliminate this source of asymmetrical bargaining power. Now we can look at this as we have been so far in a one-to-one, but it's important to zoom back out and remember that we're talking about a value chain with multiple actors working in a series where coffee flows in one direction. So say we're talking about producers in this case, they may come together to be able to face the next link in the chain with more power in order to achieve better terms. But what if that entity, say this is a local intermediary that sells to exporters, who sell to importers, who sell to roasters, etc. There's not much blood you can squeeze out of this turnip, because this buyer that they rely on also has very low power with respect to the next link in the chain. Let's say it's an exporter. Maybe in that case, producers coming together to face this local intermediary doesn't really get them that far at all. Maybe they need to go several steps further. So perhaps they can start their own consolidation point in the town. That's okay, but it could be better. Then eventually, maybe more of them get together. They start their own dry mill somewhere else. Then they can work a little bit further, and perhaps their bargaining power position with respect to the next link in the chain, whoever they're going to be selling to, is better than it was before. Maybe it's not. I know this brushes up against the idea of direct trade, which is not what we're going to get into, but I think this does highlight one dimension of what quote-unquote direct trade could be useful for. And when it does not alter the power equation, why it might not be all that useful for producers. Given these different sizes of different actors along the chain, we could also envision a situation where certain actors don't need to be replaced or absorbed by small producers. Rather, they may decide to go all the way to the end. So let's say that along this chain here we have a producer, an exporter, an importer, and then a roaster. Instead of trying to recreate an exporter and an importer, they get together and say, let's put up a roastery. Let's put it up in our capital city or somewhere in another country. This might sound unreasonable, but I know several cases where it's been done and seems to be somewhat successful, and they continue working through the exporters and importers that allow them to work this way. Also, not to say this is a perfect situation, because there's still traditional power dynamics at play. Just to say that there are many options. Okay, I know that was a lot. So just to summarize, now what can we do with an understanding of power? I think there are a few key takeaways. One is to recognize the presence and the effect of power asymmetry in order to justify spending time looking at alternatives. Because of course no one's going to spend time trying to solve a problem that they don't know exists. At the same time, I really think we still need more evidence to understand where power is, whether and how it's being exerted in order to affect the terms of exchange along the coffee chain. The second point is that power can be exercised passively. It's important to recognize our own power, the power that we inherited and that is constantly leveraged by default without choosing to use it on someone else. Treating the symptoms may worsen the sickness. The voluntary redistribution of resources that were initially distributed in a very unequal way must be continued voluntarily, and the powerless who are receiving these redistributions remain in a vulnerable and precarious position. This will continue until the initial default distribution of resources becomes more equitable. And lastly, real power cannot be given. It can only be claimed. We need to recognize how this distribution machine gets formed, how the power to demand and insist on dignified conditions becomes profoundly redistributed. And this doesn't happen when the powerful shine their bright light on the powerless. Nevertheless, those who have claimed or have inherited asymmetrical power over others can support efforts by the least powerful to reclaim their dignity and their livelihoods. This requires us to understand that the easier and faster efforts, maybe the ones that people are demanding, allow us to avoid the profound reform and in the long run are destructive. With this idea of not treating symptoms, I'm not talking about tough love or shock therapy. I'm not talking about doing nothing but doing the hard thing. For those with power, that means allowing it to dissipate. If you've made it this far, I really appreciate your attention. If this has sparked any ideas and you want to reach out, you can find my email here on the final slide. Thank you. Until the next time.
Hi, I'm Gabby. I'm the European Product Manager for the Barista League. If you don't feel like competing, but you still want to get involved in one of the events somehow, then may I suggest volunteering. We're always on the lookout for volunteers to help us oversee the smooth runnings of our events. And as a volunteer, you get access to all the behind-the-scenes action. You meet heaps of like-minded coffee people in your community, and you will be well looked after with plenty of food, drinks, and of course, amazing coffee. You will also be going home with a goodie bag heavy from all the swag items. So head over to our website and apply to volunteer in any of our upcoming events. See you there!
There's nothing quite like grandmother's fresh strawberry pie. And a glass of fresh
oat milk
from grandfather's
oats.
Hey everybody, my name is Xavier Alexander and welcome to my high density presentation on Not Just Origin. Today I'm going to be talking about full spectrum equity, and before I dive into my presentation, I'd like to tell you a little bit about myself. My name is Xavier Alexander. I am the co-founder of Metric Coffee, and I am originally from Puerto Rico, grew up in Orlando, Florida, and moved to Chicago sometime in 2008. I have a wonderful wife by the name of Kirsten and three beautiful, lively boys, Julian, Rune, and Matthias, and I've been in Chicago since 2008 and been working in specialty coffee for around 20 years. With regards to Metric, my business partner and I founded Metric in 2013, but prior to that we started the conversation in 2011, which resulted in us buying the ProBet machine that's right behind me and establishing Metric Coffee here at our current location at 2021 West Fulton. In the beginning, like most companies, we started with just wholesale, and then eventually in 2016 we opened our first cafe, and since then we've grown to about 20 people plus minus, and then we also have a bakery called Bright, and today we are working currently on our new space that's happening in Chicago's Avondale neighborhood. We're going to have a roastery, more space for green coffee, education, and a really excellent wine program that I'm personally excited about. So anyways, without further ado, here's my presentation on full spectrum equity. So before I dive into my talk, I want to ask you guys a question. If today I give you the keys or formula or magic pill to solve inequality within the coffee industry, what would you do with it? While it is true today that there is no secret sauce to solving the challenges of inequity within this industry, what is promising is a hopeful effort made on the part of those companies and individuals who choose to be morally responsible in their attempts of achieving equity and transparency in the way they do business. This is why today my talk will be about our approach to asking these questions, and not just asking these questions, but turning my curiosity into a tangible project. And for me and us, that project was source code. So in the beginning of the pandemic, like many of us, during a time where the world was extremely uncertain, and especially the future of our business was uncertain at the time, what I decided to do was to open up my laptop and start mapping out a project or an idea I've had for the longest time. And the result of that idea was Source Code Magazine, which is a publication that covers every aspect of the supply chain and also sustainability. At the time, I was inspired by the work of our friends at Azahar Coffee in Colombia. On my visit to Bogota, Tyler, the owner, had shared their pilot version of a sustainable buyer's guide, and their particular guide serves as an impact calculator which focuses on the farm gate price and can be broadly defined as the price that actually gets paid to the farmers by local market actors, cooperatives, or exporters. With regards to source code, I saw this as an opportunity to provide what I consider to be an easy to follow guide of the supply chain, which is coupled with data provided by Azahar, which helps readers understand some of the key aspects of how the supply chain works. While it is true that we are paying higher prices than the market, we also have to look at the income goals for producers to arrive at what we deem to be a sustainable price, while also doing our best to move away from the C market. Which is why in our publication we achieved this by utilizing information from one Colombian producer across a 3-year span. And what we did was we extrapolated all of the costs of the value chain and took into account the producer's cost of production, average yield, to arrive at a price that was really working for them. Furthermore, in the magazine, we provided a more detailed value chain analysis that covers all of the costs from farm to retail, which I think is really cool because I've always wanted to know literally every cost along the supply chain. And so this project allowed us to utilize the data that Azahar provided to create our own full spectrum value chain analysis, which for me, it leads me to ponder how can a small independent coffee roasting business without any investors or financial backing at all can develop these values. Specifically, what constitutes a fair price? What is a right price? In our industry, there's an abundance of aspiration and no shortage of well-intended individuals. But unfortunately, many of us have made false assumptions of what is a great price without the context surrounding the topic of what is a meaningful price. How are we to know? This is why Metric, as a company, started the process of becoming a certified B Corp. And if you're not familiar with what certified B Corp means, it's essentially a designation that a business is meeting a high standards of verified performance, accountability, and transparency on factors from employee benefits to charitable giving to supply chain practices and even input materials. So in order for us to achieve this, we have to do three things. We have to demonstrate high social and environmental performance by achieving the impact assessments of a score of 80 and above. We also have to make a legal commitment by changing our corporate governance. And the last one, and really important to us, is by exhibiting transparency in the information we provide. So now I want to turn your attention to the screen. Here's an example of what we publish with all of our releases for each of our copies. And for Metric, this is how we manage to basically share information about how much we pay for our copies, the transport price, and also our very own cost of production, which to arrive at a final price before our margins are included. So the question that we ask ourselves is, why is publishing this transparency information really important to us? Well, you know, outside of being a part of our values as a company, and also as an industry, there's an urgent need to redefine the criteria for determining what a fair and sustainable coffee price is. These prices should not only create a genuine economic prospects for coffee producers, but also offer tangible incentives for the cultivation of the coffee varieties that specialty coffee roasters and consumers desire. You know, the challenge here, though, is that the industry is still in the process of devising new standards that are effectively conveying to consumers that coffee has been procured at an equitable price. Unquestionably, the specialty coffee community must collectively transition towards a more transparent supply chain. Markets thrive when there's an abundant information, and you know, enhancing the accessibility of information for everyone to be included empowers both producers and consumers, and can ultimately be leveraged to hold every participant in the supply chain to a higher and ethical and sustainable standard. But here's the thing. Our challenge is, how do we find ways to easily communicate transparency to consumers, and also find ways to foster fairer and more sustainable trade practices throughout the supply chain? So at the beginning of the video, I asked the question, if I were to provide you today with the keys or the formula or a magic pill to address inequality within the coffee industry, what actions would you take? You know, the honest reality is that there is no magic solution to the crisis that coffee producers are facing today, but I still firmly believe in the power and our capacity to elevate this conversation and engage coffee consumers in it. Through this dialogue, what I'm aiming, and we are as a company aiming to have everyone understand, is the significance of our collective efforts, not just garnering support from companies like Metric, but also other companies that have the same shared values. So in conclusion, my call to action to you, if you're a coffee roaster or coffee buyer, or anyone who has the ability and the power to pay a better price to coffee producers, is to channel your energy not only ensuring quality, which is incredibly important, but also into fostering transparency, offering fair and sustainable prices, and cultivating enduring and equitable relationships with your coffee producing partners. I highly believe that by doing this, we can create opportunities for a more resilient and prosperous future that benefits everyone involved in the supply chain. And with that said, that ends my talk on full spectrum equity. Thank you so much for watching.
Now this is the aerating blade. I am gonna whip up for you some
oat milk.
So you're gonna make me like a cappuccino?
Oh, look how fast this is.
That is cool.
It's already done, Tony. Look, it's that creamy.
That is great.
Isn't that great? You spoon this on your coffee drink.
Hi everyone, my name is Jimena Rubio and I'm the Partnerships Manager at the Barista League. I was born and raised in Mexico and I currently live in Mexico City. Growing up in a producing country has given me a different perspective on what the coffee industry is. But something that I can say is the same is the community, the sense of community we have. We in the coffee community, we always try to lift each other up and grow with each other. So this is something that at the Barista League we're trying to uphold. and going to different cities, we are always spending much of our time investigating the community, talking to the key players in the community, and bringing everyone together in the same room. Thank you for watching High Density, and I hope you're enjoying it.
Hi, my name is Sara Morrocchi and I'm the founder of Una Origin Consulting. Very excited to be speaking on high density about a topic that I feel really passionate about. And this is how we can ethically source from politically controversial territories. And we're going to be looking at two countries in specific, Myanmar, Uganda, that of course are known in the specialty market, established origin, but they've also been going under quite some scrutiny over the past few years because of some political turmoil that they have been undergoing and that caught quite some attention from the media and international community. So let's dive right into it. So let's try to understand, though, first, what is ethical sourcing? We're going to take the perspective of the roaster. Everybody might approach this differently, but typically there is 4 pillars to ethical sourcing: direct relationship and sustainable prices, quality, social responsibility in all of its facets, and of course, same for environmental stewardship. Now, these are the four tenets, and that most roasters would uphold. But it's also important to realize that ethical sourcing doesn't happen in a vacuum. It's the result of a collective effort of all the actors that are involved in a specific supply chain. And when we look at supply chains, we know that sometimes they can be risky business. Supply chains are often exposed to international and global events. And while most of the times this is absolutely normal and unavoidable, sometimes global events take the form of social unrest, violent conflict, military takeover. So overnight, sometimes a supply chain that seemed rather stable can become an extremely at risk supply chain. And this is when questions around ethical sourcing becomes really challenging. Any roaster could be asking, can we keep upholding our values of our ethical sourcing? Of course, direct relationship, prices, and quality. Most importantly, what about social responsibility, environmental stewardship when your supply chains are caught up in violent conflict, political unrest, and so forth. So now this is when it's perfect to examine the case of Myanmar. Myanmar was labeled the golden child of specialty back in 2016. A producing country that really was unheard of in specialty before that time, and in a span of a year, it was making headlines for nearly 90 points coffee. A lot of people were like, "Where is this? Where is this coming from?" Myanmar definitely launches into the specialty market, and it's an instant success. There is international buyers that are visiting the country, origin trips, exchanges. Myanmar local farmer organizations and exporters start to attend expo. There's cuppings, and really it's the renaissance of an origin that was unheard of just a few years prior. However, back in 2017, the country plunges into a humanitarian crisis, often labeled as the Rohingya crisis. The Rohingya are a ethnic minority, a Muslim ethnic minority in Myanmar, and despite living in the country for generations, the Rohingya Muslims have been denied citizenship in Myanmar since 1982, de facto a stateless population. And in 2017, the military junta in Myanmar conducts a deadly crackdown on the Rohingya Muslim, de facto setting off an exodus of hundreds of thousands of Rohingyas fleeing across the border into Bangladesh, causing it a human rights catastrophe. So, clear example of a darling of specialty coffee that plunges into extremely problematic political events. Now let's switch gear and let's go to East Africa, specifically Uganda, known as the Pearl of Africa, a beautiful, hilly, green, lush country, also known to be an complete African Robusta powerhouse. Uganda, it's the largest exporter of Robusta in Africa, but more recently it started to produce and export also Arabica coffee, and slowly changing the landscape of specialty coffee in the country. High quality Uganda coffee is attracting a lot of growing interest from abroad, and the government is set to increase exports by 20 million bags. So again, a key coffee country that seems set for a success. But then over the years, the Uganda at the international level, Uganda also made other types of news. Its parliament, since the 2010s, has repeatedly introduced anti-homosexuality legislation that have passed over the years, with the focus to reinforce prison sentences for same-sex conduct, and outlawing the promotion of homosexuality. So much that 2023 we reach an escalation when the Uganda's president Museveni signed one of the world's toughest anti-LGBTQ plus laws, including the death penalty for aggravated homosexuality. Now, of course, this has drawn Western condemnation and risking of sanctions from a donor. So again, a key coffee origin plunging into massive political controversy because of their stand on LGBTQ plus issues. But both Myanmar and Uganda also share something else in common. It's the heavy media coverage. These two producing countries underwent a disrupted event, and these events have been covered very heavily by the media. In Myanmar, especially, the news had a 24/7 coverage of the Rohingya crisis. So it was literally impossible for people, especially living in the global north, in the west, to not hear about what is happening in Myanmar and the plight of the Rohingya population. Now, of course, on top of the media, heavy media coverage, there's also a social media backlash. There is a reaction to these events on social media. In the case of Uganda, there was immediate backlash on social media, where obviously identity politics takes the center stage, with lots of consumers and activist groups calling for the immediate boycott of Ugandan products. Even within the specialty industry, Uganda was was to be boycotted. There were folks considering to, for example, boycott the AFCA conference that was being held in Uganda in 2013. So obviously these political events, controversial events, and compounded by media coverage and social media backlash, can create a potential for huge negative and commercial impact. Just brands and company thinking, what are we going to do? How are we going to handle our commercial relationships when this is the political backdrop? And we get it. Of course, if you are a specialty coffee buyer and you work in these countries or thinking about working in Myanmar and Uganda, these political events naturally makes you want to pause a moment and ask, is it okay to source coffee from here? Can we still uphold our values of ethical sourcing, especially when it comes to social responsibility and environmental stewardship? These are legitimate questions, and this is where I think the conversation becomes extremely interesting. At Vuna, we think it is still possible to source ethically, even in countries that have stirred so much controversy. And this belief of ours stems from our own engagements in Myanmar and in Uganda, and engaging and working side by side with coffee professionals in these two origins. In Myanmar, for example, with Vuna, we took part in launching the Myanmar specialty coffee since 2015. We spent 7 years working alongside producer organizations, local exporters, to make Myanmar coffee known to international markets. The same applies to Uganda. We've been having direct working relationship with over 75 origin coffee professionals in the country, representing cooperatives, farmer organizations, and the local exporter. And generally speaking, our mission as Vuna is to amplify the voice and the perspective of farmers' organizations and local exporters at origin. Of course, most of the time, the majority of the time, the focus is coffee. But when political events take the center stage, we can't avoid making sure that the voices of coffee professionals in countries like Myanmar and Uganda are heard and seen. So with this experience and with our engagement, we feel that we have found a blueprint for ethical sourcing in countries like Myanmar and Uganda. We have not done this in a vacuum. We developed this blueprint in collaboration with Myanmar and Uganda coffee professionals. We've conducted 5 interviews, and we hosted an open Q&A session. Not all of the people that we engage with felt comfortable coming on the records, and they prefer to remain anonymous. Others, like Nico in Uganda, Coco Win in Myanmar, and even Katie in the US, have agreed to speak from their own perspective, from their own experience, also clearly understanding their own position of privilege in this discussion. But the collaboration with all of these individuals with so much experience on the ground and engaging commercially with farmer groups and local exporters, we built together an ethical blueprint that is built around three things. Number one, we need to address the moral dilemma that's really important when we are sourcing from a country that plunges into political controversy. Then we're going to be giving you 3 tips to engage in responsible sourcing once you have been able to address the moral dilemma. And number 3, we're going to give you 2 recommendations on how to keep thinking critically about ethical sourcing in controversial origin. So let's start first addressing the moral dilemma. The biggest takeaway in this is that most of the time when these political disruptive events occur, the issue is multifaceted. There is more than one way to look at it. And also, these events don't just come out of the blue. They are rooted in the history of the specific countries. They have deep roots. And what we see, or what has made the news overnight, is just the tip of the iceberg. So, for example, let's look at Myanmar. And a lot of the people ask, well, like, how is it possible that, hundreds of thousands of people are experiencing human rights violation? What is the rest of the Myanmar population doing? And that's a question that was on everybody's mind at the time of the Rohingya crisis. One thing that later became more and more obvious, according to a lot of human rights groups, that social media, and specifically Facebook, had played a key role in the violence during the Rohingya crisis. The Facebook algorithm was feeding a lot of fake news, was fanning hate speech and violence against the Rohingya. So we could say that the large majority of the Myanmar population that relies on Facebook for news was exposed to a lot of propaganda, a lot of fake news, a lot of hate speech. And that has definitely had consequences in how the population reacted internally to the crisis. This is not to condone what happened, but here again is to contextualize what's going on and understanding what the roots are, and understanding why certain behaviors that from the outside look so unreasonable, all of a sudden can make sense when you contextualize the problem. The same thing happens with Uganda. I mean, why is Uganda so visceral in its fight against the LGBTQ plus human rights issues? Well, we can say for a fact that the Western identity wars is definitely being played in Uganda. We can call it a proxy war. Data from Open Democracy shows that from 2007 to 2020, over 20 US evangelical groups invested at least $54 million in Africa to influence laws, policies, and public opinion against sexual and reproductive rights. Nearly half of this 54 million was actually spent in Uganda. So again, you understand why in a country like Uganda, the legislation against LGBTQ plus community is so visceral, and all of a sudden we contextualize it, we try to understand it a little bit more. And we also have to remind ourselves that while Uganda makes the news for this, it's definitely not the only country in Africa that banishes same-sex relationships. This is a same-sex relationship ban map by ILGA World. Again, not not condoning or accepting, but trying to contextualize it and understand why certain events hit the news and why they take center stage and why they can be so visceral compared to others. Now that we've addressed the moral dilemma, we try to wrap our hands around it, no matter how difficult it is. Now let's get a little bit more concrete. Here are 3 tips to engage in responsible sourcing if you are still willing to engage in having commercial relationship with these countries. Number 1, propose to co-create a code of conduct. This is a very useful exercise that you can do with your supply chain allies. Seek value alignment between your business and the business of your partners or origin. Through this exercise, both parties are able to share their own understanding of what best practices are and discuss what commitments look like on concrete issues, like, for example, an anti-discrimination clause in your code of conduct. This allows a very theoretical conversation or a political conversation to actually happen within the framework of a commercial relationship where 2 parties can find common grounds and find to have more shared values than not. Number 2, remember that a lot of the money that will be reinvested back in these countries through your commercial relationships will not go to government, institution, and infrastructure. Now, I understand, like, you might not want to engage with, you might not be thrilled to engage with the Ugandan government with such brutal anti-gay laws, especially if the LGBTQ plus agenda is very dear to you and your business. But just put this in the right perspective. In Uganda, for example, only 2% of the total contract value goes into government taxes and levies. This amounts more or less, if you buy a container, to about $300 per container versus the potential, the huge amount that you will be channeling back to farmers and the producer organizations with whom you have a code of conduct, with whom you have shared values and share common commitments. So put this in the right perspective. And last, engage with the local coffee sector and address your concerns, your political concerns at a higher level than just your immediate supply chain partner. Why? Remember that in countries like Myanmar and Uganda, speaking up as individuals or taking a stand or a loud stand can put locals in physical or psychological danger. So it's not always easy for people that are conducting business in controversial origins like Myanmar and Uganda to express freely their own opinion and how they see these issues. There can be consequences. So engage at a higher level. If you have the bandwidth and the resources to do so, talk with the trade unions, talk with the coffee sector, talk with the Ministry of Agricultures, engage at a higher political level, and don't put this burden only and solely on the partners that you work with. And now, 2 final recommendations that are extremely important when we try to understand and analyze how political events, social unrest, violent conflict, violation of human rights, how these things play out within our ethical sourcing approach. Number 1, beware of the legacy of white colonialism and the imposition of a moral compass. Of course, we need to stand. Of course, we need to all be rooted in our own value system. But also remember that colonial history taught us that upholding certain value system and imposing it somewhere else not always benefited humanity. And the real question is, can we both viscerally condemn events in Myanmar and Uganda and at the same time recognize that we, especially white people, are not the ultimate holder of truth, that we may not actually hold the highest moral compass? It's important to keep questioning ourselves while upholding our own values when we engage in conversations with people from other countries, other cultures, other religions, other geographical areas. And number two, seek dialogue and engagement with the communities, especially try to support them, whether it's your immediate supply chain partners, whether it's local NGOs, local grassroots organization. Don't show support if you can, and try to promote upholding of certain values through the right channels, through local channels, rather than just refusing to engage at all with the particular country. So yes, we think that you can source ethically, even in countries that can be so controversial for so many reasons that we just explained. The most important thing is contextualize the issue, learn what it's at stake, understand that a lot of these political events are very multifaceted. They have deep roots. When you engage with your supply chain partners, propose concrete things, like, for example, a code of conduct. Work together to establish an ethical framework that works for both. Know that only a limited amount of your dollars goes to government, whereas the most goes to farmers. And if you're not sure about that, well, then try to inquire and see what percentage of your money goes to government that you don't want to support. Engage the local coffee sector and address your concerns. Don't put the burden only and solely on farmer organizations and local exporters. Be very cautious how you approach these conversations, especially with folks at origin. You can uphold your values, but also beware of the legacy of white colonialism and the holding of a moral compass. And again, seek dialogue, engage, support local coffee communities and other grassroots organizations that are actively trying to make social change in the country where you're sourcing. We hope this has been an interesting and insightful session, and I look forward to hearing your feedbacks and comments. Bye-bye.
The third zone is the main storage zone. Now here you get dry cold at just the right temperature. There's room on the top shelf for as many as 20 bottles of
oat milk.
There's even ample room for a jumbo-sized ham.
I like watermelon.
She likes watermelon, Frosty.
Hi, my name is Irina Sharipova and I'm a project manager of the Barista League Dubai. Whether you've never competed in a coffee competition today or you're a seasoned professional, competing in the Barista League is for everyone. I've competed in the Barista League 3 times. My first time was in Finland 2016 and I fell in love with this competition, how fun it is and how much you can get from it. And then I decided to compete again and became a winner twice in Denmark and in Croatia. In the latter, we won a mystery vacation to Korea, which is still one of the most memorable trips in my life. We'll be announcing our 2024 season destinations in January. Be sure to keep your eyes peeled for the announcement and register to compete in 2024.
Hi everyone, my name is Verônica. I am a PhD in food science, master in ecology, and biologist. I've been working in the coffee industry for 14 years, and I've been done a lot of different work in the coffee industry. So nowadays, I'm a coffee researcher doing my postdoc in also food science. And in Brazil, I give lectures about coffee science as well. This is my main job nowadays. And today I'm going to talk with you about the science of abstraction. So starting with our subject, the science of abstraction works especially with the kinetics of abstraction. And what is kinetics in chemistry? So kinetics in chemistry studies the speed of the chemical reactions and the factors that can influence them. And why is this important for you to know about the kinetics of abstraction? It is important because when you understand the different compounds that can be extracted in different times by the water, we can play better with our parameters for extraction and find better results in our cup. So for the baristas and the coffee professionals, to understand the science behind extraction is very important. So you can also understand what's going on in your beverage, especially when you make mistakes, for example. And before we go into the deep chemistry, I would like to start my talk talking about the complexity of the coffee chain. So all of the different steps we have in coffee chain will add some variables that can change the chemistry of the beans. And the chemistry of the beans is really important for us to find quality at the end. So the harvest and post-harvesting process, they can create a certain chemical composition inside the beans. They can change the chemical composition inside the beans. And after we have the beans ready as green beans stored in warehouses, the conditions of storage is also important because coffee is submitted to high temperatures, luminosity, and high humidity. They can change very fast. And these kind of changes are not interesting for quality results because under very severe conditions, the beans can start aging very fast. And after this, we have the transportation of coffee that should be very well done as well. Also looking after the conditions of temperature, luminosity, and humidity that the coffee is submitted. And during the roasting, the different conditions of the roasting and different roasting profile can create completely different results in our coffee as well. And the different results will impact our extraction. And of course, in our coffee industry, after roasting the coffee, we will grind it and we will extract it. So the conditions of grinding, the particle size, the equipments we are using, the quality of the water will also impact the results at the end. And bringing the knowledge from Dr. Fabiana Carvalho, we know that our brain is also another filter that can change the perception of coffee. So I like to talk about this so we can have in mind the complexity of the product that we work. And before we start, I would like to give you some background information. First of all, we need to talk about polarity of molecules. The polarity of molecules represent the formation of the different poles in some molecules when they have a certain condition in their electromagnetic fields that will form what we call as dipole. So polar molecules, they have two poles, a positive one and a negative one. And the polarity of molecules can be in a certain range as well, meaning that we can have some molecules that are more polar than others. And in the other hand, we have the apolar molecules, molecules that don't create this dipole in their electromagnetic fields. And why should we talk about polarity? Because polarity will impact the solubility of the different compounds. Let's remember that we extract coffee in water. So water is our solvent, and the molecule of water is a polar molecule. So all the compounds we have in coffee that are polar, they will have more attraction to the water. So the water will extract better the polar molecules, the most polar molecules. And the less polar molecules, they usually are extracted with the time. Another important information that I should give you is regarding the volatile compounds that are molecules that are gases under the room temperature. And the polarity of molecules will, the solubility of molecules will depend also on the temperature of water. Usually the temperature of the water will, when we are working with water in high temperature, we are solubilizing more molecules because high temperatures of water will impact in the solubilization as well. And this is good for the non-volatile compounds because for the volatile compounds, high temperatures of water will increase their volatility. Increasing their volatility, we are losing more of them. So with the volatile compounds, high temperatures of water plus pressure will increase their solubility. So only high temperatures of water will make us losing more of them. So all of those facts are really important for extraction. Another important information I should give you is regarding the roasting process, because talking about quality in our brew, it will start because of the roasting. So the roasting will change the composition of the green beans, and it will create a completely new composition. And this new composition usually is related to more soluble compounds, smaller molecules, more polar molecules, a lot of volatile compounds, and more molecules that are more soluble in water. So during the roasting, we have we have a high degradation of big molecules like polysaccharides. They are carbohydrates. And we have decrease in degradation of chlorogenic acids. We have the consumption and the loss of organic acids. We have the production of melanoidins. So there is a certain composition in the beans that will change drastically because of the roasting process. So we are producing compounds that are more soluble in water, and we are producing more than 1,000 volatile compounds. So this richness of the roasted beans composition is important for our results in the extraction process. Another important information is giving the freshness of the roasting. In order to find good results, we need to work with coffee that is basically fresh. And here I'm not saying that we should use coffee that is like just roasted, because the off-gassing is also important. But when we roast coffee, the date we roast coffee, from that date, every day after will represent a freshness loss of the beans. And if we are working with beans that were roasted for a long time, probably we will change the composition that would be pleasant. And we are adding more compounds from the oxidation. So this will impact the quality of the brew as well. And the off-gassing after roasting is also relevant, because we need to wait a while in order to have the CO2 loss. And during the off-gassing, we are not releasing only the CO2, we are releasing some volatile compounds as well. So by releasing those different volatile compounds, during this off-gassing phase, we are redistributing the composition inside the beans. And also there is a certain redistribution of humidity inside the beans. And this will be very important for our results as well. Also, during the roasting, we are changing the physical aspect of the beans. So during the roasting, we will find, after roasting, we will find the beans bigger and also more porous. The volume enhancement and the porosity enhancement will also impact in our extraction, because the porosity enhancement is roasting level dependent. So if we roast dark our coffee, we'll find a beans that is more porous than a medium roast, for example. But at the same time, roasting darker will increase the amount of bitter compounds. Because when we think about bitter compounds, their production is a function of time and also temperature. Most of the bitter compounds in coffee are produced during the roasting, apart from the caffeine. Caffeine is a bitter compound, but its amount during the roasting doesn't change, because caffeine is a thermostable molecule. But the chlorogenic acids derivatives, they increase a lot because of the roasting. So if we keep roasting the coffee, we keep producing bitter compounds that come from chlorogenic acids degradation. And these compounds can be quinic acid, caffeic acid, ferulic acid, lactones, and phenylidans. So, and this is dependent on time and temperature. So roasting for a long time or finishing our roast with very high temperatures will increase the amount of bitter compounds in coffee. And this is good for the non-volatile bitter compounds and also the volatile bitter compounds. So there is this science behind roasting that is also very relevant to understand the impact of the roasting results in our coffee. So during the roasting, we are also consuming and degrading a lot of sugars, big sugars, in order to produce smaller molecules of sugars, and they will react, the smaller molecules of sugar, the reducing sugars, they will react with the amino acids, producing volatile compounds and melanoidins because of the Maillard reaction. And during the roasting, and especially during the development time, we are producing a lot of desirable compounds, and most of them volatile compounds. The volatile compounds are really relevant for our cup of coffee. So understanding the roasting process is also very, very important for you to understand the results you find in your cup of coffee. And now let's talk about the parameters of extraction. So apart from all of this information that I gave you, the most important parameters when we have coffee that was well roasted and it's a good matrix, the other parameters will impact in our extraction. And these parameters are the polarity of molecules, the threshold level of molecules, the grinding size, the quality of water, the time of contact of the coffee with the water, and the temperature of water. Usually we use these coffee brewing control chart as a tool to help us to understand the results we can find in our extraction given the TDS and the extraction yield. TDS represent the total dissolved solids in our beverage, and the extraction yield will count for the soluble compounds we have in coffee. So TDS, for example, according to the coffee brewing control chart, TDS should be between 1.15 and 1.35%. So if my TDS is 1.5%, it represents in my beverage 1.5% of coffee and 98.5% of water. So in the total volume of our coffee, we have these different percentages. And the extraction yield will count with the soluble part of our coffee bed. So in our coffee bed, 30% of that is soluble compounds, and 70% are fiber. So the extraction yield will look for the 30% of soluble compounds in our coffee bed. So regarding and according to the coffee brewing control chart, from 18 to 22% of extraction yield will give us a good quality coffee in our extraction. But there are research and new research coming from the UC Davis, the researchers for the coffee excellence in UC Davis, that have been studying this coffee brewing control chart in order to bring us a tool that would be more relevant for the new trends we have in our coffee industry nowadays. So the old coffee brewing control chart will give us this spectra that I told you regarding the TDS and extraction yield, and will tell us that any result out of the spectra for TDS and extraction yield will give us a bad coffee, a beverage. But we understand nowadays that this is not true. Using different brew ratios and achieving different results for TDS and extraction yield will give us different sensory profile. So usually coffees that have high TDS and low extraction yield are more sour and citrus. Coffees with high TDS and high extraction yield are more bitter, smoky. Coffees with low TDS and high extraction yield are more tea and floral. And coffees with low TDS and low extraction yield are more sweet. So this is the new coffee brewing control chart, giving us not a spectrum of what is considered ideal for coffee, but giving us a wide spectrum of the different sensory profiles we can find in coffee. And their research also looked at the roasting profile given those two parameters, that the TDS and extraction yield, and the different descriptions and the different sensory profile we can find in coffee under the different roasting profiles and different TDS and extraction yield. And they are not actually considered mistakes. They are considered different sensory profiles that can be relevant and acceptable by the consumers. So the material I'm showing you right now represent what we would start using as our coffee brewing control chart. So we have the standard range for TDS and extraction yield, and from different results for TDS and extraction yield, we'll have different sensory profile. So this is more relevant for what we understand as quality in our coffee industry nowadays. When we are extracting coffee, we are extracting different times different compounds. So regarding the solubility of the different compounds, they will be extracted in different moments when we are pouring the water. So the compounds that are more soluble in coffee are the organic acids, the carboxylic acids, chlorogenic acids as well, because they are acids. So acids usually are very soluble in water. Caffeine is also very soluble in water. Some volatile compounds are very soluble in water as well, but most of them are released because we are using water in high temperature. This is different for espresso, but for the pour over coffee is pretty much what happened. After this, we have the solubilization of the less polar compounds. And most of them are bitter compounds, but because we have a lot of different molecules in our beverage, the bitter compounds for specialty coffee, they are covered by the good compounds, especially the very sweet aromatic compounds. Some aromatic compounds, they are less polar, and to bring them in order to bring them in our beverage, we need time. So playing with the whole time of your extraction is important to bring the different compounds that will create a balanced cup of coffee. So as you can see in the material that I'm showing you here. Another research from the same researchers of UC Davis were defining the amount of monosaccharides and different results in different fractions of a whole brew. So in their research, they have quantified the amount of monosaccharides, and they correlated with the TDS and also correlate the results of sensory analysis of the different fractions according to the TDS as well. In this research, they have collected 8 different fractions of a whole extraction. And in these different fractions, they found first higher TDS for the first fractions and lower TDS for the last fractions, higher bitter perception and astringency perception and sour perception in the first fractions, and lower perception of sweetness in the first fractions, and higher perception of sweetness and delicate notes in the last fractions. So what happened here? The first fractions, as I told you, have higher TDS and lower sweetness perception, higher acidity perception, higher bitterness perception. And the last fractions have lower TDS and more sweetness and delicate notes. And when we look at the results for the monosaccharides content, there is a lot more monosaccharides in the first fractions and less monosaccharides in the last fractions. But the last fractions are sweeter and more delicate. But the results for the monosaccharides they found, they compared with the threshold level for sweetness perception given the amount of sugar. And the amount of sugar we have in coffee is below our threshold level, meaning that there is not enough sugar in coffee to give us the sweetness. So the sweetness in coffee might be coming from aromatic compounds. And according to Dr. Fabiana Carvalho, there is this science of perception that will explain how the aroma compounds will play an important role in the sweetness perception, the flavor perception, and a lot of different attributes we evaluate in coffee. And this science is the cross-modality. So the cross-modality says that there is this kind of tendency of we combine different perceptions that are coming from different interactions. So, for example, we first have the cross-modality bias that tell us that the sweet flavors that we are exposed during our entire life, they merge with the sweet taste. So what does it mean? Because we are exposed in our entire life to sweet odors that come from, that are together with the sweet taste, we can merge these two kinds of perceptions and create one perception. That is the flavor plus the results of the taste. So sweet odors will increase the perception of sweetness in a certain beverage or liquid when we have low amount of sugar. But in order to create this unique perception given by the aromas, the different compounds, they must be correlated. So sweet odor will also enhance the perception of sweetness in a certain solution when we have a sweet solution. So they must be correlated, because the sweet odor will not enhance, for example, the umami perception of a solution, because they don't combine to each other. So we need to have this association. So because in coffee we have a lot of sweet aromas, probably the aromas are very important to bring sweetness in our beverage. And what happened with most of sweet and very delicate notes we find in coffee? Most of them are less polar, so they are less soluble in water. Because of this, the time is required to extract more of them. So that's why in the last fractions of a whole brew, we can find more sweetness and more delicate notes. So this combination is really important for the results we find in coffee. And the aromas are important for a lot of things. They can impact the aroma perception, they can impact the flavor, they can impact even the type of acidity we find in coffee. They can impact the mouthfeel perception, and this is quite relevant for our beverage. And now we should talk about the particle of the particle size of the ground coffee that will also impact in our extraction. So When we grind coffee, we are producing a sample that will have particles in different sizes. The distribution of particle size in our coffee bed is considered bimodal. So we have a lot of particles that are closer to the volume chosen and the diameter chosen. And we have particles that are smaller or sometimes bigger, but especially the smaller one and the very small one, considered fines, they are a lot in our coffee bed after grinding the beans. So we have this bimodal distribution with a peak close to the volume that we choose for our particles and another peak for the fines. And what we called as PSD, particle size distribution, will also impact in our results for extraction. So the PSD of our coffee bed should be as narrow as possible. And we can find a narrow PSD by using a good equipment, so an equipment that is more accurate, and by using a coffee in certain roasting levels. So slower roasts or lighter roasts, they will play relevant role in the particle size distribution because usually we have more humidity inside the beans. So the humidity will give us a narrow PSD, and this is good for our extraction results because talking about the water percolation in our coffee bed, when we have a more porous bed, coffee bed, and more homogeneous, the percolation of water is better, and this is good for our cup of coffee because it will not create some dead zones or will not create some channels when we will find over extraction or sometimes even less extraction. So playing with the distribution of the particles and the shape of the particles is also important for your extraction results. Well, the science behind the coffee extraction is quite extensive, but it's very interesting. So I will invite you all to read different papers that I can give to you all after this lecture, and you will understand better all of these different details that I try to talk to you for this short time. And you can also, and always feel free to contact me for more details and more information in your extraction. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the Barista League organization for inviting me. I'm very happy to be here talking with you today.
Why is Dad such a sourpuss? Can't we have any fun around here? I won't have you talking like that. Laura, that's no way to pour
Oat milk.
Why does everyone have to do things the same way? That's the trouble with you. There's a right and wrong way to do everything. I disagree.
My name is Ariel. I am based in Chicago, Illinois. I am a project manager for the Barista League and also the founder of Trans and Caffeinated Consulting, which is a comms and advocacy consulting company that offers a range of services aimed at the liberation of all marginalized people. Now, those of you who know me know that I tend to be really picky about the clients that I choose to represent. My main criteria for working with someone, predictably, is that they are trying to make the world a better place, that they are intentional about inviting people in from all backgrounds and from all walks of life. These values, my values, are woven into the fabric of who Barista League is as a company and how they do their events. From the way that they choose a venue that is accessible by public transport, to the team selection process, which weights marginalized people to make sure that we are representing the communities that we are in. And also to having special guests that represent the community that the event takes place in. The Barista League works very, very hard and very intentionally to make sure that everybody who is in that space feels not only welcome, but also invited to join us. The bottom line, everybody is welcome at Barista League events. Just don't be an asshole. Barista League will be announcing our 2024 locations in January, and I, for one, am so excited to see you at a future event.
My name is Nathanael May, and I am the Senior Manager for Training and Specialty Coffee for Pacific Foods and Campbell's Soup. About 12 years ago, I was working as a coffee educator at a local roaster here in Portland, and I was tasked with creating the LTO, limited time offering, beverage program for our soon-to-open licensed concept cafes at the Oregon Convention Center. I was thrilled. It was January and the beverages were due to launch in March, springtime. And so I thought, what do I need? I need something fruity, something floral, something refreshing. So I partnered with a local tea maker and I took their fruit-infused hibiscus brewed tea beverage, mixed it with vanilla, blended beverage base, milk, and actual hibiscus tea leaves or hibiscus tea petals, and blended it all together in the blender and came up with the hibiscus vanilla frappe. It was delicious. Even better, I found out that the very first convention that was going to be using this beverage was the National Flower and Garden Show. It was like a match made in heaven, my perfect beverage and the perfect audience for that beverage. The drink launched that weekend, and on Monday, after the show was over, we learned how many of those drinks sold across all 3 licensed concept cafes over 3 days. All told, we sold one single hibiscus vanilla frappe. I still hate it. I still hate that that happened. But the problem was, based on my experience as a coffee educator helping wholesale accounts develop their menus, based on my experience as a barista competition judge, I believed rightly that I knew how to harness flavors, bring them together, and make something delicious. The problem was making something delicious and making something best-selling are 2 different things. What I'm here to share with you today is the idea that making delicious drinks, which I believe all of you have the ability to do, and making best-selling drinks needs something more than just your intrinsic ability to make delicious things. You also need information. So today, let's talk about marrying vibes and data into something incredible. So, you can make delicious drinks. If you're watching this, I believe in you. I believe in your ability to make things that taste good. But there are 2 other barriers to taking those great tasting things and making them sell well. First, somebody has to be willing to pay for that thing. And then 2, they have to order it. And that's where data and trend info comes in. If I had taken the data of what the Oregon Convention Center had been selling and what people typically bought when they came to conventions there, I would have found out that what people want when they go to the Oregon Convention Center are two beverages. They want hot black coffee and they want mochas made with Hershey's chocolate syrup. Well, that's quite different from a hibiscus vanilla frappe. So what could I have done? Well, I could have done something pretty tasty, knowing that people liked black coffee and chocolate. But I didn't take the time to learn what was happening in the place that I was building the drinks for, and I didn't take the time to learn what was happening kind of nationwide with trends so that I could draw people in with something that they were excited about. I thought, if I just make something that sounds good enough, people will buy it. And that turns out to not just be false, it's catastrophically false. So, let's talk about data. Trends and data can tell us so much about what people are consuming around the country. The problem with trends and data is that it doesn't know your customers. So, look at your historic drink orders in your cafe or coffee shop. What are people buying? What do people like? Then take a look at national and regional trends. What's happening in the world? What flavors are people talking about? What's going on in the media? What's happening at the water coolers in businesses around the US? And then you know your customers. What are your customers interested in? You are in a very particular place and you are in a very particular neighborhood and community. What do the people in your community want? So it's not just, I am really interested in hibiscus tea and vanilla. I bet I could make a really tasty beverage with those things. I'm making a beverage for a specific group of people and I want them to buy it and I want them to enjoy it. How do I take my skills at making delicious things and aim it in a particular direction? And that's where trends and data come in. But how do you get trends and data? I worked in coffee shop for years and I never even thought to look at trend information and data. I'm going to give you two places you can get it. One, you can buy it. Two, you can borrow it. If you want to, you can absolutely buy trend information. Just Google beverage trends, food trends, flavor trends, and things will come up. And I promise you the first probably 30 options will be sponsored posts from companies that want to sell you data. You can buy that data, absolutely enjoy it. Go to Technomic, go to Data Central. Go to the National Coffee Association and look at their reams of data on what people are buying, what people are enjoying, what people want to see in coffee shops in the future. All of that is available. You could buy it, or you could borrow it. You're probably buying products besides coffee from other vendors in your area. Maybe you're buying syrups. Maybe you're buying plant milks. Wink. Maybe you're buying coffee from a large importer. All of those companies, I promise you, are purchasing data and trend information so that they can develop products that are in line with what people are going to want to taste in the future, and so that they can provide valuable insights and information to you, their customer, when you need to develop your own beverage program. If you were, hypothetically, to come to Pacific Foods and say, hey, I would really like some information. What are people looking to buy? What are people interested in? We have that information. We purchase it so that we can look at trends into the future so that when we're developing new products, we can throw a dart that's product shaped into the future and it will land on what people want when it comes out. If you came to me and said, hey, I would really like to know what is going on so that I can develop a beverage program around what people want, I have that information. I am excited to share it. And as a customer of mine, I want to be partnered with you. The more beverages you sell, the more things that I sell to you, and everyone is happier. So ask a vendor. worst thing that they can say is no, but I can almost guarantee you that if you're buying syrup from a pretty large syrup company or a flavored sauce from a pretty large flavored sauce company, they have trend information and they would be very happy to share that with you for your mutual benefit and honestly for the benefit of your customers so that they can get things that they are interested in buying. Now, it would not be a very useful session for you if I just told you what to do and I didn't give you a little bit to help make your life a little bit easier today, right now. So I'm going to give you 2 pieces of free complimentary trend information from your friend Nathanael to you. First, wow, cold drinks are really popular, huh? Cold drinks are probably even more popular than you think that they are. The larger that a coffee company gets, that seems to correlate with a higher percentage of their sales being cold beverages. Now, of course, that's true in the summer, right? A huge percentage of people's beverages that they're buying in the summer are iced or chilled to the tune of like 80% of some coffee company's business. But that's also true to a slightly lesser degree year-round. Very large coffee companies that I'm sure you can imagine the names of are selling 60 to 70% of their drinks year-round iced. Now, that may not be true for your individual location or your smaller than those big companies' coffee shop, but it does tell you this. People are very interested in buying cold beverages. As you're developing an LTO, limited time offering program for your cafe, it would behoove you to probably include an intentional and deliciously developed cold beverage as a part of that. We know that people are buying lots and lots of cold beverages, so why not take advantage of that trend? Second, and I admit right up front, this one is a little self-serving. 80% of Americans right now are saying that they want to reduce the sugar in their diet. 85% of those people are saying that they are specifically looking to lower the sugar in their diets through the beverages that they're consuming. And if you think about it, that makes sense. As adults, most of the sugar in our diets day to day is coming from the things that we drink. Sodas, mochas, frappuccinos, the sugary beverages of our lives. When I was a kid, that was mostly candy, probably, and sugary cereal like Lucky Charms. But as adults, things change. So, knowing that 8 out of 10 people are actively trying to cut sugar out of their lives in a significant way, and that almost 9 out of 10 of those people are looking to do it in their beverages, how can you develop a beverage that includes less sugar? Well, a great way to do it would be to include something that includes no sugar already, like Pacific Barista Series unsweetened almond beverage, developed specifically for a time such as this. You know why? Because we looked at trend information and data and saw into the future that people were going to want to use less sugar, and so we made a product just for that purpose. Trends and data in action. So maybe as you're developing your next series of seasonal beverages, think, okay, how could I use less sugar in that? And then maybe how could I offer a less sugar, reduced sugar, iced offering as a part of my next set? Because what you don't want to do, you don't want to create the next hibiscus vanilla frappe, a failure that will haunt you for the rest of your life. You want to make something that's successful. And I think that if you find the perfect blend of trends, data, and vibes for your business, you can do just that. I'm Nathanael May. Have a great day.
Hi, I'm Anna.
And I'm Philip.
And we're part of the Order Event Agency team, and we are responsible for a brand new project that we are super excited about.
In February 2024, we launched a brand new 2-day coffee festival called Nordic Coffee Fest, where we gathered the entire Nordic coffee scene and industry all in one room for the first time in many years.
With 60 to 80 exhibitors and thousands of attendees, we aim not only to be the best and biggest festival in the region, but also the most sustainable. In practice, this means budget and time from our side to reduce waste and carbon emissions, and to implement incentive programs for exhibitors to work sustainably throughout the whole festival.
On top of all this, we're launching a brand new roasting competition, where 12 amazing roasters bring their best to Gothenburg to compete for the prestige title of Nordic's Best Roaster. If you cannot make it to Gothenburg to taste the competition coffees on site, we've teamed up with Kaffebox for a limited edition tasting set, so that you can receive and enjoy the competition coffees at home, no matter where you are in the world.
Also at the festival, you can experience some interesting lectures, taste really great coffee from some amazing roasters, and get your hands on the best tools to maximize your home setup.
Early bird tickets for the festival are already on sale, so see you in Gothenburg.
Hello, my name is Fernández. I am the technical officer at the Specialty Coffee Association. I have a PhD in food science, and I'm also a coffee producer in Veracruz, Mexico, where I have a farm called Garabandal. Today I want to tell you about one of our latest projects at the Specialty Coffee Association. It's probably our most ambitious project in the last few years, and it's called the Coffee Value Assessment. The Coffee Value Assessment, perhaps you have already heard about it. It's more than just replacing the cupping protocol for an updated version. In fact, it springs from a completely new paradigm where we understand specialty coffee and how its value is created in a way that aligns with sustainability agenda. So the paradigms, how we understand coffee and its value have changed over the last 150 years. Perhaps 200 years ago, there was no sensory assessment of coffee. Then about 150 years ago, what we called the cupping protocol was created, but for many years, the cupping protocol looked at defects. It focused on cleanliness of coffee as opposed to finding positive attributes. And for many years, the cupper's focus was on a negative side of the coffee as opposed to a positive side of the coffee. That changed in the 1980s, when the Coffee Cupper's Handbook was first published in 1984 by Ted Lingle, and that implied a paradigm shift from negative cupping to positive cupping. For the first time, cuppers didn't focus on defects and the negative attributes of coffee anymore. They took off from a clean cup and looked at the positive attributes of coffee as a way to add value to a standard clean cup. So beyond the standard clean cup, what are the positive attributes or characteristics of a coffee that make it valuable. This new understanding of cupping and how we appraise coffee cascaded into many different developments. An initial coffee taster's flavor wheel that aided cuppers to understand all the different positive attributes of coffee for a long time. And then the 2004 SCA cupping protocol, which has been in place for a large number of years, almost 20 years, and it has spreaded to every producing country, every consuming country, and is today what we could call a common language to speak about coffee quality. And this cupping protocol is based on that 1984 paradigm of positive cupping, where we appraise coffee's positive attributes. So in the past 20 or 30 years, we have gone from describing a coffee in terms of very few key attributes to a large list of attributes, where we look not only at all its sensory different attributes, but now the industry is also preoccupied by other attributes that surround a coffee, like where does it come from, who was the producer, what processing was done to the bean, and is there any sustainability certification around it, and so on and so forth. So the understanding of coffee and all the different attributes that can surround a coffee has grown exponentially in the last 30 years. And that's where we find one of the shortcomings of the 2004 SCA cupping method. It focuses almost entirely on the cupping score, with very little space for descriptive notes. In fact, it's not mandatory nor required for the cupper to make descriptive notes. A cupper could perfectly come up with a score without having taken any descriptive note whatsoever. And then we are boiling down all the amazing attributes of a coffee to a single indicator, the cupping score. So that would be similar to trying to understand a complex painting from a single pixel. You only get the general color of that painting, but you lose all the detail and the richness about that painting. And that's what we have been doing all these years, by boiling down all what a coffee may be to a single score. So in an attempt to make another change of paradigm, this time we are not transitioning from negative to positive attributes, but we are trying to look at all the different angles of coffee and appraise all the different attributes a coffee can show. And we are not, of course, trying to remove the cupping score, but we are trying to put the cupping score in the right context and give it its right importance, and bring to the forefront all the other attributes that make a coffee great. And that implies a lot more than just cupping. That implies a number of different assessments that look at the coffee from different angles and complement each other to understand all the attributes that a great coffee can show. Therefore, we proposed 4 different assessments now. One is the physical assessment, the other one is the descriptive sensory assessment, another one is the affective sensory assessment, and we have a 4th assessment which we call extrinsic assessment, which looks at all those intangible attributes which are not directly measurable from the product itself, but still make it very valuable. So let's back up a little bit and try to understand what we understand as specialty coffee at the Specialty Coffee Association today. We have put forward in 2021 this definition of what we understand as specialty coffee. And it's specialty coffee is a coffee or a coffee experience that is recognized for its distinctive attributes, resulting in a higher value within the marketplace. There are several key concepts in that definition. First of all, it's not a restrictive definition. We are not. It's not prescriptive. We are not saying what specialty coffee should be. We are saying what specialty coffee is like actually in the market. We are only making an observation of how specialty coffee behaves in the market so that we can understand it better and act from that understanding as opposed to imposing a vision on the industry. And one of the key concepts here is the concept of attributes. That cloud of characteristics that surround a product and can make it valuable for different people depending on what different people values. And any given coffee could show very few attributes if we know very few things about it, or if it doesn't stand out from the sensory point of view. And from that we could have a whole range of coffees, all the point where you have a coffee with a large number of very positive attributes in all fronts. So this is like a continuum of attributes that range from very few to a lot of significant attributes. And with all continuums, it's difficult to place a border. You can divide a continuum in any way you like. But the general concept is that the more attributes, the more valuable attributes you find in a coffee, the higher its vocation to fit the specialty market will be. And another cool thing about this definition is that attributes can be measured. Any given attribute, even if it's intangible, can be measured. And then the value of attributes can be measured. The thing with the value of attributes is that it's different for each person, because we don't value the same things equally. And this is not a problem. In fact, it's an opportunity to understand the potential of each market, and to an opportunity to match the right coffee with the right market whenever we understand which attributes are best valued in this market. You know, the specialty coffee industry is global now, and coffee is consumed in almost every culture. So every culture values different things in an important beverage such as coffee. When we understand those attributes valued by each culture, it's so much easier to match the right product to the right market that will best cherish it. Therefore, if we measure attributes and how they are valued, we can understand the preferences of each market or market segment. And if we understand those preferences, we can understand value and how it's created. And that's where the concept of value aligns with the concept of looking at coffee from very different angles. Because if you have a complete list of a coffee's attributes, and you know what is valuable to you or what is valuable to a given market, you can get a sense of the value of that coffee in that market, or you can get a sense of which market will best value that coffee. And that's where value discovery tool couples with the different assessments that we are proposing so that the discovery of value can be more transparent and more thorough. And now let's take a look briefly at the different assessments that we are proposing. Let's look first of all at the sensory assessments. We have two separate sensory assessments because we want to keep the descriptive aspect of the sensory testing separate from the affective aspect of the sensory testing. So the descriptive assessment records information about a coffee sensory's attributes using basic olfactory references, including fragrance, aroma, flavor, aftertaste, acidity, sweetness, and mouthfeel. In other words, if you think about the flavor notes that you see on a coffee's package, those flavor notes are actually the descriptive sensory attributes. And what we are proposing is a systematic and common approach to find those flavor notes and that flavor profile. Descriptive sensory assessment is a lot like decomposing a beam of white light through a prism into its composing colors. Or if you will, it's like guessing the recipe of your favorite dish in order to reproduce it, and finding the different ingredients that make up that dish so that you can describe the composition of that dish. And that's why a vocabulary of descriptive terms where we are on the same page, ideally globally, to describe the flavors of a coffee becomes so important. And that's why the flavor wheel, which was developed maybe 8 years ago, has become one of the main tools to make descriptive assessment universally understandable across the industry. Therefore, the coffee taster's flavor wheel is one of the main tools that supports the descriptive assessment. So for the descriptive assessment, we are looking at the overall intensity of a coffee's category, such as fragrance or aroma. We are looking at the main flavor or aroma categories that are found in that section. But there's also space for the taster to freely elicit descriptors and be more specific about the flavor that they are finding. So descriptive assessment is an objective test. It's not based on liking or quality. It identifies sensory attributes, ideally using a standardized familiar vocabulary. It utilizes references for shared understanding. Performance can be assessed against other trained panelists. And specifically, the descriptive assessment that we are proposing is based on the WCR lexicon and the SCA WCR flavor wheel. It uses kata lists, in other words, check all that apply lists, and intensity scales of 1 to 15. We have done a number of pilot studies since maybe a decade ago, and we have realized that cuppers can act as a quasi-descriptive panel. Today, cuppers are great at describing coffee's flavor, and if we give them the tools to do it in a structured way, they will excel at it. And nevertheless, data can still be validated against quantitative descriptive analysis. Then we have the affective assessment. This is a different kind of sensory assessment, which does not attempt to describe a coffee, but to find a cupper's impression of quality about that coffee. And therefore we need to define the impression of quality, first of all, as a coffee taster's opinion of the distinctiveness and desirability of a coffee sensory category, reflecting either their own preference or a known market preference. So this is not different to what we were doing when we used the 2004 protocol. A copper, when using the 2004 cup protocol, was still reflecting their own impression of quality. We just changed the approach to do that at the coffee value assessment. It relies on your expert opinion as a coffee taster still. It's an effective and therefore subjective measure, as it always has been. It reflects your own preference or a market preference known to you. And this means that you can fine-tune your impression of quality to a known market, so that you can tailor your assessment to the market, to destination market. Performance is measured by self-consistency here, and alignment with other coppers is not necessarily requested, because there are many different supply chains that cater to different cultures, to different markets, and have value different attributes. For the effective assessment, we use a 9-point hedonic scale, where the impression of quality is rated between 1 and 9, and there's also space for freely elicited terms and notes for each of the cupping categories, such as fragrance, aroma, and so on and so forth. The effective assessment is therefore based on the concept of impression of quality. It uses a 9-point hedonic scale, and then this is translated to a 100-point scale using a new formula from the SCA that actually broadens up or opens up the scale compared to the cupping scores that we used to get from the 2004 protocol. And here data can be validated by evaluating consistency over time. A third kind of assessment that we are proposing is what we call a physical assessment. Here we record physical information about the green coffee, including its color, defects, moisture content, and size. And it's practically what we used to understand as green grading. It's based on the physical examination of green coffee. It's done separately from the sensory tests. It's in this case, it's descriptive only. We don't have a normative standard, because what we put out is the methodology. We are not putting out grade specifications. This is the methodology. And we still need research to have more information about the sensory impact of each of the physical defects, and there, for that reason, the physical assessment is at its alpha phase at this moment. And the fourth assessment that we have is the extrinsic assessment. The extrinsic assessment looks at all what we call extrinsic attributes. Those are the attributes where you need information about coffee in order to understand them or document them. So it's not anything that you could measure or perceive from the product itself. It's information that you need as a company to the product. Therefore, we are talking about things such as origin characteristics, processing characteristics, sustainability characteristics that can make coffee more valuable. And those things do matter. Many specialty coffee people like to say that it's what in the cup that matters, and that's true. what's in the cup matters a lot, because that's what is going to go into my mouth and my body. But when we are discovering value, it turns out that the cup is not the only thing that matters. There are many other characteristics that matter, and some of them are more important to certain markets or to certain people than others. For that reason, we are still compiling a list of valuable extrinsic attributes that are important for different actors in the specialty coffee industry, and we have published an alpha version of these characteristics that categorize the extrinsic attributes into identity attributes, processing attributes, grading attributes, sustainability attributes, and other attributes. And here in others, you can add anything that you value in coffee, even if it's the photograph of the farm's pet that makes coffee valuable. Very soon we will publish a more detailed list of extrinsic attributes, and we are hoping that investigating a coffee's extrinsic attribute will complement cupping and will complement physical assessment when we are trying to discover a coffee's value. So the extrinsic assessment documents informational attributes of a coffee, unit information. It's based on common terms used in the industry. We could add other unlisted attributes, or you can add other unlisted attributes that are important to you. And it provides a complete picture of a coffee's attribute because it complements the intrinsic attributes tests. Therefore, to summarize, we have 4 different assessments here: the physical assessment, the descriptive sensory assessment, the affective sensory assessment, and the extrinsic sensory assessment. And they all complement each other. They all look at different angles of the coffee, and some of them may be more important than others for certain people, but we are certainly advocating for a full picture, first of all, and second of all, for a degree of transparency about what matters or what is important to the different actors. So our aim is, first of all, to understand what is specialty coffee, what are the attributes valuable to different people, to measure those attributes and measure the level of preferences in different markets, measure how those attributes express themselves in different types of coffee, identify therefore the coffees that present such attributes, or the markets that have a thirst for a certain type of attributes. And this way it will be easier for a coffee to find its home, or for a home to find its coffee, because it will be more open and transparent the way how those attributes are valued. The ultimate goal here is to build a stronger future for the industry and for producers at origin countries to be able to find the right market for their coffees, but also for consuming market to find the right coffees for their consumers. Thank you very much. I'm open for questions. I'm taking the call from Guatemala today. I'm in Lake Atitlan in Guatemala, and so I'm hoping the connection will be okay and I will be able to answer your questions. Thank you very much.
Gary, it's time I taught you something every man should know. How to eat an Oreo cookie. Twist it off. Oh, you did it. Now let's dunk it, just like a professional basketball player.
Hello, my name is Emer. I am the communications manager at the Barista League and I'm based in Glasgow in Scotland. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about our goal to produce sustainable events. At the Barista League, we aim to produce events which have a lasting impact in every way apart from environmentally. We believe that unsustainable practices come from laziness or a lack of time, and we're committed to putting in the time, energy and money into making sure that our events are as sustainable as possible. All of our events are single-use free, so if you've been to one of our events recently, you've probably used one of our custom designed, less waste, better taste reusable cups. Our team actually has to wash and dry every single one of these cups by hand after every event, but it's definitely worth it because the alternative is hundreds of paper or plastic cups going to landfill unnecessarily. The end goal is to minimise our carbon footprint with each event until eventually achieving the end goal of leaving a net neutral or positive effect on the environment.
Good morning, my name is Smayah Uwajeneza. I'm a coffee professional and a lawyer. I currently work with an exporting company in Rwanda as a product development manager and also a quality manager, which allows me to interact with a number of farmers across the country, from farm to the cafe that we own in the city. I'm also a founder of Elevate Through Coffee initiative, which started as a project that connects people to coffee culture through education, communication, and giving market access to Rwandan farmers, and also involving the youth to take part into the sustainability initiatives of Rwandan coffee industry. Elevate Through Coffee, the idea started from when I received a number of grants that allowed me to attend a lot of different global coffee events, especially in the US, and also all the continual world competitions that I've been able to engage myself into, that also allowed me to have different interactions with different stakeholders in the industry. So one thing I realized, being part of those global coffee events, I realized that very few people like me or producers themselves do not have the access to those coffee global events. And what I wanted to do was to bridge up the gap between the global north and the global south by bringing in the information that have been discussed there back home, but also allowing the global north to understand the challenges and also the efforts put by Rwandan coffee farmers to deserve fair prices. So it started as an event, the community engagement event, where I used to invite different people from baristas to coffee shop owners, and we would gather to one of the cafes in different parts of the States, and I'll create slides of, from farm seed to cup, this is what's happening when you're doing seedling and all of that, so that they can really, really understand the amount of time and the amount of efforts that farmers they put into, so to deserve fair prices. But I also wanted to allow baristas from the States who cannot afford to go to Origin to learn more, because sometimes you're a barista, but you don't think you can make an impact to the farmers that produce your coffee, but you can really do that. So I used to help baristas to understand if you make a good cup of coffee, then you're allowing your customer to come back and allowing your company to come back in Rwanda and buy more coffee from us. And from there, people or farmers are able to continue to sustain their lives. So it started like that, more of engagement, discussions, and also giving market access to Rwandan farmers. I would travel with a number of samples that I collected from these women coffee growers across the country. And all I needed is for people to come and taste coffee with me. And you never know, you might have a potential buyer in the room and they would want to buy coffee from there. So from those community events, I learned that we had 2 people buying coffee from these women farmers from Kayonza, and I was like, it's actually more, and I can do more with this just event. So I started exploring what else can I do with Elevate Through Coffee event, and I named it Elevate because I feel like it's not using your power over somebody, but it's rather we're all growing together and elevating together if we truly understand our part and the impact that we can have on one another. So the second phase that the more I kept on growing my coffee career, obviously I take a lot of different courses, Specialty Coffee Association, education programs. So when I so I hosted the first event in California, Stumptown, another one in San Francisco, another one in Australia when I was just competing for World Aeropress Championship. And obviously in Rwanda, where I also wanted to engage the youth, especially in Rwanda, to take part into coffee industry in Rwanda by becoming roasters or by also seeing that there's a lot of opportunities to create careers of impact in the coffee. So what happened was when I got the opportunity to take a sustainability program with SEA, I realized that there's more to that. I wanted Elevate Through Coffee to dive into it and to see how can I really design it better to cater for more different challenges and also things that I continue to identify and gaps as well. So the lack of education or information about coffee for farmers, for them to produce better coffee with quality that could be more profitable to them was one of them. And also identifying that there was a lot of cultural norms that women can do that, women can do this. I wanted to also tackle down that, but also, oh, he's too young for that, she's too young for that, he's too old for that. I also wanted to tackle down that intergenerational challenge, because what else do children of farmers do in their free time is they go to pick with their mothers, but how can we also engage them not only becoming farmers but also becoming brewers, baristas, and more. So the intermediate sustainability program really helped me a lot to now narrow down all these hundreds of crazy ideas that I had to becoming very specific and addressing a specific, and I can continue from there. So, and then that's how I started with coffee program at the origin level. So I started going out to the farms and gather coffee farmers themselves. And we will start to now learn how do you traditionally process the coffee from picking the ripe cherry, obviously, of which is the training that most of organizations here offer them. But now from what does it have? How do you process specifically from picking up the ripe cherry to the cup? So this is the amount of time you have to process, you have to ferment, and now this is how you can process the coffee from cherry to cup, to different ways that they can brew coffee using the traditional tools that they have at home. There's no other way I was gonna be able to fill that gap, and I couldn't see any other way that the farmer will be able to improve their quality if they don't really drink their own product. So I thought throughout those coffee brewing education at the origin would help them to now start drinking coffee and now start understanding the quality that is needed from them. From the buyers. And I'm so thankful for companies like AeroPress that supported, or now that you've helped farmers to brew coffee with just cups and strainers. How about we send you AeroPresses so that they can understand the quality that people get to drink here in America? So that was really, really good to upgrade farmers' cups, as well as helping them to understand the quality that they're expected to offer. But not only that, the quality that would be more profitable to them, of which prices will be more profitable to them. So another thing was just partnering with this different companies for hygiene supplies, because if somebody cannot afford 2 meals per day, they cannot even afford any hygiene or sanitary supplies. And these are things that you get to identify more as you interact with them and as you spend more time during the season. I could see a lot of girls coming to the washing station to get their labor jobs, and their mothers as well, hundreds of them, but some of them could not show up next day. Why? Or she couldn't come because she doesn't have sanitary pads, for example. So I made it a goal that I will start with that specific farm in the East and these women, so that I can be able to start with those small supplies. And obviously friends and family would be more supportive into that. And that has allowed those girls to come back to work next day and to earn their wage. Coffee being a seasonal product, and in Rwanda we do it March through July. Usually farmers don't have anything to do from August to next season. So our goal as Elevate Through Coffee Initiative is to cultivate their own ideas, business ideas that can help them to achieve sustainability or sustainable livelihoods. And we've talked to some of different farmers across the country, especially that specific group of women in the East, and they've come up with different ideas of which one has been actually running, and we've helped them to design it better in a way that it can be more profitable. It will be coffee tours. They've been running coffee tours. Some of them want to do beekeeping, some of them want to do mushrooms, some of them want to do just different boutique. And there was a young man that wanted to now traditionally roast the coffee and package it in a simple sachet and actually promote domestic consumption in his community. And we're really, really looking forward to partner with different companies that can support those initiatives that can be more profitable to them as we continue to promote sustainability in the coffee industry. What we're hoping to be able to achieve in the next 2 years, for example, is that we're going to continue to promote coffee education, and we'll be partnering with different companies, obviously like AeroPress and Hive Roasters, that can also help to avail different small roasting machines to farmers so that they can continue to understand the quality of their coffee, with the goal that that would help them to continue to improve their quality. That will be then providing prices that will be more profitable to them, and also allow those youth that are coming up with different business ideas around the coffee to help them to bring them to life.
Hi, thanks for joining me at High Density today. I'm Dr. Sabine Parrish, and I'm coming to you from my office in the Anthropology Department at the University of Aberdeen. My session today is called Where is Origin Anyway? And I'm going to be presenting some of the results of some research that I conducted with coffee consumers in Brazil. So the aim of that research project was to understand how consumers in hybrid production and consumption economies experience their domestic national consumption when their economies are actually very strongly geared towards export. So one of my main areas of inquiry was around how these consumers thought about origin. Is this a category that even makes sense? Is it useful if you're living within a few hours, a few miles of a coffee farm? Or is it something most relevant to consumers who might be located halfway across the world? You're here attending High Density, so I can safely assume that you already know Brazil is one of the largest producers of coffee. But it's also one of the major consumers of coffee too, and that comes with unique and exciting challenges. An anthropologist's job is to study differences in human societies and cultures, to understand what makes us human and how and why we do the things that we do. And as anthropologists, we do this primarily through the research method of ethnographic fieldwork. That is, we actually spend time residing in the places and living with the people we're studying. We do what we call participant observation. You won't find us just sitting off to the side and taking notes, but rather we live, as best we can, our lives alongside and with our participants. So that means over the course of this research, I spent over a year living in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And among other things, I worked there as a barista, I helped out at a roastery, and I spent a lot of time hanging out with coffee people in coffee shops. And all really to answer the question, what is different about being a specialty coffee consumer in a country where coffee is produced when you compare that with countries where coffee is only imported? Or rather, we might think about it like this. How does one's proximity to what we might call origin shape one's experiences as a consumer? Our theme at High Density this year is not just origin. And Ana Luiza, in putting together the theme, has very cleverly asked, what gets lost when we lump so many things in one box, defined by the production of one crop? So let's jump in and explore some of the ways origin is or is not a useful category when we're speaking about the nuances in consumer cultures which make up our overall global specialty coffee community. I'll talk a little bit on why we might use origin and how it can be used as a benchmark for participating in specialty coffee consumption culture, and how all of this is influenced by trade histories and centers of power, which can actually obfuscate many of the nuances of how origin is understood, experienced, and lived as a category for consumers. So generally, the notion of origin, as we employ it within the rather dominant specialty coffee narrative, which is asserted from and within importing countries, this refers to where a given coffee is grown. It's a commonly used method of demarcating between and classing coffees, one which can inform consumers, and it's one with which many consumers are familiar, even those who aren't necessarily specialty coffee people. Right? Walking through a supermarket, you'll observe the country of origin labeled on many, many packages of coffee. At least not those that are sort of those weird blends that have been at the back of the shelves for a really long time. No, origin, it's also used to refer to coffee producing areas more generally. So not merely as a geographically specific location, but within specialty coffee, it's kind of an idea that encompasses the entirety of the coffee production agricultural landscape. It's a very central concept within the specialty coffee world, and it's one that possesses both material and metaphorical components that help to shape and define specialty coffee and how consumers engage with it. So in the way we kind of most dominantly use origin, origin is the provenance of a given coffee, but it is also the conceptual and symbolic location of all coffee in its raw agricultural form. As I mentioned, to do this research, I moved to Sao Paulo, Brazil. This is the world's 4th largest city by population, and it's the largest city outside of Asia. You can see it in the image here. But it was in Sao Paulo that the potential ambiguity of origin as a concept first began to occupy my thoughts. This happened one evening as I was sat on the balcony of my flat as dusk started to fall and lights were turned on to illuminate the lives of millions of people. But I looked down my street to the Cathedral of Santa Cecilia, and I noticed for the first time a rather scraggly coffee tree in its garden. And at that moment, in the center of one of the largest cities in the world, I wasn't considering myself to be at origin, as I understood that term to be deployed in any case, but the presence of that tree got me wondering. There, On my balcony? Why was I not at Coffee Origin? Where does that location start, actually? And perhaps more importantly, where might origin end? Well, as I'm sure you can imagine, this occasioned a little bit of a crisis. Where was I? Was I at origin? Was I not? It's always very confusing to not know where you are. So the next day, I laid my quandary before Yara, a barista who I was meeting for a coffee and a chat on one of her days off. And we met in Octavio Cafe's monumental Faria Lima location. This is one of the main business avenues in the city. Faria Lima traverses several upscale neighborhoods, and it has the nickname the Brazilian Wall Street on account of the many banks and financial institutions headquartered there. And as such, the cafe was filled with business people, having meetings or downing a quick espresso after lunch, but also the well-heeled and the well-to-do who simply wanted to see and be seen in what was, at that time, the largest coffee shop in all of Latin America. And so, she said, after she listened to my narration about my problem from the night before, do you mean to say we're at origin right now? And I shrugged, and I looked over at the business people who were sitting near us, who were making deals, adjusting ties, scrolling on iPhones. It's not exactly the scene that green buyers share when they swap all their swashbuckling adventure stories of trekking through jungles to locate that next big coffee in some remote highlands. Yet, there were coffee trees planted all around the building, fruit trying desperately to grow in the moments of sunlight which were afforded to them, trapped as they were in the shade of Faria Lima's innumerable high-rises. I don't know, I told her. Why don't you tell me? And she thought for silence in the moment, and then she told me the following. Well, here's what I think. I think you're at origin, but I'm not. I'm always here in the city, but I have the vontade, which we could translate as sort of the will or the volition or interest, to go to more farms. You're here in the city, but you have the vontade to be here and also the farms. You're here in the city for coffee, and you're on the farms for coffee too. I'm not here in the city for coffee. I'm just here. I get to go out to the farms with the owners of the coffee shop she works for, and that, for me, is origin. Here is just the end point. For you, though, well, maybe not you because I guess you live here, but for other foreigners and people who don't live here, and for you after you go back to England, this is still a place that coffee passes through before it gets to you. It's done for us by the time it gets here, but it's still not even close to getting to you. And that was Yara's conclusion, that even though we were both sitting at the same table, in the same cafe, in the same city, in the same country, one of us was at origin, and the other was not. It points to the context dependence of origin as a category. So we can think of origin not as a fixed site, but rather as something which is relational. It's tied to individual perspectives, cultural situatedness, and where in relation to the coffee value chain a given consumer sits, both metaphorically, but also in terms of strict geography. Before we continue on to learn more about Brazil specifically, I want us to think about what origin does, or is supposed to do, as a category. So to really get into this could easily be the subject of another very lengthy talk. So I'm only going to go into a couple of particularly relevant aspects right now, which is specifically that origin is an easy way to distinguish between different coffees, but also to create and distinguish oneself as a specialty coffee consumer. Origins offer us a way to travel through taste, and thereby not only to expand your flavor palette, your sensory skill, and your knowledge of coffee, but also in theoretical and metaphoric terms, your knowledge of the world much more broadly. It's one of the amazing things coffee can offer us, a sense of connection with far off and other places in the world. Enthusiasts are encouraged, expected to try as many origins as possible in order for us to develop a geographically expansive flavor lexicon, and to display an ability to differentiate between coffees. In a sense, we collect these different origins of coffees as we ingest them. They become part of our embodied sensory flavor knowledge. The more coffee origins a specialty coffee connoisseur has tasted, the more personal fulfillment, but also subcultural social status is accrued. Think of that little pang of excitement you get, or perhaps got when you were just starting out in the industry, when you heard that someone had tried a particularly rare coffee, or something from an origin you might not have yet tried. There's a sense that we've got to taste them all. You might never visit for instance, Kenya, unless you're a green buyer. But in our specialty subculture, you're sort of deemed to be at least metaphorically familiar with the country by experiencing and understanding its terroir and the unique coffees that come from there. You're connected, although through your imagination and your taste buds, to others around the globe, particularly those who are involved in coffee production. And this knowledge connects this sort of passionate consumption with connoisseurship and also with that in-group prestige I was talking about. It's a way to position oneself as a member of a global community, which is based along an ideal of linking actors all along the supply chain. And that's great and all, except for one thing. I've been presenting here what we might call the dominant or perhaps orthodox narrative around origin, what has come from my research and analysis of coffee consumers in coffee importing countries. What is normative in our supposedly global industry is actually very intimately tied to only one way of experiencing coffee and coffee origin. It has very little to do with origin experiences in producing nations, which can and do often have very different relationships with the concept. So I would say that this has to do hugely with what is a fundamentally different consumption landscape. In some producing nations, as is the case in Brazil, to protect the national coffee crops, the import of foreign green coffee is so highly regulated as to render it de facto illegal. So here in Aberdeen, I could walk to my nearest specialty coffee shop and get a Costa Rican coffee, an Ethiopian coffee, something from Indonesia, and something from Brazil, and all roasted here in the UK, or maybe a few from continental Europe. But if I was back in Brazil, I would almost always only encounter Brazilian coffees roasted in Brazil. And so what would be available to me on a daily basis would not be a cornucopia of world travel, the possibility of imbibing endless and many different places which were utterly unknown to me. What was available to me there was in many ways much more proximate. And so if one of the main purposes of origin is as a tool that distinguishes both coffees and their consumers, what do you do when you can kind of only consume one type of coffee or one national origin of coffee? Now, we do see a more finely honed and nuanced approaches to micro-regions, better familiarity with what the characteristics of something from this state versus that state, or this bioregion or that bioregion might be. But this still presents a bit of a problem. If the parameters of being a really good coffee connoisseur are structured around, at least in part, having tasted the world through coffee, well, then will consumers in producing countries necessarily find themselves at the periphery of this supposedly global coffee culture? So when we talk about origin, it's something we've imagined a little bit. It's an origin imaginary. It's something that consists both of real, geographically based knowledge, but it's also combined with the collective and individualized imaginings of faraway places. The imaginings that fill these knowledge gaps to create the origin imaginary, they draw on consumer desires, interests, but also the moral positioning of specialty coffee, right? The ideals of learning about other people, places, and flavor, and improving the lives of coffee producers through our conscious consumption. This contributes immensely to the shaping of that orthodox or dominant origin imaginary. And these are all good things. I'm absolutely not arguing anything else. But they are situated and they are contextual things, and they will look very different depending on where in the supply chain one sits. Now, the ways in and the extent to which Brazilian specialty coffee consumers can partake in the dominant specialty coffee discourse is limited by the trade structure that has dictated the flows of coffee for centuries. Green coffee moves from the global south to the global north. If a customer in Brazil wishes to try specialty coffee from, for instance, Bolivia, it's actually much easier for them to source that coffee perhaps indirectly from a roastery in the United States than directly from Bolivia, despite the fact that Brazil and Bolivia share a border. And this state of affairs occurs because the flow of green coffees is outbound. They don't actually circulate within or between the producing nations of this global south. I have heard time and time again of how even legal amounts of green coffee brought into Brazil with all the requisite paperwork and the licenses approved by the agricultural ministries have been confiscated at the border. And so it's, time consuming, it's expensive, but frequently the easiest way for a Brazilian specialty coffee consumer to obtain a non-Brazilian coffee is via roasteries in the global north. either ordering them directly or asking friends and family to bring them back as souvenirs from their travels. These are very ingrained trade flows. No individual consumer is in a position to change this, but they structure the movement of coffee in ways which are disadvantageous to the full participation in this dominant origin discourse of traveling through taste. And so for me, when I first came to realize and understand this was a bit of a sour finding. I felt annoyed on behalf of all my Brazilian friends and colleagues, the way that they were shut out of accessing what they really wanted, coffee from around the world, really, really good coffee. But then, something very unexpected happened while I was attending the Semana Internacional do Café trade show in Belo Horizonte, Brazil one year. So I was elbowing my way through that buzzing crowd that always gathers in front of a brew bar when the barista and coffee blogger Renata waved me over to her station. She presented me with a coffee that she just desperately wanted me to try. "You have to try this one," she told me. She was holding up a bag that was from TAF, a roastery you might be aware of in Athens, Greece. And she handed me the package so I could read that information that they had provided. And she was finishing brewing a large V60. And as she was doing that, she told me a little bit about this coffee from TAF. And she said, "It's a really well-traveled coffee. It was raised in Brazil, traveled to Greece to be roasted, and then it came all the way back here. It has a lot of stamps in its passport." And then she laughed and thought, and then said, "Actually, maybe it has 2 passports, 2 citizenships. It's Brasigrego," she added, making a very playful portmanteau of the Portuguese words for Brazilian and Greek. And she poured me a cup of the TAF coffee and rushed off to serve everybody else who'd sort of gathered around the bar. And I sipped this Brasigrego coffee, and I tried to get out of the way of everybody else without spilling any, because it really was a good coffee. And I realized that it had absolutely set my mind racing. I could not, and I still cannot, imagine a consumer in the global north referring to a coffee's origin as being anywhere other than where it was grown. But instinctively, I knew that Renata had touched on something very important regarding origin and how Brazilians can experience it. Something that hinted actually at the limited applicability of the issue of agricultural origin for determining coffee origin, even in importing countries. Now, Brazilian consumers are able to expand their global knowledge of coffee by learning about different origins and acknowledging the ideal of travel through taste, but this imaginary is distinguished by a notion of where far away is, what locations count as exotic, as different, as interesting. So after Renata's comment, I started asking my research participants which non-Brazilian coffee origins they had tried. And immediately I began receiving answers that surprised and delighted me, because I was so accustomed to an idea of origin that only considered where a coffee had been grown. I've had coffees from Colombia, Peru, Italy, and Ethiopia. Yeah, I've tried coffees from the USA, Italy, and Uruguay. I've been so lucky. I've tried coffee from many different origins: Ethiopia, Guatemala, United States, Mexico, France, Canada, Honduras. All different, all wonderful. And the more people I spoke to, the more non-producing countries would pop up in the lists they recited of the coffee origins they had sampled. And ultimately, I recorded the list of following countries as having been mentioned as origins, despite the fact that they produce little or no coffee. And these were Australia, Austria, Argentina, Canada, Denmark, Italy, France, Germany, Greece, Japan, Norway, Sweden, the United States, the United Kingdom, South Korea, and Uruguay. So the definition and the structure of the understanding of origin, as used in the coffee importing nations of the global north, it only had partial relevance for Brazilian consumers. Ultimately, I came to see no contradiction or cognitive dissonance inherent in considering non-growing countries to constitute origins. Brazilian consumers did and do engage with the mainstream definition of origin. They understood perfectly well the notion of agricultural sites as origin, but crucially, they considered them to make up only one part of the notion of origin. And by starting to add value-added sites of processing to an expanded definition, they really enabled themselves to partake in this ideal of traveling to origins, the locations which were, for them, more distant, more desirable, more aspirational sites to access through taste. But they also still acknowledged what might be that more standard way of approaching origin across the wider specialty coffee culture. Locations where a coffee was grown, they never disappeared entirely, but rather other locations were added in. This idea of origin took in more of the product's history, more of its own travels across the globe, and more of the different ways a coffee's flavor could be and is shaped. The point of roasting, as we all know, dramatically alters how a coffee tastes. A coffee from the same Brazilian farm sent to a roastery in Brazil, a roastery in Athens, one in Portland, one here in Aberdeen, one in London, they're going to share some things, but they're also each going to taste distinct. So consumers in Brazil face specific circumstances and situations, such as a relative physical proximity to domestic farms, in combination with this almost near impossibility of access to foreign coffee origins, both in terms of physical travel and their ability to procure even small bags of foreign coffee. As a result, the place where coffee is grown has become merely one site among many that contributes to a coffee's origin, rather than entirely defining it. The value of the product is not, as is so often represented in what we might call terroir-focused thinking, restricted to its place of agricultural origin. The work, the labor, the manufacturing processes, and expertise at other points, they also offer significant input. These processes and inputs may occur at immense distances from the farm, and so they open us up to an idea of origin, which is a much wider category than it might have appeared at first. So, to conclude, I have made 3 points today, which I hope that you do take forward with you through the rest of your high-density experience and beyond. Firstly, origin is not one specific place, and what and where origin is depends on who is viewing it. Secondly, the way we often speak about origin draws on very standard experiences and discourse from coffee importing nations and their relation to origin, but this is far from being the experience of every coffee drinker. And finally, the example of Brazilian consumers show that there are alternate approaches to product origin which take into account factors beyond exclusively agriculture. So if anything, I have complicated what origin is, and instead of making anything more immediately clear, I might have muddied the waters for you a bit. But that's my job. It's to add nuance to our understandings of human experience. And so I wonder, after the possibilities which might open up to us as an industry, if we open ourselves up to think about origin in different and expanded ways, to incorporate readily the experiences and the perspectives of consumers outside the standard importing nation nexus. So that's all for today, though of course I'm here and happy to take questions, have a discussion around all of this. You can find out more about my research at that little link there, and you can reach me at my university email address for all things coffee nerd related. So all that remains is simply to say thank you and obrigada.
Hello, High Density 2023. Hope you've all enjoyed the conference so far. My name is Phil Magowan, and this year I launched my coffee roastery and quarterly magazine project, Exemplar Coffee. Exemplar is dedicated to shedding light on new industry trends, for instance, new varietals or new processing methods. So every quarter, a series of contributors, from coffee scholars to baristas and industry experts, collaborate on articles for the magazine, and in your package you also get the coffees to match the topic of interest. But today, I'm wearing my coffee historian hat. In 2022, I completed an MPhil in coffee history, and the focus of my research was on the construction of quality across the commodity chain in colonial Kenya. So thinking about the not just origin theme for this year's High Density, I wanted to demonstrate how the information that we are subject to in our coffee packaging and what it communicates about the supply chain has changed over time. So let's get stuck in. As consumers, we're often on the lookout for certain symbols, logos, or pieces of information that can communicate particular aspects about the product's supply chain. We like to think that these symbols inform us about how the product was produced and often relate to price premiums paid for desirable traits. Considering this in relation to coffee, we immediately think of several indicators of quality or of how the product was produced, such as fair trade, reinforced alliance, or organic. These symbols not only offer consumers an insight to how the product was produced, but they also offer businesses a marketing mechanism that can be used to target specific demographics or act as a platform to make specific claims about the product that distinguishes it on a supermarket shelf. And thinking more specifically about the specialty market, now we see a never-ending list of information: single origin, details about altitude, particular producers, estates, processing methods, and direct trade, which in theory symbolizes a closer relationship between the roaster and the producer. And often we talk about how accurate these symbols are when it comes to communicating their distinct functions. So one example is the ongoing debate around direct trade, and if the direct trade label only qualifies if the roaster meets certain expectations, such as publishing information or using certain exporters as intermediaries for accessing the product. Or another ongoing debate around it is how much does this so-called relationship coffee actually impact the opportunities offered to producers to retain more value at origin. But how have these symbols on coffee packaging changed over time? What did the coffee consumers of 100 years ago look for when browsing the supermarket for coffee to take home? And what were those symbols trying to communicate about the supply chain to consumers? And what have they historically omitted? Here, let's look at how coffee from colonial Kenya was marketed in the first half of the 20th century and how this reflected in the supply chain. First, let's set up the historical context, which is a lot more exciting than that title would have you believe. Today, Kenya is renowned as one of the most quality-oriented coffee origins, and historically, since Kenyan coffee was first exported for a global commercial market, this has generally been the case. British settlers were the first to cultivate coffee in Kenya for export in the 1890s, and they immediately found that the quality was very good. And there's actually records of the missionaries who first cultivated coffee at St. Austin's Church outside Nairobi, describing the moment they tried their first coffee harvest, and in agreement with some excitement, they noted a distinctive sparkling blackcurrant note. And I don't know if that record itself is romanticized, but as early as the 1920s, we do have this description of the Kenyan coffee that we're familiar with: blackcurrant, orange, citrus. It's fascinating. So in the first 2 decades of the 1900s, the value of Kenyan coffee boomed, and correspondingly, more British settlers arrived in Nairobi ready to take up coffee cultivation. By 1920, the price per tonne had increased by over 150% from the first exports. And as we know, in many ways, the climate and cultivation conditions, such as altitude and the volcanic soils in Kenya, were naturally conducive to yielding this high-quality crop. But a new high-quality coffee produced within the confines of the British Empire benefited the imperial agenda for 2 core reasons at this moment in time. First, since the 1890s, the British Empire had lacked an internal source for quality coffee. The previous primary source for Arabica coffee was Ceylon, which is now Sri Lanka, and British settlers based there produced over 1/4 of Britain's coffee until the industry was totally decimated by coffee leaf rust in the 1890s. And second, because of the collapse of Ceylon's coffee industry, a void was opened in the British consumption market, which was at least partially filled by producers external to the British Empire, primarily Costa Rica. And the historian Stuart McCook has recently dispelled myths that Ceylon's coffee collapse resulted in a reduced British consumption of coffee and a switch over to tea. And instead, McCook showed that Britain actually adapted by diversifying its coffee production and purchasing more from outside the British Empire, and to lessen Britain's vulnerability to fluctuations in global coffee prices, and to end the need to pay premiums to bring coffee in from beyond the empire's boundaries. The bottom line was that the empire needed a new quality-oriented coffee producer of its own. And for these reasons, Kenya, as a new British colony, with the need to foster industry to fuel a growing community of white settlers, made the perfect choice as Britain's next quality-oriented coffee producer. Now that Britain had a colony capable of producing high-quality coffee, the next task was to ensure that this coffee was marketed in a way that consumers would favour it above other coffees on the market at that time, such as Brazil, or in terms of a more specialty-oriented, quality-oriented producer, Costa Rica. What I haven't said yet is that in order to support the existence of the white settler community in Kenya, Kenya coffee had to sell in Britain. So by 1930, coffee contributed the most value to the Kenya government of any export produce, and there were just under 1,000 European coffee farms in Kenya, which constituted 40% of the European farming population in Kenya at that time. So in order to stamp out competition and ensure that this industry prevailed, no Africans were permitted to grow coffee in colonial Kenya until as late as the 1950s. So we'll come back to that in a bit, but for now, let's look at how the settler-grown coffee was marketed. On a farm level, coffee marketing was much similar to our concept of a single origin coffee today. British settlers etched their names of their particular estates on the coffee sacks, which were then dispatched as separate lots to Mombasa for export. The settlers knew that in order to highlight the quality traits of Kenyan coffee, that the lots weren't to be pulled or brought together, as this would lead to a lowering of quality as a whole. So the lots were kept separated and marketed as that of particular producers, estates and of regions. And in planters' journals at this time, British settlers document that the aim of any coffee cultivator in Kenya, was to have their coffee good enough to go in a bag with your estate marked on it, and until that point you would pull it. So settlers were aiming for this high quality distinction. Thinking about another aspect of coffee preparation for the export market, we have processing. And East African producers had traditionally processed coffee by the natural method, which conventionally didn't require any real capital investments. Coffees were simply left in the sun to dry and turned every so often to ensure that the breakdown of fruit was even. However, the natural coffee doesn't come at this point with the same marketing benefits that it does today, and instead it was universally regarded as inferior to the washed method. In order for the settlers' coffee to meet the global market category of high quality, being Colombian mild, the settlers had to put it through the washed process. So the cooperatives that we know in Kenya today, where multiple producers could make use of centralized communal facilities for washing coffee, didn't exist in Kenya at this point, and all British settlers then had to, no matter what size their estate, finance large washing stations with depulpers, concrete washing channels, and often shelters as well for drying the coffee. So through this preparation for the market, the coffee was valued at a very high price, and after it became the job of the Empire Marketing Board, who were based in Britain, to find consumers to pay for quality. The Empire Marketing Board was formed by the British government in 1926 to sell the concept of empire to the British masses. So they framed it as a new cooperative project which stressed the value of imperial unity and shopping within the empire to get the best deal, support your friends, support your family, and all of these people from Britain who had moved out, like the settlers in Kenya, to produce products for British people to enjoy. So in this way, empire became really the fashionable symbol with which Kenyan coffee was marketed and sold to the British public. The Empire Marketing Board worked in collaboration with the Coffee Board of Kenya, which was represented by coffee farmers in Kenya, to work out the best ways to market Kenyan coffee to the British public. They distributed posters and provided shops with window displays with information about Kenyan coffee and the settlers who produced it. And they dispatched coffee to other empire organizations such as the Navy. Most famously, they ran the annual Empire Exhibition, where large venues were designed to feel as if you were visiting British colonies. And at the East African Pavilion, cafes distributed cups of Kenyan coffee. So Kenyan coffee really was the headline for all empire-oriented marketing about Kenya at this time. And many of the British settlers cultivating coffee were nobles of high rank or ex-military men, and the Empire Marketing Board very, very craftily used the networks of these individuals to bolster sales of Kenyan coffee. So under the snowball scheme, every coffee planter in Kenya was obliged to provide a list of the names and addresses of their friends, family, old colleagues in the UK, who then received a freshly roasted sample of Kenyan coffee and a booklet titled Kenya Coffee and How to Brew It. I'm not so sure that it would have complied with GDPR as it stands today. So yeah, moving on to consider what these marketing strategies actually meant for the commodity chain. Why were settlers insistent on an exclusively quality-oriented method of production? And as I mentioned, the white settler community in Kenya were reliant upon the funds generated by coffee to fund their futures in Kenya. And while there were financial benefits to producing coffee of the highest quality, when we investigate the commodity chain that developed around Kenya's settlers and their coffee production, we can see that the production was also set up in such a way so as to exclude African producers from production very specifically. So throughout the early 20th century, especially after the close of the First World War, the British settlers were increasingly challenged in Parliament on their monopoly of coffee production in Kenya. And in response, they argued that in order to maintain Kenya's reputation for quality on the global market, the sole cultivators of coffee should be European settlers who had the skill, knowledge, and capital required to produce coffee consistently at such a high standard. So at this point in Britain, there was a growing sentiment that settler colonization was, at least in some ways, morally wrong. Coffee, as an industry which excluded all Africans from production, became a focal point for debate. And the settlers very quickly realised that they needed the industry to be established in such a way that there were barriers to entry for African producers that seemed somewhat authentic or reasonable. So in 1925, Ormsby Gore of the East Africa Commission, which was actually commissioned by the British government to provide plans for developing African agriculture in Kenya, summarised this argument on behalf of the British settlers. Coffee is a difficult plant, easy prey to diseases, requiring continual watchfulness, careful pruning, and skilled cultivation. It must be regarded as essentially a crop for the European producer. Further, East African Arabica coffee has already achieved a especially high price on account of its quality, and because of the larger European farms, special factory plants have been installed for pulping, drying, and grading. And the governor of colonial Kenya at that time, Governor Byrne, echoed these points. He said, "A native has not the capital to tide over the bad years or the business acumen to set aside profits against future losses. Moreover, it would be an assumption to which few would subscribe that a native could grow coffee as well for himself as he does when closely supervised by a European employer equipped with scientific knowledge." So when we look at how Kenyan coffee was produced, we can see that resources were concentrated in a way that favoured European production and moreover hampered African production. My thesis investigated this commodity chain in detail, but now I'm going to look very briefly at two links in the chain which are particularly revealing, these being harvesting labour and coffee processing. First, on labour, it was absolutely imperative that settlers had a sufficient labour supply to harvest their coffee crops. So for harvest, it was at the time reported that for an 100-acre farm, it needed an average of 80 pickers to harvest everything. And by excluding Africans from producing coffee of their own, and moreover imposing laws on Africans that they must pay tax to the colonial government, they effectively created a pool of easily accessible labour for settlers. There's a wonderful paper from economic historians Fabeck and Green, which demonstrates how the exclusion of Africans from coffee production meant that they were totally available at the time of harvest, as coffee's harvest doesn't align with any of the other contemporary crops' harvesting or sowing periods. And by forcing Africans to pay tax, cash tax to the colonial government, some of the only work available to them was harvesting settler coffee. The colonial government really narrowed down the options of African workers. So by preventing African coffee cultivation, they not only eliminated coffee competition, but they also ensured a labour supply for the settlers. Contemporary humanitarian critics of white settlement in Kenya were very quick to realise this. George Padmore, who wrote on British coffee growers, "The lying excuse of these capitalists is that the coffee industry is suffering because the natives are not capable of applying scientific methods in preventing plant diseases. The planters know better, but it is necessary for them to find some excuse to cover up their real aim, to get the peasants to work for them instead of for themselves." And considering processing again, the washed versus natural, we know that the contemporary global market invariably favoured washed coffee above natural, but in Kenya there were no cooperatives or washing facilities for African producers to avail of. The European settlers often pointed to the inferiority of coffee produced by the dry method as a reason to exclude Africans from production, and they mentioned in Parliament several times that Africans would be unable to afford and operate the machinery needed to process coffee by the wet method. The most insightful sources on coffee processing in colonial Kenya come from the government discussions around the beginning of African coffee growing trials. So these took place in the 1930s, when a small trial group of Africans were permitted to cultivate their own coffee in 3 trial areas. It was decided by the coffee research officers that because processing facilities were beyond the reach of Africans to afford, that the trials should proceed by producing coffee by the natural process. And the agricultural officers reported serious discontent from African producers when they were told about this plan. So some church mission groups, British church mission groups, did actually in the end assist Africans by providing pulpers for them produced coffee by the washed method. And I think they were essentially looking at this as an opportunity to show that Africans could produce coffee of the same calibre as the British, but surprise, the trials were swept under the rug and nothing ultimately came of the African coffee growing trials in the 30s. And the settlers expressed great concern that the marketing of the coffee produced by the trials, which was by the natural method, so they said the marketing of native coffee risked injuring the good reputation possessed by Kenyan coffee. So in many ways, because the Africans were denied access to the tools to produce quality coffee, these trials were a rigged game. And taking a step back from the commodity chain, we can see from these examples that the conditions of production were extremely favourable to the British settlers who wanted to maintain their cheap labour supplies and position of owners of the production facilities. The settlers' rhetoric argued that because coffee was high quality and performing well in the global market, that any changes such as, say, having African producers actively involved in production would cause detriment to the quality brand that they had built. So throughout the colonial period, a consistent theme is the reliance of settler agriculture on sustained political support to ensure that it had sufficient resources to continue operating in a way which made financial sense for the settlers. Eventually, throughout the Great Depression and the Second World War, African production began to see success in trial environments where it was eventually realised to be both more financially sound and efficient model for producing coffee. And by the 1950s, coffee cooperatives emerged and most Kenyan producers could process their coffee by the washed method, which would earn them more money and allow them to demonstrate to anyone who doubted that they could produce coffee of the same quality, and invariably actually better quality, as the data in the 50s told, as the British settlers who did for so long, or had for so long held a monopoly over the country's coffee culture. To wrap up, it's apparent that both today and historically the information that we see in our coffee packaging only tells half the story. The changing attitudes to how Kenyan coffee was marketed were brought about by an increased awareness about what actually happens across the supply chain. At a time when, as consumers, we want to be more aware of the social impact of our purchase decisions, it's important that we understand how symbols on our products of choice can actually align with what they claim to represent. It's absolutely important to learn about direct trade, altitudes, processing methods, and how these things impact cup quality. But if we're invested in cup quality and our experience as a consumer, then it's also important to learn about what they mean for the supply chain and how marketing trends can so easily both develop and destroy the livelihood of a producer on the other side of the world. Thank you all for listening in. That was a bit of a whistle-stop tour of coffee marketing and the coffee supply chain in colonial Kenya. This presentation drew quite heavily from my MPhil thesis on the coffee commodity chain, which looks at how quality was constructed and realised across the chain, from land and labour laws to marketing, railroads and systems for export, all the fun stuff. So if you'd like any more information on that, feel free to reach out to me at the email address and contact details provided on the High Density website or on exemplarcoffee.com. Cheers again for listening, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Goodbye.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. It is such a pleasure to be here today and be able to share some ideas with you. My name is Mick, and I am currently the head roaster for Back to Black Coffee in Amsterdam. Today I will talk a little bit about the topic of reimagining Canephora, also known as Robusta, in the context of specialty coffee. And the fundamental message behind my presentation today is that Canephora can be beautiful. It can be sweet, complex, fruity. It can be all sorts of things. It's not just one thing. That's my message. It can be of great quality, and it can be appreciated just like any other coffee species that's out in the market, or maybe not even yet on the market. Yeah. It often gets generalized and portrayed as inferior to something else that's superior. And I think this way of thinking is very dangerous, because whenever we say a group of something is just one thing and it's inferior to that other thing, and that other thing is superior and it's better, I think this way of thinking has been proven to be very dangerous and have disastrous consequences throughout history in many different topics and all over the world. And so today, we'll ask ourselves some important questions and contemplate the answers together, I hope, because I don't think I have any life-altering insights or answers for you. But of course, any knowledge I do have, I wish to be public, so that it can be used or ignored, depending on how useful you find it. Regardless, I do like to think about this topic, and quite a lot for a couple of reasons, but mostly because it makes me feel energetic, inspired, and hopeful. It's a little like being in love, and not unlike any other relationship, it requires compassion, understanding, and loads of hard work. Sometimes I find the relationships we develop amusing, especially with words, which is why I'm such a fan of this year's theme for the conference, Not Just Origin. It was described in the following words. Every day, we use the word origin to not only describe where coffee comes from, but to encompass a whole country, its industry, people, and a place in the coffee supply chain. We use it to define 70 plus coffee producing countries and their people. In doing so, we reduce a third of the globe, with all of its complexities, into a single concept or entity which serves to push apart those who consume coffee from those who grow it. And after reading this, I thought, hell yes, I feel happy, because it is how I feel in regards to Canephora too. And so the fact that we are talking about words, our relationships to them, and how we use them, it means a lot to me. And in the topic of Canephora, there is another word that is causing very similar damage, I think, and that word is Robusta. Because we use that word to generalize an entire species of coffee, which includes many varieties, some of which we are yet to identify, a lot of which we are yet to identify. We generalize 40% of the world's coffee production and judge the work of the people who produce it. We use it to generalize its flavor profiles, the way it's produced, its quality, and its purpose, what it is meant for, all in that one word, Robusta. As peculiar as it is, many unpleasant things associated with coffee always come back to that one variety. And it is a variety. And while Robusta itself has many variations due to cross-pollination and geography, it is a variety in the family that is Coffea canephora. So just like Typica, Catimor, or Java are varieties of the Arabica family. Now there are many more varieties within the Canephora family, and because its flavor profiles tend to be a little bit less complex than that of Arabica, it is often forgotten that its genetic diversity is much, much greater. Fun fact for those of you who maybe didn't know, Canephora is also the parent species of Arabica together with Uwajeneza. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Maybe, hopefully, fingers crossed. Hey, moving forward. The first things that come to mind when we talk about Canephora are the many bad stereotypes that kind of tend to follow it around. And when we start working in coffee, being a little interested, or we open the coffee atlas, one of the first things we learn is that Canephora is bad. We learned that it is bitter, and its flavor profile is somewhere between earthy, woody, pungent, and ashy, rubbery, or paper-like. We learned that it is a cheap coffee, that producers don't really pay attention to quality, and that it is not as complex as Arabica. And we hear these among other things, and we internalize them. We keep them secure in our heads, along with any other biases we might have, and don't really think about it again. Because why would we? We have established what it is that we dislike, and we are free to focus, research, and experiment with the things we do like Arabica. And as an industry, I think we have poured endless hours into improving quality, processing, designing better brewing methods, coming up with cleaner, more transparent roasting profiles, and communicating to our audience what it is that we're after. And well, depending on the company that you work for, and most importantly, your values, we're after many different things. But the thing that tends to unite us all in the end, at least the thing that we have in common most of the time, is the quality of taste. And Canephora never quite made the cut. And I think we have to acknowledge the truth behind the bad stereotypes. Because Canephora can be all the bad things that it is known for. And there are good reasons for it too. When the first cupping protocol was invented, Canephora was still not identified as a separate species, right? Like imagine that landing on your cupping table and you don't know how to roast it, you don't know that it's different, and you just taste it next to Arabica, like you don't know what to do, which is no excuse. But in fact, Canephora was discovered almost 100 years after Arabica, and its birthplace was in the lowland forests of the Congo Basin. It was recognized as a species that grew in harsher conditions than Arabica. Its potential was spotted by colonial powers, most famously the Netherlands and France. The Dutch stole the coffee and brought it to Indonesia, while the French brought it to Vietnam. And both these places already struggled with cultivating Arabica already. And so Canephora was the logical next choice. The misfortune of colonial Canephora was that quality was not really a priority. It was volume. It produces a lot of volume, and that's an important thing. And of course, quality, it's not really such a concern when tackling the topic of colonialism, but it has a very real impact today. Because Vietnam became the second biggest producer of coffee in the world, with a very big majority of its production being Robusta. And while colonial rule is over, its impact is very real, also in the coffee industry, because now Vietnamese coffee structurally is kept out of the specialty market. It is used for espresso blends, instant coffee, energy drinks, and flavoring, and all of that without any traceability or transparency, because that's the way it was always done. Very few people, especially in Europe, have a positive association with Vietnamese coffee, the way they might have with Colombian coffee, for example. And that's again due to lack of traceability and transparency, because Vietnam is not advertised, showcased, or even acknowledged as a quality coffee producer. And so how could we know? There are many other producing countries who share similar or share parts of this story. There's a lot. And today, unfortunately, they share the burden and impact of this history. And these are some of the very harsh past and present realities that people within this sector are facing. The modern coffee industry is evolving and adapting, however, and Canephora is increasingly becoming part of the conversation. One of the main reasons eyes are turning to Canephora is the fact that these plants can deal much better with harsher climate conditions, which is good, because if you can't grow Arabica anymore because the climate is so fucked up, we messed it up so bad, a source of income like Canephora is a pretty good option, because they can deal so much better with these harsher climate conditions. They can also grow at lower altitudes that tend to be a little warmer, in higher temperatures and with less shade. They're also more resistant towards many pests as well as diseases, such as the coffee leaf rust, which is a huge problem. Me personally, I particularly know what a big problem it is in Peru, but I imagine it's a massive problem all over the place. Canephora plants also tend to be more productive, meaning that more can be produced on the same piece of land, which is taken advantage of by some less than nice people in some places in the world. I'm not gonna, but this factor alone, it shouldn't be abused. I was talking about corporations, not producers, by the way, just to make that clear. So they are more productive, meaning more can be produced on the same piece of land, and also less labor intensive, as all the cherries kind of tend to ripen at the same time. And these factors are proving to be of great benefit in an industry that pledges to strive for sustainability, solidarity, and economical justice. And in theory, I think there are very few cons to producing canephora. But in reality, again, it's a little bit more difficult. It's a little bit more complicated. Because of how canephora was, and in many cases continues to be treated, there are serious gaps in investments, education, and knowledge that directly impact the availability of quality raw material, as well as our capability of allowing it to enter the specialty market. And I really hate the word allowing it, or to allow something to enter the specialty market. But unfortunately, with the power dynamics, the way they are set up, roasters in consuming countries do have the power to allow or resist something from entering the specialty market. And Robusta canephora, I think, is a very good example of that. No, it's not good, but it's apparently the reality. So do with that what you will. And these issues transpire on all levels in the industry, from production, importers, roasters, baristas, and consumers alike. And if you are a roaster or a green buyer like me and attempted to work with canephora, you probably found it quite challenging. Not only is it difficult to find great tasting canephora, but it's just as challenging to roast it once you find it, perform sensory analysis, and then communicate it to your audience in a way that's appropriate, because we are working with a species we're not really familiar with working that way. Like, it has its purpose in instant coffee or espresso blends, at least, in my bubble, but it didn't really have its place among other specialty coffees. And I know that there are countries who are miles ahead in regards to solving these issues. I think roasters often look to each other for inspiration. And in Europe, it seems to be very Eurocentric. We're always looking like, oh, what are people in Norway doing? What are people in Sweden doing? What are people in the UK doing? But with canephora, I've been looking forward or looking up to roasters in very far outside of Europe. In particular, Brazil, Vietnam, and Indonesia. Because roasters have become very good at working with these coffees, since these countries produce some of the best canephoras in the world, and they showcase them as a quality product, which for me has been very inspiring. And really great to see something that gave me a lot of energy to do it myself. In many other places, however, these issues, as I said, they find easier solutions. Since we are not taught how to work with these coffees, we end up using them in ways and with a purpose that we are familiar with. And although canephora by now has most definitely entered the specialty market in Europe, most establishments use it in espresso blends and to lower the cost of these products, which is why many people, including myself, think that it is necessary to reimagine canephora in the context of specialty coffee. And this involves breaking it out of a prison that was built over many years and is lined with both damaging preconceptions as it is with gaps in knowledge. But I am happy to say that people really are doing amazing work to make that happen. A while ago, I listened to an episode of a podcast by Luiza Pellicer, who I think is a keynote speaker for this conference, so yay, during which she spoke to Parrish, who is a 5th-generation coffee producer in India. And it is an episode I highly recommend to anyone who wants to hear about the work that it takes to produce outstanding Canafora or any coffee for that matter. Both of these individuals are full of inspiring concepts, ideas, and worldviews. It is very inspiring to see people experiment and improve processing in order to achieve particular and consistent flavor profiles and quality. The openness and the dedication of such coffee professionals makes a significant impact, and it is my belief that it's their work and work of people like that will let Canafora skyrocket into the future from the little hole that we dug for it. Now, one interesting insight from that episode that I'd like to share with you as well have to do with fermentation, of course, and the desire to mute what is often described as the Robusta harshness. And it definitely changed my perspective as a green buyer on what it is that I look for in the lots that I review, because Luiza pointed out that fermentation often amplifies flavors, something that I of course knew but kind of had backwards in my head in regards to Canafora. I thought, well, maybe, more fermentation is good because it makes it more complex or something. And in case of Canafora, not all of the flavors that we are trying to amplify are pleasant. So the idea that less fermentation can help smoothen the overall profile is very helpful. On the other hand, Luiza also pointed out that this doesn't apply to all fermentation, and intentional fermentation sequences can in fact add more complexity and even add new flavors rather than amplifying the harsh ones. And this is an idea that I also found to be true while copying many coffees and Canafora over the last few years. And these are both very interesting ideas because I've both had very, very smooth washed Canaforas that didn't have a lot of fermentation going on. I had some natural and anaerobic Canaforas that were very, very harsh, and all the very typical stereotypical Robusta harshness was really in your face. But I've also had anaerobic, well, I know we're not meant to call them anaerobic, but coffees with some intentional controlled fermentation in low oxygen environments that tasted really good and smooth and just as smooth as the washed ones. So yeah, I'm very, very into how different ways of fermentation can affect Canafora and what can be amplified and showcase what can be muted. And yeah, this is super a topic that I'm very much into right now, because I think through better processing, the story of this species will become more approachable to a wider audience, and perhaps even convince some people to learn about these coffees in more depth, which is going to be beneficial for everyone. Because we have to remember that Arabica only tastes so good in many cases, because we put in so much time and work to make it so. And I think the same is true for Canafora or any other coffee species for that matter. Now, I have previously purchased a Robusta from Mr. Doi Nguyen, the person behind the Future Coffee Farms in Ba Loc, Vietnam. And Mr. Doi is a person who's extremely proud of his processing methods, and he says that he designs the flavor expressions of his coffees rather than letting them happen sporadically. He produces washed, winey honey and winey natural Robustas, and I will communicate them as winey honey or winey naturals just because that's how he communicates them as well. There's of course a lot to that process, but I don't think it's necessary for us to get into that right now. Anyway, he has spent much time investing and figuring out what works and why. And his winey natural Robusta in 2020 was the first one that I really liked. It was fruity, it was complex, it was sweet, it was creamy, but not at first. When I tasted the roasted samples at first, I thought it was terrible. It really followed in the steps of all the stereotypes I previously heard, until I accidentally underdeveloped the sample and copped it anyway. I thought, well, it can't be worse than the regular one. And that's when the aromas turned very sweet, slightly fruity, and with a mouthfeel that was really, really amazing and viscous. And after that, I spent a considerable amount of time after work roasting and experimenting with various Vietnamese robustas my friends from Compa provided me with. And at some point I had an eureka moment, because I have figured out how to roast Canafora in order to showcase its existing flavor potential without roasting notes. And I have started roasting them with lower energy, lower OR values in the beginning and end, flatter curves, and lower ending temperatures. I was able to fully develop the internal color of the beans, maximize the sweetness, and all of that without turning any of the compounds particularly bitter. And the results were coffees that have shown previously mass complexity, that were smoother than I thought they could be, and that have proved to be delicious as filter coffee. And Mr. Doy's Winey Natural Robusta became the first, maybe ever, single origin light roasted Canafora in Europe with the purpose for filter coffee. And it was light. I don't roast this light anymore. But we have sold out within a couple of months and people really loved it. I am telling you this because Mr. Doy reimagined Robusta and made his crops very stable, very beautiful, and very unique. And this Robusta then ended up in the hands of someone who had the time and was willing to reimagine roasting curves and outdated roasting protocols, because up until then, all I knew was the CQI roasting protocol for Robusta, which states that, it has to be roasted this much darker than Arabica, and that you should drop it out of the drum just before the second crack, which is, so damaging. And this style of roasting does not at all represent the coffees that are in front of you. But anyway, what followed after that was kind of a snowball effect, right? Because I dove deep into Canafora and everything to do with it, and suddenly I was in contact with like-minded people all over the world, and I ended up writing a book about my experiences titled I Would Like Your Fruitiest, Funkiest, Most Fermented Canafora on the Menu. And it's a ridiculous title, and I think it's a ridiculous request. And that's why I chose it, not because I believe in such a request, but I think it's so ridiculous. And in being so ridiculous, we can see that it's still a little less ridiculous than the reality of the resistance that Canafora has faced in the specialty coffee industry. I have also brought a Vietnamese Robusta to the German Barista Championships in 2022, where I didn't do well, but I did make some noise. And I guess if you know, you know. The point is, on this journey, I have been able to identify many areas to which I have been previously ignorant to, or I have simply overlooked. And I was able to do that only because of the insights and support I got from people I had the pleasure of either speaking with or tasting coffees from. And I think I should call them pioneers, but at the very least, they are my personal idols, starting with people who grow the coffees that I'm lucky to have worked with or currently are working with, like Mr. Doy and Mr. Quan in Vietnam, who through improving, harvesting and processing elevated Robusta to new heights. The women-led cooperative Chakravarmi in Ecuador, who grows Napapayamino and Pepon, which were my first experiences tasting something other than Robusta in regards to Canafora varieties. There is Reza in Java, who was so inspired by El Paraíso in Colombia and became a master of designing fermentation sequences with particular yeasts in order to create his 3 signature profiles called lactic, jasmine, and mango. There is Poliana Peru in Rondônia in Brazil, who is also a fermentation wizard and produced an Amazonian Robusta that still today remains the most memorable cup I ever had. And if it wasn't for their coffees, I wouldn't be talking with you today. And each one is so different and so unique, and each one deserves a lot more than being labeled as a Robusta. What I really enjoyed about tasting these coffees is the fact that I tasted the work and ideas of these individuals, because they were all reimagining what their raw material, and with Arabica, I was always taught, and I was taught that very early on on my journey about what coffee is meant to be. A Kenyan terroir, is this or that. A Colombian terroir is this or that. And because with Canafora I was learning to taste from scratch, here I didn't have these preconceptions in my head. I was tasting coffees from Reza, I was tasting coffees from Poliana, I was tasting coffees from Mr. Doi, from Mr. Kwan. I wasn't looking for a great example of a Vietnamese terroir or a Brazilian terroir. I was looking to taste their work, I was looking to taste their ideas, and this is a lesson I appreciate as a whole, not just in regards to Canafora, because it really altered my way of thinking in regards to coffee in general and changed the way I taste it. Yeah, there are of course many other people on the other end of supply chain. I will go through them very quickly because I know I'm babbling for a while now already. But there is Sara Nguyen, who reclaimed Vietnamese coffee as a quality product in the US, and through very thoughtful communication of her company broke many bad stereotypes around Canafora. There is the Fuzz Cafe scene in Brazil, whose roasting approach was so much more developed and so far ahead, more than mine at the time, and who let me taste the coffee from Poliana, Peru. I have met Gio and Anna from Giovanna, who have a lovely roastery and cafe in Cologne, who introduced me to Chakravarmi and the world of Ecuadorian Canafora varieties. Anna also competed with a very beautiful Napa Payamino from the Chakravarmi and reached the finals at the Barista Champs in 2022 here in Germany. There is Shamil from Ekata, who I love very much, and who went through the trouble of sharing, I think, 30 different lots with me, with maybe 20 different processing methods, just to brainstorm what works and what tastes like what, and allowed me to taste some of the finest Indian Canaforas. He also is a person that opened my eyes to different ways of farming and to how we assign value to particular things, which I really appreciate. And then, of course, there's two people who have a very special place in my heart, who are both green coffee importers and who run a company called Compa, and who brought me the very first Robusta I tasted, and who continue to bring very lovely Vietnamese Robustas to Europe, who run very cool projects, including reviving old fincas in Peru using Canafora trees, and organizing the first in Europe Canafora Festival twice now. Anyway, all these people that I've mentioned, they reimagined Canafora, they made something beautiful out of it. They are telling you, taste it, work with it, because it's beautiful, it's so diverse, it's not just one thing. And it's something that nobody wanted to talk about at one point, and now we're talking about it, which is great. So just to finish up, what does it mean to reimagine Canafora in the context of specialty coffee? And I think for me it means collecting broken pieces that are scattered and hidden all over the place and shaping them into something beautiful. It means to continue standing by the values of inclusiveness, transparency, sustainability and economic justice and solidarity, and to do everything we can and not reproduce colonial structures. It means letting go of being snobby and being open instead. It means allowing yourself to learn new things and say, I don't know, but I can try and find out, instead of, nah, I didn't like it, I'm not interested. Reimagining Canafora in the context of specialty coffee can mean many things, and it depends on where you are on your position in the industry and your resources. It can be as simple as learning to taste and developing a sensory vocabulary suitable to communicating Canafora. It can be serving it in your cafe. It can be researching new roasting or brewing techniques. It can be improving processing of your crop. It can be going to your favorite cafe and asking, hey, have you got any Canafora? One thing is for certain, and that it is to do something rather than do nothing, because it has been ignored for long enough. Okay, guys, I'm done. Thank you so much for listening to me babble. I hope you enjoyed the rest of the conference, and in case you want to chat or have any questions, please feel free to hit me up at any time.
So let's say you want to make a
Oat milk.
shake. Start with a handful of peppermint candy, my secret ingredient.
Don't forget the non-dairy frozen dessert.
What do you guys taste this?
Look at that.
Add a splash of
Oat milk.
and now you've got a full-size blender full of
Oat milk.
shake.
Hi, I'm Gabby. I'm the European Product Manager for the Barista League. If you don't feel like competing, but you still want to get involved in one of the events somehow, then may I suggest volunteering. We're always on the lookout for volunteers to help us oversee the smooth runnings of our events. And as a volunteer, you get access to all the behind the scenes action. You meet heaps of like-minded coffee people in your community, and you will be well looked after with plenty of food, drinks, and of course, amazing coffee. You will also be going home with a goodie bag heavy from all the swag items. So head over to our website and apply to volunteer in any of our upcoming events. See you there!
Hi, I'm Mike Strumpf, Senior Director of Coffee at Swiss Water. In today's session, we will take a microscopic look into the traceability of African coffees. We decaffeinate coffee through the Swiss Water process, which is a chemical-free method of removing caffeine that preserves the inherent taste and characteristics of the bean. While we decaffeinate a lot of coffee on behalf of our customers, we also purchase a significant amount of coffee ourselves, including coffees from East Africa, and this allows us to be seasoned buyers of African coffees. As it is with so many in specialty coffee, traceability is very important to us. Africa, like Central America, has many coffee producers, but the small farms in Africa are significantly smaller than the small farms in Central America, and as such, it's quite rare to find a single farmer lot. As a result, in the current system, traceability is primarily only available at the cooperative or washing station level rather than at the farmer level. Another aspect which makes the Great Lakes region of Africa stand out from areas such as Central America is the number of landlocks. Coffees from many African countries have to pass through one or more nations before getting on a steamship. A few implications include As a result of these landlock inhibitors, it's key to have strong connections all the way down to the washing station and cooperative to ensure transparency and accountability. Our belief is that, despite these challenges, overcoming them is worth the effort. The dedicated growers in these countries deserve and need our support. Being the top agricultural export in countries like Rwanda and Burundi, coffee is a huge and important source of income for many individuals. Now, in 2013, we established a line of decaf coffees to provide a high level of traceability, which we call the small batch series. Each coffee is exceptional in the cup and for the people behind the cup. Our small batch series coffees come from around the globe, and we're proud to offer many African coffees, including from Rwanda and Burundi, which I'll share as examples of impactful potential. Our decaf Rwanda Nyampinga is sourced through Sustainable Harvest's Women's Sourcing Program. One of the challenges in coffee production is the unequal status of women. This program aims to elevate their status through coffee skills education, advocacy, leadership development, and concrete incentives to improve quality and meet their goals. Through this and the Sustainable Growers Program, the female Nyampinga Cooperative has been able to increase cup scores and market value of their coffees, and in turn increase the economic opportunities for these women and their families. Another example is our Decaf Burundi Rotheka project, which we've offered for 3 seasons. The Rotheka project is a partnership organized to combat poverty and support women-produced coffee in Burundi. This project includes Kaliko, formed by Angele Siza. Kaliko is committed to investing in training, environmental protection, microfinance, and other social infrastructures such as scholarship programs to pay for school fees for young girls. Now, as we all know, African coffees hold a huge significance in the world of coffee, and traceability of these beans extends far beyond the cup, playing a pivotal role in preserving farmland, supporting communities, and ensuring that sustainable sourcing is practiced. In the theme of not just origin, I hope I've helped illustrate how making the extra effort around traceability when purchasing African coffees positively impacts communities. We encourage you to explore our website and delve into our diverse selection of decaffeinated coffees from around the world. Discover the stories behind each cup and their impacts. Our commitment to traceability not only ensures exceptional taste, but also makes a positive impact. Let's all make a commitment to play our part in researching our decaf choices and continue our support for sustainable practices.
Mi nombre es Agustín Quiroga, soy el fundador de Café Puerto Blest. Café Puerto Blest surge en el 2001, impulsado de la curiosidad por el proceso de tueste. Yo vengo del negocio del vending, nosotros teníamos máquinas expendedoras de café. Comprábamos café a un pequeño tostador de la zona, y siempre que iba a comprar el café para estas máquinas me quedaba viendo el proceso de tueste, y eso me llamaba realmente mucho la atención. En una de las visitas, este proveedor iba a vender su tostadora. Yo decido comprarle la tostadora de café y comenzar a tostar mi propio café. Así fue como comencé a estudiar y sobre el tema, proceso de tueste, varietales y demás. Tuvimos casi unos 8 o 9 años comprando en Argentina el mejor café posible, y siempre con la intención de poder comprar de forma directa para poder obtener los mejores cafés posibles. La realidad es que Argentina es un país vidriera. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? No es un país productor, entonces tiene un gran beneficio, que es que uno puede comprar cafés de todo el mundo, importarlos y tostarlos. El 98%, 99% del café que se consume en Argentina es de origen Brasil, y el otro 1% era de Colombia. Cuando yo en su momento viajaba a las ferias, o probaba cafés afuera, siempre probaba cafés capaz de África o de Centroamérica con unos atributos diferenciados a los que yo podía obtener en mi país. Así fue como con el correr del tiempo la idea de traer nuestra propia materia prima crecía, se hacía cada vez más tangible. Y bueno, ahora 13 años, 2010, comencé a viajar a zonas de producción con la posibilidad, finalidad de importar nuestros propios lotes, mejorar la calidad, tener la trazabilidad completa y hacer a largo plazo trabajos con los caficultores y poder obtener la materia prima que se acorde a la calidad que espera la empresa. Así fue como el primer viaje que hicimos fue a Brasil. Estuve viajando 3 años seguidos, sin comprar, sin importar nada, sin comprar café, simplemente viendo un poco las fincas, viendo un poco cómo se manejaba el mercado y demás. Y recién al 4.º año compramos café. Una de las primeras fincas a las cuales compramos fue a Fazenda Ambiental Fortaleza, FAF, Fazenda de Marcos, familia de Marcos Croce, Felipe, con los cuales al día de la fecha tenemos una gran amistad. Compramos a Luis Paulo, Carmo Coffees, tenemos en esa región varios amigos que se dedican al mundo del café especialidad. Y luego comenzamos con otros orígenes. El segundo origen fue Perú, luego se sumó todo Centroamérica. Compramos café en Guatemala, Nicaragua, El Salvador, Honduras, y así fue creciendo los orígenes de los cafés que trabajábamos. Cada origen tiene su particularidad y sus desafíos. Cada lote de café o cada varietal de café que uno compra en cada origen, por una cuestión de terroir, microclima y demás, da un sabor distinto. Hay algunos varietales que se dan mejor en un país que en otro. Entonces, en virtud de ese mapeo sensorial que tenemos, producto de la experiencia y de probar, hay algunos varietales que compramos en un determinado país y hay otros que lo hacemos teniendo la posibilidad. Siempre compramos el varietal que mejor se da en cada país de origen. Entonces, creemos que un café excepcional no surge porque sí, sino que es el resultado del esfuerzo de mucha gente, principalmente del caficultor, por lo menos en el primer estadio, ¿no? O sea, en el primer eslabón de la cadena, el gran trabajo que tiene que hacer el caficultor es el que termina determinando la calidad de la materia prima. Trabajamos con varios caficultores y las relaciones son a largo plazo y vamos generando con el correr del tiempo nuevos aliados, nuevos caficultores con los cuales comenzamos a trabajar y vamos mejorando dentro de cada finca los procesos y demás para llegar al café, a la calidad del café que buscamos, ¿no? ¿Qué es un café especial para nosotros? Un café especial es aquel café que reúne determinadas cualidades organolépticas, que tiene un grado de complejidad, un sabor que se destaca, que se diferencia de un café convencional. No es solo eso, no solo tenemos en cuenta la parte sensorial, sino también todo lo que tiene que ver con la parte social. Nos interesa trabajar con caficultores que quieran trabajar a largo plazo y que tengan en cuenta también el medio en el que viven y cómo se relacionan con el medio ambiente. Ver la valoración que tienen, por ejemplo, con el agua, que no es un recurso infinito. También evaluamos dentro de la finca la conservación del bosque nativo, qué área tienen, cómo trabajan eso. También vemos y evaluamos el tratamiento de aguas durante el proceso de beneficio húmedo, qué tratamiento se le da y cómo se devuelve eso al medio. Si realmente trabaja la tierra y está involucrado con el medio en el que vive. Eso para nosotros es muy importante porque creemos que gran parte de la calidad del café proviene del caficultor. Nosotros como empresa tratamos o tenemos el perfil de respetar lo que viene del cultivar. Compramos cafés lavados, honey, naturales, algunos naturales anaeróbicos, diferentes tipos de fermentación, algunas más elevadas, otras no, pero buscamos como empresa que esté el café siempre presente en la bebida café. La realidad es que hoy en día la tendencia en algunos mercados es beneficios o fermentaciones más elevadas, donde uno lo único que percibe es el aporte del beneficio en sí, y uno no encuentra ningún atributo que tenga que ver con el varietal o con la genética de la planta. Nosotros como empresa compramos cafés donde uno pueda percibir el beneficio sin que se pierdan las virtudes organolépticas o las cualidades que vienen del terroir, de la genética, de los varietales que compramos. Cuando el café llega al tostero nuestro, esos principios se siguen conservando y tostamos los cafés acorde a eso, respetar siempre lo que viene del cultivar. Entonces, en función de los atributos de ese café, es el tipo de tueste que le hacemos y el método en cual lo vamos a utilizar. Esa trazabilidad que tenemos, tanto en la finca, en el tueste, la mantenemos hasta que el café, hasta el último eslabón, hasta el consumidor final. Entonces, una vez que tostamos los cafés, tenemos un control de calidad. Todos los cafés que se tuestan dentro de la empresa se catan y se prueban. Somos una empresa que nació como empresa escuela, somos formadores de barista, tenemos el apoyo, o sea, nuestros clientes vienen a la empresa y pueden tomar un curso, hacemos asistencia sobre eso, como para que el café, los resultados de todo este esfuerzo se vean reflejados en la taza. Creemos que el barista es el último eslabón de la cadena y es el interlocutor entre el café y el consumidor final. Este eslabón dentro de la cadena es fundamental porque toda la información de la cual hablamos, si uno no la transmite, queda en la nada, se pierde. Entonces creo que el rol fundamental del barista es comunicar, enseñar, hacer docencia, sobre todo los atributos, la forma de preparar el café y demás. Porque realmente atrás de una taza de café hay un esfuerzo enorme y sobre todo hay un mundo de gente involucrada.
Oat milk.
Sure be gloomy. 'Cause the little cat's wish is only a dish of
Oat milk.
la la la.
Hi everyone, my name is Jimena Rubio and I'm the Partnerships Manager at the Barista League. I was born and raised in Mexico and I currently live in Mexico City. Growing up in a producing country has given me a different perspective on what the coffee industry is. But something that I can say is the same is the community, the sense of community we have. We in the coffee community, we always try to lift each other up and grow with each other. So this is something that at the Barista League we're trying to uphold. And going to different cities, we are always spending much of our time investigating the community, talking to the key players in the community and bringing everyone together in the same room. Thank you for watching High Density, and I hope you're enjoying it.
Hi, I'm Luiza Pellicer, a former winemaker turned coffee processing specialist, and I want to talk to you about terroir. I studied winemaking at UC Davis and worked at some of the most prestigious wineries in the Napa Valley before switching to coffee processing in 2014. In my podcast, Making Coffee, I explore wine-related topics in coffee, including a 3-episode series on the topic of terroir. Throughout those episodes, I've tried to convince a listener that the science is flimsy on the concept of terroir, and that the seemingly noble concept is little more than a marketing scheme. The podcast episode and this talk is inspired by the book Terroir and Other Myths of Wine Growing by Mark Matthews, who was one of my professors at UC Davis. I wanted to talk about this topic because the specialty coffee industry has a habit of borrowing terms and practices from the wine industry with varying degrees of success. One concept that is being readily adopted in specialty coffee is this concept of terroir. The first thing I want you to know is that terroir is not a scientific term like fermentation or algebra. Terroir is French. It is a French word and a French concept first used to describe French wine. And this is important for 2 reasons. The word doesn't have a translation. We use the French word, which kind of adds to the mystery. It's a word we cannot translate and equally cannot define. Many of us believe that there is a definition of terroir, and maybe we just don't know what it is, but that's not true. Ask 10 different people and you will get 10 different answers. The first myth I want you to stop believing is that terroir is a scientific term. The second myth is that terroir has an agreed upon definition. The third thing I want you to know is that we cannot take the French out of terroir. You cannot talk about terroir in an educated way if you don't know where the word came from. So while no one agrees exactly on what it means, we can trace where it came from and how it was first used in France. Terroir is often defined as taste of the land. It is a powerful concept that has been widely used in wine and cheese and is increasingly being used in coffee and cacao and other products. This seems like a natural concept to help add value to the coffee industry. Of course, we want to value the hard work of coffee producers and to acknowledge the specialty coffee is not an interchangeable crop like commodity coffee is. Sometimes it's treated as a scientific discussion about climate and soil, but most often terroir is presented as a mystical, romantic notion, tasting the land, respecting nature, what's not to love? We are so eager to adopt the concept of terroir in coffee, but I believe many overlook or are unaware of its true origins as a marketing term. If we don't examine those origins, I believe the concept could inadvertently hurt coffee producers more than help them. Which, I know, sounds a bit dramatic. Hurt coffee producers? How can respecting the origins of coffee hurt coffee producers? Well, by the end of this video, you will see just how it hurt the French, the very inventors of the concept. As far back as 3000 BCE, the Egyptians understood that some wines were better than others depending on what vineyards they came from. A few thousand years later, in 300 BCE, Aristotle came up with an explanation for this phenomenon. He claimed that the plants used tiny mouths in their roots to eat the particles of soil, and they use that material to produce and grow fruit. So think of the saying, you are what you eat. So if the grapevines were eating the soil, then grapes must be made of soil. So the soil must be the most important element in what the wine tasted like. But this was the beginning of the concept of soil as the reason for why things taste different, because plants were eating it and then growing fruit. And during this time, there's another really fun example that I want to share from this period of time of thinking, and it's called the vegetable lamb. So when the Greeks first encountered cotton in India, they didn't know what it was. Cotton is a subtropical plant and didn't grow in Greece. So the Greeks were only familiar with sheep and using wool to make their clothing. So because they had never seen a cotton tree, when they first encountered them, they could only imagine that the cotton tree, the little, cotton balls of the plant, were actually tiny lambs, and that the cotton was a tree that was like a hybrid between an animal and a plant. So they thought that in the wind, the branches would sway and they would bend so that the little lambs that were on the tree could sway and reach the grass when they were hungry and kind of come back up. Even if we no longer believe that plants have tiny mouths or that sheep grow on trees, the idea from this time persisted. I think a lot of people still hold this idea of terroir, that it's as if the plants are somehow eating the soil and therefore expressing the qualities of that place in its fruit. So the birth of this idea of plants expressing the land came from when we thought that lambs grew on trees. So I just want you to keep that in mind of like how ancient these origins are, and also how so many things from those times, like we don't believe that anymore. And one of the first significant challenges to this idea came in the 1500s with the observation that manure replaces nutrients in the soil that the plants take out. So as all farmers know, the soil must be amended. You can't harvest and harvest and harvest infinitely. You must replace the nutrients that you take out. This implies that a large element of terroir, like the soil nutrition, the foundation, right? Terroir is soil, is something that the farmer can bring or replace. Because humans who grow things know that we must constantly be changing the soil. We must constantly be changing the composition, because you can't just fertilize once and be done. It's a constant process of constantly, throughout the year, throughout the decades, changing your soil. So a word that is often connected with terroir is transparency, and the transparency of the product expressing the land. But if we are amending, we humans are amending and changing the soil to grow, and if you believe that the soil is the basis of terroir, then terroir is human-made. In fact, farmers can even use hydroponics and grow crops without any soil at all. So farmers can make their soil, or they can completely take it away. And at this point, we humans are even changing the climate. So not only can we make the soil, we are also altering rain patterns and global temperatures. So myth number 4 is that terroir is a special property of a location, something that is very special to that place, like France, and that other places don't have. And it's not. Terroir, if it even exists, can be made. More recently, scientists have shown that if you graft a bunch of muscat grapes onto the branch of a Syrah, the grapes still end up tasting like muscat, no matter what soil they grow in. So certain floral aromas are synthesized in the berry itself, so nothing to do with the soil. It's not translating anything, it's not absorbing anything, it's synthesized in the berry of the fruit. And while it's true that plants do draw up minerals from the soil, there's no evidence to connect mineral nutrients into flavor. So for example, chalky soils don't impart a chalky flavor to wine. So some of the core principles of terroir, that plants are made of the soil that they grow in, which in turn determines the flavor of the grape, have been largely discredited. But while the term becomes less and less prominent and less relevant in science, it actually became more prominent in marketing. So I want you to think about that. In one sense, science continues to say this thing doesn't really exist, and at the same time, marketing is using it more and more and more. So there's this disconnect there. Farmers must continually replace the nutrients that are lost, meaning they have control over the composition of the soil. So if you believe terroir is a soil, then farmers can change or make their own terroir. But also, plants can grow without soil, so terroir can't exactly be soil. And lastly, some characteristics belong to the plant, and not where it is grown and not what soil it's grown in. A muscat will taste like a muscat if it's grown in California or South Africa. So the place where it is grown is not strongly influencing the typical flavor. So soil, maybe not as important as we think, maybe it's not the foundation that we think, but we're actually going to leave soil aside for a moment and talk again about France. To understand how terroir came to be used as a marketing tool, we first need to examine how France came to be such a superpower in the wine world. Our story begins in 16th century Medoc, a region just north of Bordeaux. The most powerful families in the region were consolidating their estates and rushing to acquire the most desirable land. In 1570, Pierre de l'Estonnac began collecting the land that would eventually become Chateau Margaux, while other families established the grand estates of Chateau Latour and Chateau Haut-Brion. These estates are major players in the wine world to this day and still produce some of the most expensive wines in the world. The history of the world's best vineyards started with powerful men consolidating their land to become even more powerful and influential. Only later, almost half a century later, did they actually begin to plant vineyards and make wine as ways to show off their wealth. These wine growers had a lot of money to invest in vineyards, and they were constantly changing and shaping the soil, the terroir, to suit their purposes. The top estates were not farmers who became businessmen thanks to the success of their vineyards. They were powerful businessmen who happened to farm, or more accurately, paid other people to farm for them. It was a wealthy person's hobby. Myth 5 is that the best vineyards in France were discovered by their quality, which is not true. The wealthiest people had land, and later they declared that it was the best land. They themselves declared that their land was the best. So this shift from wine as an agricultural product to a status symbol was established very early on. The wine producers set the price of their own product, and the cost bore absolutely no relation to the cost of production. Instead, they set the price high immediately to establish a luxury product. Wine was a status symbol, so it had to be expensive. This is the exact opposite scenario to that of coffee producers, who don't set their own price, or often don't set their own price, and often don't even get paid enough to cover the cost of production. Coffee prices are set by the supply and demand of consumers and traders. So in France, as well as setting prices high, the big landowners in Bordeaux bought up land to keep out competing winemakers. So powerful estates restricted competition to create a monopoly. And these estates had the best wine because it was very expensive and it was exclusive and hardly anybody else was making wine. So without knowing this history, you might think that over the centuries, the places that made the best wine rose to the top. You might assume that the grand estates earned their reputation because of their terroir, because of their good wine. Myth number 6 is that reputation of these grand estates came because they had good terroir. And that's what they want us to think, but no, that's not how it happened. Reputation came from their wealth of the estates, and people that were already wealthy happened to be making wine. So the reputation of the wine was based on the reputation of the wealth of the estates and the family, and not because of the quality of the land or the quality of the winemaking. Now we have to take a next step, because what happened is Bordeaux went from building a good reputation, having this status luxury product, to then being supported by the government of France with regulations, protected regulations. So how did this happen? So this is with the help of Emperor Napoleon. Napoleon was hosting an international exhibition on the Champs-Élysées in Paris. His opportunity to glorify France and show off its products to the world. At the time of this exhibition, there were 58 chateaux in Bordeaux, 58 different wine brands. You can kind of think of it that way. And Napoleon knew that he couldn't just present the public with 58 different wines of equal stature, because that's bad marketing. For the fair, the wines of Bordeaux needed to be classified into the top ranking. He needed to be able to clearly signal to the public which wines were the most worthy. So Napoleon asked the wine merchants to hurry up and come up with some kind of ranking. So how did the wine merchants decide who got to be first and who was in last place? Was there some epic blind tasting with all of the wines where they competed for the top spot? No, there was no time for that. The fair was about to start. And remember, he asked the wine merchants, the sellers of wine, to give him a top-ranking list. He didn't ask the winemakers or the wine drinkers which wines they preferred. Instead of tasting the wines, the wine sellers looked at the price list of their, on their menu and decided that the most expensive ones must be the best ones, and therefore the cheaper ones must be less good. So in 1855, Napoleon formalized the Grand Cru system in Bordeaux, which ranked 58 chateaux into 5 levels in order of status. And only 4 estates were ranked in the top tier, the Premier Cru, the first growths. And can you guess who they are? The top 3 are old friends Chateau Latour, Chateau Haut-Brion, and Chateau Margaux. So the 3 chateaux were the first ones to consolidate their land. They were the wealthiest estates. They were the ones who set their own prices as super, super high, and they set their status themselves. The 4th Premier Cru was the Rothschild family, which was one of the co-founders of the California winery that I worked at, Opus One. And that completes the first growths. And this system is still in place, completely unchanged today. The 1855 ranking became synonymous with quality. The estates used the justification that some land was better than other land, meaning that it had better terroir, because the wines from those lands were more expensive. But the wine-buying public didn't set those prices. The chateaux set their own price, and the prices reflected how powerful they were and the power of their reputation. So at the time, Napoleon was establishing the Grand Cru system. Terroir was actually not even considered to be a positive attribute. In fact, it was very literally a dirty word. In a French dictionary from 1650, terroir is defined as manure. The term was used as a pejorative in wine, as an undesirable earthy flavor derived from soil. In 1650, if you said a wine had terroir, you meant that it had a defect because it tasted like you were putting dirt and manure in your mouth. The change in definition for terroir was not something that happened gradually over time, nor was it due to any scientific advance. It happened when a group of powerful people were afraid of losing their power and realized that they could profit from changing its meaning. French wine growers were threatened when an insect called phylloxera made its way from the United States to France in the 1860s. The pest decimated the French vineyards, and the wine production in France fell from 84 million hectoliters in 1875 to only 23 million hectoliters in 1889, a 60% drop over 14 years. This is similar to the drop in production that El Salvador saw when leaf rust attacked coffee trees between 2010 and 2014. Bordeaux had spent all of these centuries building its reputation, and then phylloxera wiped out their vineyards in the blink of an eye. When phylloxera hit, there was a severe wine shortage. This setback for Bordeaux allowed other wine-producing countries and regions to step up and fill the need. And America was the source of the problem and eventually provided the solution. Phylloxera was stopped by grafting the French varieties onto American rootstocks that were resistant to the pest. But by the time the French viticulturists got back on their feet, it was too late. The market was already filled with foreign wine producers. Suddenly, there were a lot of other options available, and the prices were more affordable. Suddenly, more French people could afford good wine. Bordeaux survived the phylloxera attack, but had lost their stronghold. They had to do something to re-establish their status as an industry leader and to justify their high prices. So imagine, they were setting their own prices as high as possible to create a luxury product. They lost their vineyards. Other more economical, more affordable wine came in, and now French people had a choice. I could buy the super luxury product, or I can buy this less expensive wine that tastes just as good. That's a pretty obvious choice. So the Bordeaux winemakers were very desperate to say, how do we stop these foreign invaders? So they came up with a strategy to present foreign wine as inferior, to present French wine with its history and tradition as the true wine, the authentic wine. Wine growers persuaded the French government to create certifications for wine based on its place of origin, their terroir. This allowed them to distinguish the authentic wines from the foreign, inauthentic wines. Terroir suddenly began to be used as a positive term, implying that the French land is inherently better for making wine, and again, overlooking the fact that the people had been changing that land for 300 years by doing all of the soil amendments and all of the manures and all of their activity on the farm. So, early French dictionaries only had the negative definition of terroir as manure. In 1962, French wine dictionaries had both definitions, the traditional negative one, and suddenly the positive one showed up too. And a few short years later, by 1970, the negative aspect no longer appeared. The culture had changed so much that terroir was only seen as a positive thing. The history of what terroir originally meant was erased, even for the French. So myth 7 is that terroir has always been a positive term, which is not true. It used to be a defect that got turned into a positive term when people realized that they could make more money that way. The eventual result of the winemakers' appeal for government protection was the Appellation d'origine contrôlée, the AOC, the Controlled Designation of Origin. This certification is used to protect wines, cheeses, butters, and other agricultural products in France, and has spread to other industries, including coffee. The AOC system sounds great in principle. It elevates terroir and protects traditional methods, all things we can feel good about. On the other hand, it protects and keeps power in the hands of the already powerful, and ignores the downside of that protection. I'm not suggesting that traditional products and regions shouldn't be protected. I'm just sharing some of the limitations of the AOC system so that we can make a better plan for coffee. I want us to learn from what wine did and make coffee better, instead of just copying and pasting what happened in wine. The other side of the protection coin is control, and that control comes at a high price. AOCs preserve traditional winemaking techniques and protect traditional varieties, but they also regulate how much wine is allowed to be made in order to maintain prices. Even if a producer could make more wine, they are only allowed to produce a certain amount under the protected guidelines. We could have so much more good wine, but then good wine wouldn't be exclusive, and there is so much more money to be made if products are scarce and controlled by a small, powerful group. One area that is very active in coffee right now is the development of new varieties. Coffee is an important global crop with shockingly little genetic diversity, which makes it very susceptible to disease and climate change. Under the AOC system, to protect traditional products, you must keep planting the same varieties. Imagine locking a coffee producer into the varieties that are traditional for their area and not allowing experimentation with new and better suited varieties for the sake of preserving tradition. This would handicap producers greatly. In Bordeaux, you can only get 5 varieties: Merlot, Petit Verdot, Malbec, Cabernet Franc, and Cabernet Sauvignon. That's it. No upgrades. They are locked in to those 5 varieties. Discussions about terroir came to a head in 1976 when a small but powerful group wanted to set the record straight and prove once and for all that France was better at making wine than America. The Judgment of Paris was a wine competition organized in Paris in 1976 by Stephen Spurrier, a British wine merchant, pitting French wines against California wines. Spurrier, who sold only French wines, wanted to confirm terroir as the reason other wines could never be as good as French wines. The French had the advantage of terroir because they had better soil and history and tradition on their side. And California was new. They couldn't possibly have terroir, therefore they couldn't possibly make good wine. Out of 11 judges, 9 were French and 1 was British, and just 1 was from the US. The French also had the home advantage because the event was held in France, so the bottles didn't have to travel far compared to the American bottles that had to cross an ocean to get to the competition. Everything was set to make France the winner. 90% French judges in France, with the stated intention that they wanted to prove that French wines were better because they had terroir. So they weren't trying to, be unbiased. They were very specifically biased. They said, our goal is to prove that French wine is better than American wine, and they stacked the decks in their favor. And yet, with everything set against them, a California wine rated best in each category. California Chardonnay beat a white Burgundy, a California Cabernet beat Bordeaux, the very place with the highest claim to terroir. The intention of the competition was to prove that France remained the foremost producer of the world's best wines, and yet California wine kicked France's butt. This was devastating for the concept of terroir, because the judges either had to admit that they preferred American-style wine to the traditional French, meaning they were traitors, or that they simply couldn't tell the difference, meaning they were idiots. So this meant that terroir could be copied, could be replicated, and could even be improved and bettered elsewhere. There was nothing intrinsic about the soil that made Bordeaux wines so great. The results should not be a surprise to us, knowing that the French wines stayed the same century after century because they were not allowed to change, while California wines can do whatever they want. Innovation. There were so many opportunities for French wines to improve. And if you were a fifth growth in 1855, you are still a fifth growth today in 2023. No one gets to rise through the ranks by improving their wine because it was never actually reflective of the quality of the wine. You can't plant new varieties, you can't update your winemaking methods, you can't make more than your limited quota, so of course French winemakers were falling behind the winemakers in new regions of the world. Look at what coffee can learn from this. The goal should not be to adopt the terroir myth like wine has as a way to value the origin, but to take a different lesson, which is that place can often hold quality back. The real insight from the judgment of Paris is not that California wines were better, it's that professional tasters couldn't tell where the wines came from. Terroir doesn't exist. Similar wines can come from various places, and I don't think this is a bad thing. It doesn't mean that all wines taste the same or that we have to lose diversity. It's a positive thing if more places have access to economic opportunities. We know that coffee is native to Ethiopia, and yet today it's grown in over 70 countries. How can we even regulate or talk about the terroir of coffee when if it weren't for people, it wouldn't even be growing in 67 of those 70 countries? The dangerous part of the terroir myth is that you are powerless if you are not blessed with the good soil. The ones who benefit from this thinking are the ones who are already privileged. Talking about the transparency of terroir in both coffee and wine erases the painstaking labor of those people who transform and elevate simple agricultural products into something more. We think it's a story of land and climate and soil, but it's really about power, prestige, and politics. Thanks for spending this time with me. I know it's a densely packed video, but remember this is condensed from 3+ hours of podcasts, which is already a condensation of many books and research. So it's a vast and interesting topic, and I just hope that some of these this bit of information helped you get more curious and more interested in other aspects of the topic of terroir, including its history and where it came from and why we use it and how it can be useful, instead of just taking for granted that it's a positive thing that can help everybody and that it's something that coffee should immediately adopt without a little bit more reflection. So thanks again for joining me, and see you next time.
Hi, my name is Irina Sharipova and I'm a project manager of the Barista League Dubai. Whether you've never competed in a coffee competition today or you're a seasoned professional, competing in the Barista League is for everyone. I've competed in the Barista League 3 times. My first time was in Finland 2016 and I fell in love with this competition, how fun it is and how much you can get from it. And then I decided to compete again and became a winner twice in Denmark and in Croatia. In the latter, we won a mystery vacation to Korea, which is still one of the most memorable trips in my life. We'll be announcing our 2024 season destinations in January. Be sure to keep your eyes peeled for the announcement and register to compete in 2024.
There's nothing quite like grandmother's fresh strawberry pie. And a glass of fresh
Oat milk.
From grandfather's
Oats.
As we proceed to give you what you need, it's 9-5. This is Anthony Ragler,
Lynn Butler
of the 95 Plus podcast with a special edition for High Density. We've been listening to a lot of people talk today about coffee culture from farm level all the way to cafe culture, and us being two East Coast American people, we have a very different experience with specialty coffee on the cafe side. I know for myself personally, I didn't have much understanding of what coffee culture looked like before I became a professional.
What was coffee culture back then? We're starting in a cafe. What is coffee culture?
Yeah.
You're just in the cafe grinding, right?
Before that, like my experience with coffee was just, my grandmother at home, the Folgers, the Cafe Bustelo, the Taster's Choice.
Not the Bustelo.
And like it was, coffee is what you have in the morning, put in sugar, just get you out the door, get your day started. Cafes really, at the time that I first started to learn about them, really were just these things that were popping up that told me our neighborhood was about to get more expensive.
Yeah, that
getting
gentrification.
gentrified out, getting pushed out.
Especially up in Brooklyn, right?
Yeah, like literally, I remember there was a cafe that popped up right around the corner from my high school, and the high school that I went to, it's in like pretty business area style. Like we literally was like walking distance from the Barclays Center as it was being built. But like Barclays is coming up, and we started to notice these cafes popping up. We started to notice like a lot of the like single family businesses, like the mom and pop shops start leaving and all. When we saw cafes, we knew that was the first sign that this area was.
Give me a time frame. What year did you get into coffee, or you started seeing this?
So I started seeing this around 07, 08 when I was in high school, and I didn't get into coffee until 2014.
Okay.
So
right on.
I still had like a very like reserved view of what the coffee industry would be like, or like what like coffee culture would be like. So I remember actually ending up in my first coffee job. It was 2014. I picked up the job just because I needed something to take care of, like help take care of my daughter. And I started working at this cafe right off by Prospect Park, which is maybe 15, 20 minutes away from the area that I went to high school at. So also still kind of business-ish area, but also like very, very like black people of color culture right off by the park that we all spent a lot of time in, where families would go. And we're in this area, and like none of the people of color were really ever coming into the cafe that I was at. It wasn't until around the time that I started to like get on the track for management that I found out that I was only the second black barista ever hired in that company's history. So it kind of caught me off guard. It was just like, oh wow, like this place just really doesn't represent what I know this neighborhood to be.
Right.
So I just worked it. I just kind of like stayed there, kind of like built my own community, like just kind of like made normal relationships with the regulars, so on and so forth. And when I started managing, I started to notice things change a little bit more. Like it'd be like maybe one or two a day, but like I'd start to see more people that look like me come in, or like, you know, families, even if it was something as simple as like um, someone of color nannying one of the kids in the area. They'd stop in, grab something before they go to the park, kind of thing. But it would spark conversations of, hey, I didn't know this place was here, or like, what's going on here? And I kind of like give them the spiel, the breakdown of the cafe, like those kind of things. And it led to people going like, oh, I'll come back in here some more. So for a long while, not seeing anyone that looked like me in an area where most of the neighborhood does look like me was weird. And then it started to transition to, oh, you're in here, so this makes sense. Let me see what this is about. I'll kind of learn a little bit more.
So this sounds like, you know, you notice this trend happening, this culture that didn't really include folks that look like us.
Right.
And as you made it into this culture, you went up the ladder to management.
Yeah, I mean, well,
and then people started seeing you, and then more and more people. So you kind of led this charge. You kind of like got in the door, and you brought people in that open door with you.
Yeah, but I didn't know I was doing that.
Right.
Like I just was in the door, and I guess I was leaning on the door, and the door was still open.
Yeah,
so like people started walking. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, okay.
But that's what led to me. That's what led to me deciding to stay in coffee. So like I decided that, okay, cool, I'm going to like find a way to like open my own cafe, open spaces for people that look like me to be comfortable. And that was what I thought I wanted to do at that point in time.
Yeah, well, that was kind of the same thing with me with competition. Because that frame of reference, that time frame, 07, I was 2 years deep in competition. And there were me and Greg Lefcourt competing. And then everybody else was white, you know. But at the time, I didn't realize, you know, I was leaning on that door because as the years went by the time you got into coffee in 2014, I started noticing more black and brown people in the competition. So it's like you open a door and you leave it open for people to come into this, and the culture starts to develop.
Right. And now what's interesting is, from my experience, so I get on the management track. So obviously you hire people based on the places that you have contacts and access to. So like obviously more people of color started ending up in the cafe that I was managing. I'm right there in Brooklyn, so there's just more context to that, right? When I left that cafe, I moved out to Washington, like the DMV area. So I worked in the middle of like Washington D.C. at my first cafe, which is like not far off from Howard University, like maybe like a 5-minute walk. And then I worked there for like a little over a year. And then the next place I worked, when I started like managing their cafe, running wholesale and all this other stuff, I was working in PG County, which is like right outside of DC, but like a very, very black area of Maryland. So my entire upbringing in coffee, before I got to the point where I started competing and like joining the national circuit, was around places that had a heavy black population, like a heavy black influence on the coffee as well as on the coffee culture, like the cafes, so on and so forth. So it didn't really hit me that what you were experiencing, where there wasn't many of us, was a thing until I got to start going to competition and going to expo and like realizing, oh, once you get to a higher position within the industry, like your peers don't get to follow you sometimes. And I know a lot of people that are extremely talented in coffee that were really like not only great at what they did, but also like had innovative and dope ways of like kind of impacting the places that they had connection to, just getting burnt out. Like I'm not getting my opportunity to grow in this. I'm not getting a chance to do the things that I want to do. People are keeping us stuck in the barista to front of house management pipeline, not giving us a chance to like learn to do education, tech, roasting, wholesale, whatever it may be. And a lot of my peers and a lot of my friends kind of phased out of this by the point in time that like I started to go elsewhere. So by the time I'm getting to these competitions, I'm realizing, oh, there's not many of us. Right? My first year that I competed, when I got to nationals, out of all of the like coffee competitions, I was the only black person that made nationals. So like, I already kind of felt like that college brochure black guy there, and this is the experience that you were having for a decade prior to me showing up.
Yeah, yeah. So. And it's funny you mentioned DC. Around that 2008 time, I went to DC to compete in the Mid-Atlantic Regional, back when we had regionals, just to get some time in front of judges before I went to nationals. And I went to a party in DC, and a coffee party, and it was all white. And so I've always been in spaces where I was the only black person in the room. So I wasn't necessarily uncomfortable, but I would like to make people uncomfortable.
Right.
Just so they'll know that I'm in the room, you know. So I went around this party doing this fake interview, you know, like, you know, how was the show? How's the competition going for you? And then I'll throw a ringer in there. Are there black people in coffee? And then they'd just be like, their eyes would just be like, and then I just move on.
Which is very, very intriguing, considering this entire industry is built off of telling the story of how this coffee that you're about to experience came to be.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
But you get shell shocked at the idea of being asked that question.
Right.
Because at some point during that story that we're using to build this entire industry, at some point during this like narrative that we've created to romanticize all of the ugly that's actually here, we have eliminated the story of a group of people, the narrative of a group of people, to make it look the way we want it to when it gets to the final product.
Yep. Because it was crazy. It's like, we're in DC, and you just said there are a lot of black people in coffee in the DC
called Chocolate
area.
City for a reason.
Exactly. So all these white people, and you know, granted, you know, they weren't from the DC area. They're there for the competition, right? You know, but if they would have ventured outside of the competition, outside of those cafes that were, you know, recommended by, you know, whoever.
I mean,
they would have they would see that there are black people in coffee.
You've given them too much credit.
Right? But they did.
No. You're giving them too much credit because you didn't even need to venture out of the recommended cafes. This is DC, baby. This is DC. You don't even have to go away from that because we there.
Yeah.
Like every cafe that you love in this area, one of us is there doing great stuff, probably even managing the place.
Yeah. So there's this blind eye to you know, okay, I see people that look like me, all these white faces, and that's kind of like taken for granted, right? And so when someone like me pops up in a competition, or someone like you pops up in a competition, we get that kind of look. And I also got that kind of look on my score sheets, you know, metaphorically, you know, with the inconsistencies. But what I've learned from very early on being in those spaces alone was resilience. And resilience is something that you're not born with. This is something that you learn and you can craft. And that resilience is what allows you to kick that door down that's closed to you and to exist in that space.
Yeah, I think in some ways we're a little bit more adapt to adjusting to said resilience, but I think what it is getting the passion and the desire to decide this is where I want to use.
Yeah, that's where it starts. That's where it starts.
Because like historically we've had to experience that everywhere where we have to have the resilience in order to be able to survive. It's us deciding after ultimately like having a separation from whatever those roots may be. So like at some point in the cycle of coffee coming to America, we lose the narrative that this is a of color black product, because by the time it reaches those that are not a part of this industry, we look at cafes as like this snooty, like bougie thing that isn't really marketed to present to like people from us that are coming from the neighborhood. So at some point during this storytelling, during this narrative, it stops becoming for us, even though it's from us.
Right.
So really, it's a matter of when we get into the industry, deciding that this is the place we want to exercise that resiliency, because we've already had it there.
Yep.
It's finding us caring about it and deciding that, like, hey, we want to actively make this just as important of a space for us as it is to plenty of others, you know?
Yeah. So Brooklyn, DC, back to Brooklyn.
Yeah.
You've experienced that East Coast, that Northeast
right.
coffee culture. Now you're doing wholesale sales, and you're seeing more of the country. I mean, even with competition, you've been in different areas and you've seen the coffee culture of these different regions. What are some of the differences you've noticed?
So one of the things that I think I really love about the role that I have now is I'm able to get a really good read on the heartbeat of a specific area. And when I say that, I don't necessarily mean like, hey, this one cafe that I work with in this space is going to tell me everything that I need to know about a city, but it does tell me a lot of what I need to know about the people that are going to have touch points to that cafe. Are you in a commercial area where most of your clientele are going to be people that are showing up from work? Are you in the middle of a neighborhood? If you're in the middle of that neighborhood, are the people that you are interacting with also representative of the work that you guys are trying to do? I can pick up really easily, like, is someone about their business? Is someone about the people? And then or is someone about the coffee? And then how much aptitude they have in each of those spaces. And I remember early into my coffee journey, doing wholesale prior to my current role, where I interacted with a lot of people that didn't really care for coffee. They kind of like looked at it like, oh, it's going to be this quick, like it'll make money, and also didn't necessarily care for the people that they were having contact to with their cafes. So I was kind of just disengaged from the idea of like opening my own cafe because I watched people just not care and think that it was just this easy thing to succeed with. And like for some it was, and for many others it was not. Like if you don't take the time to have that attention to detail, actually care about not only your product, but the people that you're going to be interacting with, it's going to be a failed endeavor. Now, I think getting to travel to places, meet people, talk to them on a pretty consistent basis, understand the differences in the culture of their area and the places that I've gotten to interact with, and then having the context of being in metropolitan cities where I get a little bit of like all types of personalities from the people that live there, plus the transplants, that by the time I interact with someone, you know, in the middle of Tulsa, Oklahoma, I'm not super unfamiliar with that template.
Yeah.
Like the template of that area, and I'm able to take the time to actually like personalize in ways that work for them. So that's kind of the thing that's really helpful now. And I think what it does is it allows me to really hone in on that skill that I learned in my first cafe, which was how do I make what we do here representative of the people that are around this area and going to be able to walk in and feel represented by it.
And speaking of like cafes and cafe owners, from 2014 to now, have you seen an influx of people of color in those roles of management, ownership, and roles in the industry that you hadn't seen in 2014? Or 2007?
Yeah, I will be transparent enough to say that like it took a while for me in coffee to realize that there was more to coffee other than front of house management. So like my first couple of years, like I didn't really know that there was a whole coffee industry. I knew that there was this cafe that I worked at, you know? So I think around the time that I started to make my journey into like going to Expo, going to nationals, things of that nature, I had examples of people of color working in some type of management. Most of it was customer facing front of house. Like it's really easy to seem diverse because you're putting the the person of color as like the lead of everything that's happening in front of people, you know? But then once you get to back of house, once you get to sales, once you get to all the things that like really move the needle, you don't see them there. So I think now I get to see a little bit more of that difference because I now have the touch points to interact with different businesses and whatnot. But I'm sure that the experiences that I had are still very prevalent. Like,
yeah, my scope of the industry back in 05 to 2007, just working in the cafe, that was what it was about. I was in the cafe. I saw my first expo in 2005, and there weren't very many people that looked like me outside of the farmers that were there. You know, there were African farmers there. There were, you know, Latin American farmers there. But as far as like roasters or folks working for machine manufacturers, they were all white. They were all white. And for the most part, you know, people volunteering at these booths were white baristas. But as, you know, when I got out of the cafe and started working for counterculture, especially being like a wholesale support rep, getting outside of North Carolina, I saw a little more. Yes, this was like 08, 09. As time progressed, I started to see more and more people of color in management positions. And then it wasn't until like recently though, like, you know, I mean, still 2016, we still have a first black this, you know, which I don't think, and now in 2023, we still have Lim is still the first black champion. But I'm seeing more, like we had Tamika on the show. Yeah. She's probably the first black
woman.
You know, green coffee seller, you know, buyer. Without owning a company, you know, and there are like, you know, black women that own importing companies. And, you know, so I see more now. I see the industry evolving. Do we have a long way to go? Yes. But the good news is it's heading in that direction, I think.
I mean, it's definitely heading in that way, but it needs to be accelerated. Like, I think we, after everything that we've experienced, and then especially over the last few years, I think we are done with, hey, progress is happening. It's not about, is it going that direction? Because in the grand spectrum of things, yes, it is more progress than it was yesterday. It needs to happen more. Needs to happen faster, with more intent, and it needs to be done with care for the people that you are interacting with. How much time are we truly giving to progress if we're still having to say we've only made marginal changes in 2023 from what you experienced in 07?
But just like you said, though, when you said, you know, I opened the door, I was leaning on it, but I didn't realize I was doing that. I think all of us are at a point where we are leaning on that door. We are making an influence, and we're pushing the industry into this evolution, whether we realize it or not. Because there was a couple of times where, you know, you feel like, especially when you start thinking about what you're doing and what you're purposefully doing and being mindful of what you're doing, you get to a point where it's exhausting. And this phrase always comes up where, you know, in 2015, I really felt like I was doing the impossible for the ungrateful. But there was countless people that came up to me and said, I appreciate seeing you in this space. I appreciate what you're doing. And when I hear that, that gives credibility to like, okay, I am making an impact. If it's just this one person, I'm moving that industry forward.
But I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about me, because at the end of the day, that is exhausting. You know, like the one of the bigger issues for people of color, especially on this side of things, is we hold this responsibility to be a representative of our greater collective. that's the part that gets exhausting.
Yeah.
Because you don't get to be Lem. I don't get to be Anthony. I have to be Anthony, a representative of this larger thing.
Yeah.
If one of us screws up and screws up in a public-facing manner, all of us screwed up. There's a first black this for a reason. There is a second black this for a reason, and then there's this long gap in between each of them because we're responsible for so much more.
Yeah.
I'm talking about those that benefit from this, that are allowed to make subconscious progress because they don't have to think about this on a day-to-day basis. No, it's time for y'all to be conscious about it.
Yeah.
It's time for you guys to be active about what that work looks like because there was an active decision for so many generations to remove us from that. It was an active work to be able to make sure that the revenue went a certain way, to make sure the story was presented in a way that fit whatever anyone else wanted it. Sure, it may not be the people that are currently sitting here that did that, but they're beneficiaries of it. So the truth of the matter is that progress needs to be accelerated. People need to be putting in that work to make sure that what is happening at the end of the supply chain is also as representative of the true story of what's happening at the beginning, which is ultimately what we said we are doing in this industry anyway. That's why we tell origin stories. So make it match.
Yeah, make it match. And one thing to keep in mind to prevent that burnout, to prevent that, exhaustion, which it's exhausting. Self-care, having an outlet, having, a community that you can fall back on, friends, people you can talk to, completely unrelated to specialty coffee. Find a niche, a hobby, something that you can just fall back on and be like, F coffee.
Yeah.
I'm going to do this thing and get my mind right. So when I get back in that space, you did a presentation about code switching, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Definitely did that.
That's key.
Yeah.
Because you're in that space representing all these people. You can't be Anthony.
Right.
But you need to be Anthony. So that's when you break away.
Right.
Leave that threshold and come over here and be Anthony.
But even with that, that is still work in some ways too, because that code switch was also to do the thing where I was leaning on the door. It's to make it so that people that are seeing me, not necessarily understanding what's going on here, not feeling like this can be a space for them, can be. Because I've learned it's not always about communicating things in my language. It is not always about making sure that what I say is like the end all be all. It is how do I change and navigate to the person that's in front of me that is looking for a service or looking for an experience. It's not about making sure that what I want to say in the words that I've decided matter are how it gets disseminated. It's about making sure it resonates with the person that's receiving it. We do this thing in coffee where like our flavor notes have to be this. The way that we talk about this product has to be this. But what if the people that are receiving this don't understand it in that same way? How do we make this a space where they walk away with the information that we want? Is it more important to get the communication across and make sure that like the person leaves with a great experience, or is it more important to be right?
Right.
So that's what I try to focus on a lot of times, like making sure that by the time this reaches the receiver, they got it in a way that allows them to walk away with the right information and the right experience. Not, oh, you have to understand these vocabulary words and this is how we talk about it in this industry, and if you can't do that, then you're not going to be welcome here. So, still a job.
Still a job.
Still a job, man.
So I guess we're open up to questions?
Yeah. What do you guys saying?
Yeah. Hit us.
Pick out the foods that will make good meals. Take
oat milk,
for example. And now, let's go on to vegetables. Art is not so fond of tomatoes, but who knows, he'll probably grow to like them.
Everyone, my name is Ariel. I am based in Chicago, Illinois. I am a project manager for the Barista League and also the founder of Trans and Caffeinated Consulting, which is a comms and advocacy consulting company that offers a range of services aimed at the liberation of all marginalized people. Now, those of you who know me know that I tend to be really picky about the clients that I choose to represent. My main criteria for working with someone, predictably, is that they are trying to make the world a better place, that they are intentional about inviting people in from all backgrounds and from all walks of life. These values, my values, are woven into the fabric of who Barista League is as a company and how they do their events. From the way that they choose a venue that is accessible by public transport, to the team selection process, which weights marginalized people to make sure that we are representing the communities that we are in. And also to having special guests that represent the community that the event takes place in. The Barista League works very, very hard and very intentionally to make sure that everybody who is in that space feels not only welcome, but also invited to join us. The bottom line, everybody is welcome at Barista League events. Just don't be an asshole. Barista League will be announcing our 2024 locations in January, and I, for one, am so excited to see you at a future event.
Hi everybody, my name is Julia Leach and I'm the president of Toddy LLC. We're based in Loveland, Colorado, here in the United States. We have actually been leaders in the cold brew space since 1964 and are really excited to have this opportunity to talk to you today. This topic about cold brew and quality and how it relates to origin is something I'm super passionate about. So often cold brew is associated with something negative or something that's an afterthought, and really cold brew has so many nuances. I'd like to say I'm passionate about the art and science of cold brew and how cold brew can help tell the stories of origin. So I'd like you to imagine it's a hot summer day and you visit a cafe that you've always wanted to try. Something cold and refreshing sounds good to you, so you order the $8 cold brew coffee on the menu. As you watch the barista pour latte art and serve beautiful drinks in brightly colored porcelain, you're expecting something amazing. A few minutes later, your name is called and you pick up your drink. A plastic cup of cloudy brown liquid, and it tastes stale, bitter, and sour. To say you are disappointed is an understatement. You may vow to never order cold brew again. Have you ever heard someone say, "I don't like cold brew"? If someone has a bad experience with cold brew or even hears about someone else's bad experience with cold brew, they may write off the brewing method altogether. Cold brew is not a universal term that describes the flavors you will experience in the cup. In fact, the term cold brew has become a bit of a marketing term to describe all sorts of chilled drinks that are not actually cold brew. At its roots, cold brew is a brewing method where heat is replaced by time. So instead of running steaming hot water over coffee grounds, cold brew extracts the flavors from the coffee beans by dripping or steeping cool water with the coffee beans to extract a different set of flavor compounds altogether. Have you ever heard someone say, "I don't like coffees from a specific origin"? If someone was served a coffee from a particular origin that they did not enjoy, that may impact their perception of all of the coffees from the growing region. One cup should not define the complete coffee experience that an origin offers. I wanted to build upon the conference theme, not just origin, by introducing the concept, not just cold brew. Cold brew is a brewing method that is often generalized. As such, many people who have not been served a proper cold brew assume that it lacks many of the flavor components that make quality coffee special. Even those individuals who do enjoy cold brew often do not understand that cold brew is simply a way to translate the unique characteristics that are already in the coffee bean itself. Its varietal, its growing region, its processing method, its roast. Cold brew brings out nuances in the coffee bean's flavor profile that are often hidden with other brewing methods. Cold brew is an incredible way to explore the coffees of a particular origin. My first trip to origin was in Kau, Hawaii. My hosts invited me to their farm and served me one of their natural processed coffees as a cold brew, side by side with the same coffee prepared as a pour-over. This was the first time I had ever done a side-by-side tasting like this and was blown away by the differences in each amazing cup. The hot brewed cup was bright, flavorful, and perfectly balanced. It held up to the hype that had garnered it several awards. The cold brew cup was incredibly fruity and juicy on the palate. At the time, I was not a trained cupper, so it was hard for me to describe what I was experiencing. But it tasted like the bitterness was removed from the cold brew cup, and all of the other flavors were magnified. I've been in the cold brew space for 20 years, and am still surprised when people say that cold brew is flat, lifeless, and boring. I think back on that cup I tasted in Hawaii and wonder why there is such a big disconnect between my experience and theirs. The experience in Kau is more representative of my experiences with cold brew than not. I've sampled Costa Rican Cup of Excellence cold brews that were brighter and more acidic than their hot brewed counterparts. I've tasted Colombian cold brews that were so sweet I could not believe that sugar had not been added to the cup. I've sampled Ethiopian coffees that tasted like freshly picked blueberries. I've tasted coffees from all around the world that truly needed a separate set of cold brew tasting notes because it was so different than what I read on the bag. As with all facets of specialty coffee, quality matters with cold brew. If you brew with stale, lifeless beans, your cold brew will taste stale and lifeless. If you are not thoughtful with your brewing parameters, your resulting cold brew may be over-extracted, under-extracted, or simply unpleasant. Just like with any other brewing method, a poorly prepared cup will be disappointing. Some of my most memorable cold brew experiences were with coffees that some people would say were too expensive to cold brew. Incredible single origin coffees deserve cold brew. The flavor nuances that the cold brew brewing method reveals are usually quite different from their hot brewed cup. Cold brew is an incredible way to tell the stories of coffees, as it can help untrained tasters experience flavors that are harder to detect otherwise. Cold brew can spark conversations. In our tasting room at Toddy, we have tried to create a tasting experience similar to my first visit to Kau. We serve flights of single origin coffees brewed 3 different ways, as an espresso, a pour over, and as a cold brew. We also offer flights that compare cold brews from 3 very different growing regions to help introduce guests to how subtle differences in soil, altitude, and varietal can develop into such different flavors. Cold brew makes many of these flavors more accessible to the palate. We frequently hear questions like, why does it taste like that? And what did you put in this coffee to make it so sweet? Or how do I make coffee taste like this at home? Presentation also matters. Cold brew consumers are becoming more and more sophisticated as the prevalence and demand for quality coffee grows. More and more cafes are using cold brew as a complement to their espresso-based businesses by adding several drinks to their menu, from simple iced coffees to intricate signature drinks that use cold brew as the base. If you serve them cold brew that is an afterthought, they'll go elsewhere. But if you serve them cold brew that is inspired, you will inspire loyalty. My team and I at Toddy are here to help you discover how amazing cold brew can be. We'd love to continue this conversation with you directly. Please feel free to email us at education@toddycafe.com with your questions and ideas about cold brew. I'd love to eradicate bad cold brew from cafe menus worldwide. In the meantime, let's leverage the brewing method to expand the availability of amazing coffee experiences and to tell the unique stories of coffee origins together.
Hi, I'm Anna.
And I'm Philip.
And we're part of the Order Event Agency team, and we are responsible for a brand new project that we are super excited about.
In February 2024, we launched a brand new 2-day coffee festival called Nordic Coffee Fest, where we gathered the entire Nordic coffee scene and industry all in one room for the first time in many years.
With 60 to 80 exhibitors and thousands of attendees, we aim not only to be the best and biggest festival in the region, but also the most sustainable. In practice, this means budget and time from our side to reduce waste and carbon emissions and to implement incentive programs for exhibitors to work sustainably throughout the whole festival.
On top of all this, we're launching a brand new roasting competition, where 12 amazing roasters bring their best to Gothenburg to compete for the prestige title of Nordic's Best Roaster. If you cannot make it to Gothenburg to taste the competition coffees on site, we've teamed up with Kaffebox for a limited edition tasting set, so that you can receive and enjoy the competition coffees at home, no matter where you are in the world.
Also at the festival, you can experience some interesting lectures, taste really great coffee from some amazing roasters, and get your hands on the best tools to maximize your home setup.
Early bird tickets for the festival are already on sale, so see you in Gothenburg.
The third zone is the main storage zone. Now here you get dry cold at just the right temperature. There's room on the top shelf for as many as 20 bottles of
Oat milk.
There's even ample room for a jumbo-sized ham.
I like watermelon.
She likes watermelon, Frosty.
Hi everyone, my name is Kat from Cacao Export. We are a green coffee consultant based in Colombia. So as we are here, many people come to visit us, and this video is all about this. What is going to happen when you visit Colombia, expectations, tips, and many more. So we have divided this video in 3 categories. Number 1 is called essentials. This is the obvious one, but a very important one. Trousers, long socks, trainers, boots, a cap, sunscreen, and mosquito repellent. We don't have a really clear understanding of time. So if a Colombian person says, see you in 5 minutes, that will be probably 10 or half an hour or probably in an hour. So be ready to be super flexible. Things change constantly. People are always late, or reaching a farm will take more than 2 hours. People say the farm is just close by, and close by surely means 3 hours. Now we can move to the professional category. When you are gonna cap with the producers, make sure you are very flexible when it comes to equipment and ratios. The roast, we roast really high. So if you have intentions to buy straight away, make sure you bring green samples with you. Another topic within the category professionals is don't visit only famous farms. Let's imagine you are looking for competition lots or you are looking for high-end coffees. Make sure you also visit a regular farm so you can have an idea of how the real coffee production works. Often all of those famous farms that you are going to visit is not the reality of Colombian coffee agriculture. If you make a little effort to spend 1 or 2 days with a non-famous farm, you will be able to connect more, probably to start your own project with this producer. We at Cacao Export have found that, working with new people, they feel more inspired and more connected with you and more willing to understand your point of view in coffee. it will be really inspiring for you to get supporting someone that is not very well known and that you can create a direct impact with this producer. It happened to us 4 years ago when we met Nestor Lasso. Many of you know who Nestor Lasso is. And when we visited him for the first time, he was only 18 years old, and we fell in love with his personality, and he was very motivated and driven about the coffee topic. So we thought this guy is going to be super interesting. We paid a lot of attention to Nestor, and today Nestor is growing, is doing great things for himself, for his family and his community. So this is a really good example that I think it would be easy to find a producer that you can grow with and sponsor. So from professionals, we have the last topic that we advise to do, and is to visit a dry mill. It's super interesting and not many people do it. This is the job we do as a coffee exporters, but for Q graders or baristas or roasters, it will be a fascinating topic. Seeing the coffee arriving from the farm, seeing when we take the parchment out, take the foreign matter, identifying defects and organizing the secondary and primary defects and how it goes and where they go and what they do. Also seeing the selection of a full lot by screen size and pixel is a really fun one. Then we move to the third category, which is the cultural part of visiting Colombia. Number one for us will be promises. So when you come to Colombia and you start talking to the producer, you can identify many things that you could support, that you can help to improve. And before expressing all of these ideas to the producer, we advise you to think carefully, write down, maybe take a day or two, and then go back to the producer and offer that kind of help. Often many people come and get really emotional about what they see in the farms. They promise things and they never come back and nothing happens. So before breaking the producer's heart, make sure you have it really clear and that you have a deadline to help them. The second topic for the third category, which is cultural, is inspire. So you can inspire easily by bringing something, a coffee book or a method, some filters, some ideas. Some people bring coffee from other origins like Ethiopia, Kenya, and so on. For us, is really exciting as we don't have access to that kind of knowledge here. Other people give workshops. This is another beautiful way to give back to the producers. So often when we are cupping, we say to the producer, oh, this coffee is really good for espresso. This coffee can be good for competitions. This coffee can be hosted as a filter. But the producers have never tried a espresso in their lives. So if you want to host a workshop on that topic, it will be really interesting for them. The last topic on the cultural category is time again. But in this case, we refer about time when it comes to planning your visit to the coffee farms. So many buyers want to come when it's season, and it can become very complicated for us to host people when we are rushing around, especially the producers. They don't have enough space, their time is very limited. I'll put you an example. Imagine that someone is visiting you when it's the peak hour at the coffee shop and you are the head barista. So you are neglecting your customers, you need your flow of doing shots is not going to be the same because you need to host someone. Maybe try to come before the harvest or after the harvest. You will still see a lot of coffee, but it will be easier for the producers to host you. Don't support origin trips for free. So we have many people, many companies that create events to drag attention on buying. So they bring roasters or buyers to origin for free. But this often creates a negative impact in Colombia. The other topic is make sure you visit only one farm probably 2 farms max per day, because many roasters come with limited time. Sometimes if you come for 4 days, 5 days, it's not going to be enough. But if you're only going to come for 5 days, make sure you visit 1 farm per day, or you have 1 topic per day. Hopefully, if you're supporting a single farm, just spend the whole 5 days with this farm and develop on the topics in a more calm way. There is a lot to see, to learn, to enjoy, and because we are rushing to see more, we are going to see less. We're going to see more farm, but we are going to see less of that, and the translation and the topics are going to be very repetitive. Another tip is to choose topics away from fermentation. So the producers in Colombia are struggling because they think that in order to have a beautiful cup profile, we need to look into fermentation only. They only are focusing on post-harvest protocols, which is really important. And yes, that increases the profile and you can achieve a beautiful coffee. But also we are neglecting topics like soil, fertilization, plant diseases, climate change, environment. Many farms are organic. Many farms have beautiful clean agriculture protocols. It will be interesting to get more engaged with that, so they can understand that there is a value and an interest on thinking more about these topics. Because Colombia now are over fermenting, and it's because the end consumers are only considering that topic as the most important topic for a beautiful coffee. Don't come to see, but to make. Two weeks ago, we did fermentation camp called Myths and Legends. The purpose of this camp was to all the buyers or roasters or baristas to ask the questions directly to the producers, so we can demystify, if I can say, what is an infused coffee. So if I put cabbage in the tank, am I infusing cabbage, or am I actually using cabbage to develop certain bacteria like lactobacillus to get a creamier coffee? Or what if I put pineapple or sugarcane in my tank? Do I want to achieve pineapple taste in my coffee, or I'm just using sugars to feed microbiology? Study the country before you come. Colombia is a fascinating country, but it's really big. So if you are thinking about coffee in Tolima, it might be very different from buying coffee in the Triangle Zone, like Risaralda or Caldas. Colombian political issues have changed and have shaped coffee production. So Cacao export works a lot in the south of Colombia, like Cauca, Tolima, Huila, Nariño, and it's because we have a mission to support communities that are new in coffee. So many people come from coca production to working coffee, then coffee is not profitable for them, they move back to coca. So we have a strategy in order to bring people into the specialty market to be able to get paid properly and to stay in coffee. Then if you go to the Triangle Zone, like Caldas, Risaralda, and so on, you will see other topics more close to tradition, like keeping young people in coffee, or monocrops. So depending on what you are looking for, it's very important that you study the country and choose exactly where you want to go, what you want to see. I'm not sure how it works in other origin countries, but Colombia is huge, so it's worth to think about that. Take time to understand the C price. You know, like often people take for granted that it's only the coffee producer or us, the exporters, that need to understand that topic. But if you're gonna come to Colombia, it's the perfect opportunity for you to get involved with it. So you can also take decisions on how to buy, and you can create more consistency on the prices you are gonna pay, and hopefully you will be able to help us to be more sustainable. So please, baristas and roasters out there, think about visiting us soon. And to finish this, I just want to say thank you to the Barista League for having me. It's a pleasure to be able to give some tips about visiting Colombia. So thank you so much, and see you next.
Hi everyone, my name is Morgan Eckroth and I am super excited to be talking today at High Density. Now a little bit about me, so I'm the 2022 US Barista Champion. I am also the Content Marketing Specialist for Onyx Coffee Lab, and additionally I run a platform called Morgan Drinks Coffee, which is coffee content that exists on TikTok, YouTube, and Instagram. Now I've been in the coffee industry for about 6 years in total, and throughout most of that I've been creating content around coffee in some form or another. I started off working in social media management for cafes and have kind of evolved into both my own business and now also into content strategy. My experience and expertise specifically lies in organic media and in storytelling in coffee. Today I want to talk about some of the key principles that I carry through pretty much everything I do in content online to create successful video, but also to connect with audiences and cut through the noise online. I'm going to be speaking a little bit generally today, as I want this to be applicable to both individuals as creators and then also as a business. Now, in specialty coffee, we use the word hospitality quite a bit, but we are usually using it in the context of a cafe, thinking about the care and service that we're passing on to a customer in a transactional relationship. But I think it's a really important word that we can apply to the online space while maintaining a lot of those principles that we already know from the physical cafe space. So first and foremost, hospitality is built on a relationship between you as the account or the business and then the consumer, or in this case online, the viewers. One of the easiest and also biggest things that you can do when creating video content online to build trust with your audience is to create content that's accessible. Now, this is not simply from a level of like, is the way you're communicating the subject matter accessible? Because in specialty coffee, we have a lot of information we often want to share, and we have to kind of dial it down to something that is more digestible. This is looking beyond that. This is literally, is your content accessible to your viewers? For example, when creating your videos, are you creating captions alongside them? Are you doing closed or open captions? Is the way you have shot and edited the video clear enough where the subject is differentiated from the background? Do you have flashing lights in your videos? Have you provided a transcript if that is applicable to the content of your videos? Being intentional about the literal structure of your video accessibility will not only allow your content to reach more people, which of course that is a good thing, but it will also show thoughtfulness and care into the type of content and environment you're creating on your channel in order to continue building trust with your viewers. The next layer that we're going to paint onto our video content here is going to be consistency. Now, if you went into the same cafe every single day and ordered a latte, you would expect there to be some sort of average consistency in that drink. However, if you went in and every other day it was served to you lukewarm and maybe once a month it was accidentally served to you iced, you would begin to think long and hard about whether you wanted to actually go to that cafe anymore or whether you might want to go somewhere else. That exact same principle is very true online, whether you realize it or not when you're consuming video. Consistency in content can mean a lot of different things, but boiled down to its core, it is really asking, are you delivering what was promised to your audience? Of course, posting consistency, your cadence of posting is important, but really, visual consistency is both the hardest and most important thing that you want to figure out early on. And really, all that is there a common thread throughout all your videos? Is there something that you can look at and recognize straight away as being yours? And likewise, can the audience recognize it as being yours immediately? This could quite easily be as simple as shooting your videos in the same location every time, perhaps featuring the same person. Or it could also mean showing a similar color palette, having a similar video template to each video, or maintaining the same kind of voice to each video. There's a pretty common principle in marketing that says a customer needs to see your brand at least 7 times before they are willing to make a purchase, and that definitely rings true in the online space. But it becomes a little bit trickier in the sense that we are operating within video. We're operating in a different kind of means than just like a logo or something very distinct like that. And so, instead of having a logo as kind of that brand recognition, you are looking to create a video style that is representative of your brand. Prior to the real saturation of short form video and also the accessibility to creating video that happened in the last, I would say 5 to 3 years, there was kind of this idea that virality could be enough to kind of propel you as a creator or a business, and that simply isn't the case anymore. Nowadays, it is no longer enough to look for virality in content. Really what you're looking for is consistency as your marker of success. Now, the last layer we're going to kind of paint over our content creation is going to be finding your clear messaging. And I've saved this for last because really this is going to be the most important. Of course, accessibility and consistency are huge components of good video, but messaging is the core of it all. At a very high level, when we utilize social media and when we utilize video in marketing, we are looking for our consumers or our viewers to do something. We want them to purchase something. We want them to go somewhere. We want them to follow us. But that's not your messaging. That is simply an end goal. And so you can't approach your content with the goal of just trying to make people do something. Your messaging is what you want people to feel, what you want them to take away each time they watch one of your videos. It can be as simple as an emotion, and honestly, that's why I recommend most people start. What do you want people to feel when they watch one of your videos? Not what do you want them to do, but what should they feel? Then, after you decide what you want them to feel, decide what you want them to take away from the video. Do you want them to feel like they have learned something? Do you want them to feel entertained? Do you want to create something that is relatable or potentially aspirational? Deciding those two components of what emotion you want people to take away and then also what practical thing you want them to take away will allow you to create something that gives value to the customer, that makes them feel more invested. Because again, going back to the beginning, this is a relationship. We want to be giving something back to our customers if we're going to be asking something from them. And really, I think that's what it all boils down to. This is a two-way road where we can't just take and ask constantly. We need to give something back, and that should be the purpose of good organic video. But it's all well and good to talk about more of the kind of abstract concepts and principles behind good organic video. I do want to leave you today with some helpful kind of like tricks and tools that I use nowadays that I find very helpful for people initially diving into the space of social media and content creation. Now, first off, I have said it many times, and I'm sure I'll say it so many more times, but don't be afraid to get started in creating video earlier rather than later. There was a time where video production and creating video was very complicated. It was also very price prohibitive, but that is no longer true. Really, all you need is this. It's a little cheesy, but it's true. Your phone is something you are already familiar with. It's going to be an intuitive way to start creating video. You don't need to jump into the deep end. This is more than enough to start with. And in fact, I know many creators and many businesses who run entire empires off of just phone footage. So don't worry, don't be embarrassed about it.
Follow-up question after how do I shoot content is often how do I edit it, and I highly recommend some of the free applications like CapCut and Splice specifically. Both of these are editing softwares that are very, very intuitive for first-time users. They have built in a lot of those accessibility tools that I talked about earlier, and they also will allow you to create video very quickly and to a pretty high degree. Lastly, this was a very general kind of overview. This was very broad sweeps over organic content. So if there are any clarifications, if there are any questions that pop up for you about what we talked about today, you are always more than welcome to email me at morgandrinkscoffee.com. Additionally, you can find me online most places at Morgan Drinks Coffee. Specifically, I am most active on YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram. But again, it's been an absolute pleasure talking to all of you. This has been a whole bunch of fun, and I hope you enjoy the rest of High Density.
Why is Dad such a sourpuss? Can't we have any fun around here? I won't have you talking like that. Laura, that's no way to pull.
Oat milk.
Why does everyone have to do things the same way? That's the trouble with you. There's a right and wrong way to do everything. I disagree.
Hello, my name is Emer. I am the communications manager at the Barista League and I'm based in Glasgow in Scotland. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about our goal to produce sustainable events. At the Barista League, we aim to produce events which have a lasting impact in every way apart from environmentally. We believe that unsustainable practices come from laziness or a lack of time, and we're committed to putting in the time, energy and money into making sure that our events are as sustainable as possible. All of our events are single-use free, so if you've been to one of our events recently, you've probably used one of our custom designed, less waste, better taste reusable cups. Our team actually has to wash and dry every single one of these cups by hand after every event, but it's definitely worth it because the alternative is hundreds of paper or plastic cups going to landfill unnecessarily. The end goal is to minimise our carbon footprint with each event until eventually achieving the end goal of leaving a net neutral or positive effect on the environment.
Hi, my name is Benny Vargas. I am from India. I work as an independent coffee consultant. I work both at the cafe end of things as well as the farm side of things. I am also a Q processor. I'm really honored to share a little something on this topic, that is what is in for the coffee producers. So let's begin. Take a piece of paper, or you can use your phone and use your notes or one of your chat sections. And I'm gonna give you 30 seconds. Okay, so let's do it. Get your paper ready or your phone ready. I'll wait for another 10 seconds. And then I'm gonna give you 30 seconds to write something down. Okay, 30 seconds to write down 2 points about what makes a coffee specialty coffee. Okay, and no, you cannot write about a coffee being over 80 or 85 points as per the scoring sheet. Okay, so that 1 point is not allowed to be written, but apart from that, write 2 points that you feel makes a coffee as certified specialty coffee. Okay, let's begin. I'm definitely sure all of you would have written something, but I'm also very sure that whatever you would have written, all of your answers will not be unanimous. The one other more common answer would be traceable coffee, because that's the next most marketed thing that we know right after the scoring sheet. Which brings to this major question: what exactly is specialty coffee? And don't get me wrong, the intention of specialty coffee was good, like most of the movements that began at some point. But the definition of what specialty is so fluid right now that people have their own versions and subjective answers for it, and there is not like a unanimous answer most people can talk about what qualifies as a coffee that is specialty, apart from, of course, the scores and the traceable factor. Right, some of you might have written fair price, but yeah, that is also covered in other certified coffees too, right? Fair practices, fair trade, the real trade, a lot of other things. Now imagine we, like you and I, we are somehow from the industry, who know about barista series, who know about high density. Imagine the amount of people who do not know about this. Imagine what they would be thinking about specialty coffee. And now, if you compare with the global audience or the global number of people who consume coffee, compared to them, we are just like a small speck in terms of quantum. Imagine how they define what specialty coffee is. When I asked the farmer friends of mine, and I asked them what specialty coffee is to them, beyond the scoring sheet and beyond traceable factor, for them, it's a lot of hard work for an anticipation of a better price that is not guaranteed. And all of these things that they mention gets buried or gets buried under these words like dedication and passion and hard work and recognition and all of these amazing words that we tend to use on the side of coffee where it's grown, right? So I mean, specialty coffee, I do not really know what it means. If you ask an end consumer, maybe for them specialty coffee is a coffee that is served in a cafe that has more than 2 or 3 different brewing equipments. So the understanding of specialty coffee is extremely diluted, and there's a lot of things that we see happening mostly on the customer or consumer end side of things. There is a top-down approach. Yeah, so imagine you and I are on top of this tier where we are talking about this industry, okay? And you and I, coming from very different backgrounds of cultures, and we are sitting here at the top of this tier, and we decide what good coffee is, regardless of where the coffee is coming from, how or where is it grown, who is growing it, what are the climatic conditions, what are the species that we're thinking about. And we have decided what good coffee is for you, for me, and everybody else in this world. And what we have done is we have taken this idea of good coffee and passed it down to the second tier, telling them what good coffee is. Now there are a bunch of people sitting in the second tier of this pyramid who have taken this idea of good coffee from you and I, sitting on the top, and they have created this long, huge, extremely challenging SOPs, standard operating procedures, how to make good coffee. Again, very much specific to their understanding for what good coffee is. They've passed it on to somebody who's on the third tier. The base is where the coffee producers are. And as a farmer, if you think, or they're getting list of SOPs, which could potentially lead them to good coffee, better tasting coffee, potentially lead them to apply to check whether this coffee is good. And there is another person sitting in another pyramid who is going to approve of it by tasting it. And once it's tasted and once it's passed that test, there is a possibility that this farmer can get more money because this coffee can potentially be good. So you understand this circle. The challenge again is who decides what good coffee is, right? And I'm not saying good quality is not important. Good quality is definitely important, but good quality or good tasting coffee can be different for so many different people. The taste that we have in our food and drinking culture, which has been in India for ages, is extremely different to a country like Switzerland. Then how can there be a common definition for what is qualified as good coffee based on taste? Okay, so that is where my first challenge is, because this is one rule that everybody in the world is trying to follow. And this is not something that's happened like this. It has been happening since ages and ages and ages, and we're all doing that. And ultimately, the highest scoring coffee is the one that is the most rare coffee, the one that is probably the most difficult to grow or the most difficult to process. We are very judgy when it comes to coffee, and we're just making the life difficult for the farmers, right? We're making so many rules, so many regulations on the top end, and at the base of this pyramid, it's just a lot of work for a very less or very little return, which is something that I feel is unfair. I don't want to be somebody who's like bashing this industry. I mean, I'm really, really lucky to be in this industry, and I know of some amazing brands and people who are working in this industry extremely hard to change a lot of things, and I am too. But the general consensus of what people think a specialty is just getting more challenging. And then trends that have come in coffee of recently. Again, a group of people who influence certain things in coffee industry. Imagine this: there is this person who's not a grower, has a lot of resources, has a lot of technical know-how support, has a lot of resources to spend on a lot of other things. This person, for some reason, instead say, we have processed a new way of processing coffee, which let's say it's processing technique A. This person has the ability to market it and make it famous. Year 2, year 3, crazy demands for this process A that is getting famous. And then there are people, again, with resources, with the know-how, with the technicalities, with the marketing ability, they join in and they're creating process B, C, D, E in the following years, right? So it's about, let's say, the 5th year now. And some small farmer in some other part of the world heard about this process A 4 or 5 years later. And that farmer is excited and sounds intriguing to that farmer, right? Hey, maybe we can try this. And that person, maybe with not a lot of know-how or technicalities or the ability to market himself as a farmer or herself as a farmer, and he or she is there at the farm risking the produce that they have into this process A. Guess what happens the next year? There is another person of an influencing power who comes up and says, process A cannot be considered as specialty coffee anymore. Imagine how bad the scenario sounds. Now imagine you being that farmer and how sad it could get. I remember Lucia in her podcast Making Coffee had once also mentioned that a farmer or a producer is basically running like a headless chicken behind trends that is happening in this industry, and it's just very difficult to catch hold of all of these different trends. And maybe the market is putting this pressure onto the farmers to do so many different trends. Some work, some don't work, and the market again tells, hey, maybe you should not do this, and we should not call this real coffee, maybe we should call this real coffee. And again, do you understand, everything happens at this top tier, and the base is the one that is getting the weight of all of it. One incident that had happened with me. Now, I also work as a guide or a help at the processing side of things at the farm. Mostly work with medium or small size farm, and I was working with a small producer, and that producer wanted to do something that was in trend and something nice, so that their marketability of that particular coffee also increased. And I said, okay, let's try this. And So carbonic maceration is, I mean, it's a technique taken from the wine world, and I'm not somebody who is technically there to talk about it, but something we might need a few more episodes of this, and Lucia would do a great job of it. We want to do something similar at that farm, the small farm, and we did not have the resources to get like a carbonic maceration, steel tanks and all of those things. But we had the coffee cherries, ripe and nice, harvested, put it into the bags, sealed it, took a pump, and it was one of those bags where you could pump the air out. We took all the air out, and as the fermentation starts, one of the byproducts of the fermentation is carbon dioxide, and it gets filled in that environment in that bag. So it is kind of similar. It's not technically same, but it is a macerated coffee, right, which is happening in that bag. And so we did that, right, and we're talking about it on the Instagram, and we posted about it, and I got a call from one of the big guys in the industry in the country who called me up and like, hey, you cannot call it like that. And I'm like, but technically this is how it is, and this is what we've done, and we're not calling it the same, we are just in the similar range, and we're even explaining what we've done. And this person whom I did respect a lot, and is like, no, you cannot call it like that because you're not using a steel tank, you're not using pressurized carbon dioxide, and you know how difficult it is to do that. And so what I understood is, I mean, it was a threatening call, but what I also understood is like, you know, how it is in the front end of the coffee industry. Like, hey, if you're drinking specialty coffee, you're supposed to drink it black, or you're supposed to have it with no sugar. If somebody adds sugar to a drink, we are kind of drink shaming that person. How can you do that? And that specialty coffee is not supposed to be consumed like that. Or when we talk about flavor notes, when people talk about, hey, you should brew your coffee with like precisely 81.5 degrees Celsius, and you should drop it at 4 ml per second speed, and you have to stand on one leg, and that is exactly how you should do it. Otherwise, you're not doing your specialty properly. And so we are kind of policing a lot of things, and we are drink shaming if somebody is wanting to add milk or sugar to it. And that entry barrier for people who want to get into specialty coffee, to consume specialty coffee, is just too high, right? People that are intimidated by the kind of things which goes around in the specialty coffee consuming side. Similarly, if you want to open a specialty cafe, you need to have a Aston Martin machine or a Mercedes-Benz S-Class grinder. Only then can you qualify for it to be called as a specialty cafe. Just giving examples, but the idea is, you get it, right? There is so many barriers that us as industry people create for people to enter into the specialty realm. Similar things also happen at the farm, and for farmers it's even more challenging because specialty coffee is always considered to be something more expensive and extra work, and there are so many barriers that we create as an industry. Accreditation or some kind of certificate, which I'm not a big fan of certificates. I mean, I feel quality education and learning and practice is what you need. But in India, I mean, I'm talking from the context of being here, but in India, we love certificates. We love certificates for everything, and quality of education is always secondary compared to what certificate you get from the course. It's a good thing, but it's also not a good thing, because my issue is not with the knowledge. My issue is with education is so expensive in the coffee industry, and a lot of people who actually need the education cannot get it. I did the certificate because I wanted people I work with do not get bullied. It was out of a defense mechanism, but yeah, it's just so expensive, and it's out of reach for a lot of people who actually need it. Again, people who have the resources to do a lot of things, they are doing it. But people who do not, who really need the education, cannot afford it. Let's imagine we have two different schools of education. One is the ACA education and one is the FQI. ACA is focused towards the customer end side of things, which is your brewing and roasting, barista skills and sensory and green bean evaluation. Then there is FQI, which was started with the course that was for people to score the coffee, let's say out of 10. So there is a set of schools, a set of courses that is there for the front end of the coffee industry. And then there was this course started by another organization, which was done to evaluate. I do not know the exact years, but I don't even know when did the first or ACA courses started or the first FQI courses started. And The certification of the courses for processing coffees came after 10-15 years later, and we still do not have a course globally that is done for growing coffees or the agronomy side of coffee. So you understand, right? Our education system is at the end of the coffee serving. From there, we are walking back to where and how the coffee is grown or should be grown or throughout the year, not just processing. And education, I mean, I also feel with all the courses that I've done, more importantly with the people who have done the courses, and when I interact with them, what I understand is all these certificates are training us how not to like more different coffees and how to come to a point what a particular group of people have said that this is good coffee. I've had this instance with the one cafe owner who an ACA course somewhere, and that person came back and was brewing this coffee, and he was doing this entire shebang of brewing the coffee with a lot of instruments, and finally he made a pour over and he checked the TDS and everything, and like, yeah, this is perfect. And I tasted it and I know it's okay. And we brewed another cup, and then he brewed the third cup, and according to him, the third cup went over the bracket of what the ideal cup should be. It went towards the overside of things, and we loved it. He loved it. Okay, so that was me trying to tell that person, hey, I mean, this is good to learn the rules and basics, but it is very important to taste and understand what you like, what people like. Anyways, my point is, there's not a lot of things for the farmers in it, and what happens is people from small farms or medium-sized farms who really need to understand about processing or farm-related work, where do they go when they do not have access to education? They cannot afford the education. So they are either at the mercy of there being a big company who's going to fund them or give scholarship, which probably could also mean that they have to then learn how to make better coffees and supply to this big company. Or if there is a company that is doing a CSR activity, which is even more rare. So the entire system is not favoring the small farmers or the medium-sized farms. The one that is big has a lot of resource, is continuing to grow big, and the one that does not is continuing to not grow at all, and coffee is just becoming a little more challenging industry at the farm. A lot of young people don't want to come back, and the average age of the producers is constantly going up, and somehow marketing is now more important than growing coffee. And if you can market your coffees well, you're able to sell it. If you're not, then it's difficult. Which brings to another challenge. What has also happened in the recent years in India that I've experienced, it is cool for people now who are into third wave of coffee or third wave culture of coffee drinking. For them, more important is to the second wave sucks or instant coffee sucks, and that is where their knowledge begins, because that is where most of us start giving knowledge like that in the specialty industry. Hey, don't drink this, don't drink this, drink this. Which is again something that I feel as a specialty coffee industry, it's a challenge. It's a challenge for the coffee industry, right? A farmer who's trying to produce good coffee, and we remember the SOPs that we've given after a lot of selective harvest, which is expensive, and selective sorting, which is more expensive. After a lot of these SOPs being followed, the amount of most ripe, beautiful red cherries, the Instagrammable ripe cherries, is very less when you compare it to the total quantum of coffee. What do you do with that coffee if you're a farmer? You cannot throw it away, right? It needs to be sold somewhere. It needs to be sold to someone. There needs to be use for it. And I think hence commodity coffee is important. Cafes that probably are not super conscious about 100% specialty 90+ coffee, they are important. Instant coffee for a lot of people where convenience is the most important thing is important. And I remember I read this article in Standard magazine a couple of issues ago, was that all the three waves that we have defined as the waves of coffee for a country, especially for a country like India, all these waves exist together simultaneously, and it is very important because when we talk about the ripest of the cherries in specialty coffee for farmers, the next best cherries, which might not be the ripest, is important. Or we need to increase the bandwidth of how we declare what specialty coffee is. Coffees that are not of the very good quality could be just because of excessive rains, and there are green coffee and the coffees that are not ripe, already fallen down. You collect them, what do you do with it? Maybe it can be sold even at a little lower price to make instant coffee. It is an important industry. I feel bashing any other industry I don't think it's the right thing to do. Somebody likes to have a gourmet burger with probably the best of the meat that comes from Japan or Australia. Good. You can definitely go to a gourmet burger store and have it. But then there are so many people who just wants to have a burger because I like burger. That's it. I don't want to get too fancy about it. And I think we need to make specialty coffee a little less fancy and more instrumental into something that is more valuable. I feel it is important, and not just to put everything away for the farmers to deal with, and you only focus on the best of the quality that you get. And there's so many things that we talk about in this industry, but not a lot of things is directly connected to the farmers. It's very easy to say that, hey, yeah, the farmers should collect the ripest of the cherries and that's how it should be done. But the ground reality is very different. Coffee is not indigenous to a lot of countries, and they are growing it because they were at one point asked to forcibly grow them. And well, now it has turned into industry where people are surviving. A lot of people are connected with coffee and they're trying the best to do everything they can to produce better coffee, and we need to be a lot more understanding of it, especially now with the change in climate that's happening. There is a place for everything. There is a huge segment that is consuming instant coffee. There is a huge segment that is still consuming commodity coffee, and there is a segment, a small segment, an extremely small segment in India specifically, when I tried to do the math. But yes, it is important segment. It needs to be coexisting, and it should not be like, hey, stop drinking that, drink only this. And so I did do a small study. So I took 6 of the cafes from a bigger pool that I work with, and amongst the 6 there were 4 specialty coffee houses, and 2 of them were not really into specialty coffee, as we used commodity coffee. And all of the 6 cafes were doing decent to whichever city they were belonging to. My interest was to take the sales report of all of these 6 cafes just to compare. And all of the 6 cafes, the most selling items in all of the 6 cafes, whether it was using specialty coffee, green beans or not, their major selling items were cappuccino, so milk-based coffee, cold coffee, milk and sugar, Vietnamese styled coffee, which is espresso with condensed milk, again sweet, and flavored lattes. So these were the high selling items in most of these places. And what also means in a country like India, maybe get specialty coffee from farms. Not all of them needs to be highly outstandingly rare coffee. It could just be good coffee, and you can use that in your blends to make drinks that suits well with your coffee, with your milk, with sweet ingredients, because apparently that sells a lot, right? So we need to increase the bandwidth of how we get coffee, which can in turn help the farmers in real time. And I know of coffee roasters in India who do that, but I also know some roasters who do not understand how specialty coffee is. Their understanding of specialty coffee is, there is a C price somewhere, which is mentioned on the website. I just need to take the C price and add 10% to it, and I can get specialty coffee. That's how their calculation is. Again, C price is something, it's challenging discussion again, and C prices has not really changed a lot in decades now, and everything is based on that C price. We are waiting for some other country to not do good so that the C price can go up. I mean, I think there should be a lot more ways where the farmers can be helped. And this happened with me. This person texted me like, hey Benny, you're working with this new bunch of farms. I needed some coffee. I'm like, great, happy to help. If you have any preference, let me know. I can speak with these farmers and get some samples out for you. No, I want some really nice process that is done specifically for me and nobody else, and I want to be the only person having the process. I'm like, great, that is something that can be done. We can develop a new process. Are you willing to book the lot so that we can book the lot for you, pay the advance, and we can have the lot processed the way you like it, or the way you and I can discuss, and it'll only be for you. Then the roaster's like, no, just do the process, a unique process. Give me the sample. If I like it, I'll buy it. You understand, this is exactly what is wrong with this chain. The amount of risk that the farmers or the producers take is immense. The same is not taken by a lot of other people in the value chain. There are traders who take it. Yes, there are roasters who are really doing good in the industry, who are getting at the ground level. They are really doing it, but most people do not. Why not talk about what is the cost that has gone in? What is your balance sheet looking like? How much is it that you've put in? Why don't you just put all your cost up, add your profit, and then offer the price to me? I know some really amazing roasters in the country who never bargain with the farmers, and I really respect what they do. When we talk so much about traceability, we don't talk so much of the traceable money that goes to farm. Last thing, imagine you go to a nice cafe or a hotel and you enjoy a cup of coffee and you like the cup of coffee, you like the service. Depending on what country you are from, maybe there is a norm to give some tip, maybe there isn't. But imagine you sit in a cafe, you really love this cup of coffee, beautiful coffee, and you want to give a tip. And you leave a tip. Maybe it is for the barista who has made the coffee because you enjoyed it. But have you, as a customer, not as an industry professional, as a customer, did you ever think, hey, I really like this coffee, I want to tip the farmer? Can you think of global level really good processes where you can actually tip the farmer directly? Just think about it. Because we talk about so many things of traceability, of I want to have this cup of coffee and I want to know where these cherries are coming from which tree, of which block in the farm. But have you ever thought of paying the money, and how much of the money extra do you want to pay it directly in the hands of the farmer or the producer? Because we do talk a lot about coffee, about a lot of educations and certifications and so many other things. We really need to start thinking what is in it for the producers, or what is in it for the farmers. Thank you for listening to all that I was saying or blabbering for the last few minutes. I do not want you guys to think that I'm bashing left, right, center, but yes, I wanted things to be told, something that I honestly believe in. I respect a lot of people in this industry, especially in this country, who are doing some amazing work. But yeah, there needs to be a lot more change, a lot more inclusivity in real time that makes real change. Coffee needs to survive, farmers needs to survive, everybody needs to coexist. So yeah, that's about me. If you do use Instagram, I'm on Instagram by the name of Barista on Bike. That's my Instagram handle. Also, I do run podcasts which is focusing on coffee in India, called as Coffee Protocol Podcast, which is available on Spotify, Apple, and lots of other places. I've also produced India's first documentary on specialty coffee, called as C for Coffee, like the alphabet C for coffee, which is on YouTube. Thank you so much for the opportunity to talk here. I really appreciate this. Thank you so much. And if anything that I said did not go well with anybody, I'm sorry. But this is something that I thought that I wanted to share, and I did. Again, thank you so much. Lots of love. Bye. Cheers.